Going live. All right, says I'm live. Great. Happy Monday, everybody. Start of your work week, Monday, the 24th of August, and it is 9 minutes to 12. A few minutes early before the live stream starts, just because I'm going to get on a little bit earlier. I got sent this link to Mr. Mark Law. Let me share the. Oh, I can bloody share the screen. Make that smaller. Where's an image? For the Between Two Beers podcast. Let's get to a screen with the actual dude in it. Let's go there. So I'll skip forward. Oops. Adverts. Skip that. Pause. Let me share the screen here. Link to so from a good friend of mine, but also he's a good friend of this guy, Mark Law, who they were on Selection and Cycle together. The guy that sent me this lives in Barcelona at the moment. Worked with him in the private security sector. Hopefully, I'll have an opportunity to interview him, which will go in the school community. He did connect me with this guy, his mate Mark Law, a few years ago when I was back here in NZ. I did reach out to Mark Law back then when I was doing the Epic Aotearoa podcast. Unfortunately, it was around the same time when Blink and those twats at WorkSafe were like they're trying to fine him for his actions and stuff, and going to White Island or Whakaari when the tragedy happened there. Him and a couple of other pilot mates that went over and saved as many people as they could. I think they cover off on a lot of that stuff here. Yeah, on this interview. I haven't seen this. I listened to the start of it, some of the introduction, which I'm gonna play from the start, and do a reaction to this video because they mentioned some stuff in there in terms of the introduction that they do. I might skip past the stuff where they talk about their sponsors and that sort of thing. I don't know if this will get blocked on YouTube or if the live feed will cut out, but I just thought, oh man, you know what? I actually enjoy doing the reactions to these videos live. It's just more time convenient, less time consuming, I should say. And yeah, there people might want to chime in. I think with the school there'll be more. Hopefully, I can catch up with this guy, reconnect with him, and do an actual interview with him, or a chit chat and talk about a whole bunch of other things. Like, I'm sure there's going to be times throughout this video that I'm going to be pausing it probably a heck of a lot. So if you're here, or if you just want to have this playing in the background and you're just going to listen in or tune in, I plan on being here for quite some time and doing a reaction to this video. The youngest person passing selection at 18 years of age. I don't know about you, bros, but I would have. I know that I would not have been ready to do selection personally. From a physical perspective, mental perspective, I highly, highly doubt it. Even though at the age of 14, I saw the book like I've shared, and that's what I wanted to do. I just don't think physically and or mentally that I would have been anywhere near ready. So things happened when they were meant to happen for me at 20, but 18 years of age. So I'm looking forward to hearing about how all of that came about. But again, no different to the young fellas back in World War One, World War Two, right? That looked to join the army, the military, who volunteered, who lied about their ages so that they could get in, so that they could go and serve, because the patriotism that they have for their country, like whatever those reasons were that drove them, those young men, to get up and over the trenches, knowing that they were going to die, and charge towards those areas and those pits where they went to. It's just, yeah, it's crazy. So anyway, we'll delve into that. It's got here: escaping death 6 times and saving lives on White Island, which I just spoke about earlier. So there's clearly a lot to talk about that they will have to go through. I think this is a 2-hour interview. Was it? Well, nearly 2 hours. Hour 54 minutes. So that means this will probably be a 2-week reaction. But actually, my headphones will probably run out of juice and battery before my reaction ends. So anyway, If you stop by and you're here, great. If you feel like supporting the channel, feel free to give the live stream a like and a subscribe. If not, whatever. And I didn't put a link to school, but if you want to join the school community, feel free to jump on over into the school community as well. I'll look to whack a link in at some stage. Or maybe somebody else, if any of the followers or somebody from school wants to use their link, they can put their link in there, because then they get the affiliate commission. So anyway, let's go rewind that back. Let's make this full screen. And let's go play.
I want to actually frame you up through the words of one of your friends, Murray Reid, who we spoke to in prep for this, and asked him about you. He said, the guy's got 9 lives, and I think he's used 7. He made it through SAS selection at 18, maybe the youngest ever.
Oh, bloody hell. I was too slow to bloody pause that. Hang on.
9 lives, and I think he's used 7. He made it through...
Just wanted to have a look at these images. Hey, Kenny. It's the old school uniforms there.
SAS selection at 18, maybe the youngest ever. He just about died parachute jumping. Then he got some mangy disease overseas, which just about killed him. Then he had this thing in Angola where he nearly had his head blown off.
Angola. So his good mate that sent this to me has also worked in Angola, and I'm pretty sure they may have been over there at the same time, doing some work. Didn't know about this one, that he nearly got his head blown off, but his mate that sent me the link to this, who lives in Barcelona, that I was working with in the private sector, just always spoke just super highly of this guy, Mark Law. And I've never met him in person, spoken to him once on WhatsApp, like I said, back when I was looking to do the interview, but just the timing of that was really bad for him, because there's lots going on. Obviously, he was facing I don't know if it was a multi-million-dollar or 7-figure blinking what's the name, fine that he was facing as a result of his actions of putting his own life at risk, not to be a hero, but to go and try to save some of the tourists that had been taken over there, and then WorkSafe, in their blinking wisdom, decide to do that. Just idiots. I don't know what the result is of that either, so maybe he'll talk about it on here, but yeah, anyway.
He survived that. He's fallen out of helicopters. Then he had necrotizing fasciitis, which probably should have taken him out too. So, you know.
Necrotizing fasciitis. Is that flesh-eating, skin-eating disease?
The guy's pretty resilient, but he's also just a good bugger. How many lives do you have left?
Oh, I'd like to say, a few. Yeah, that's for sure. But, it's not really until you sort of look back and think, oh, actually, yeah, that was a close one. And there was a few of them. So, yeah. No, I think I've got a few left.
This is so laid back, eh? Look back, I say, oh, yeah, that was a close one. Bloody hell. This guy should be running for parliament. What do you reckon? This guy should be bloody prime minister.
This was in the book. It was from a senior NCO in the British SAS. I met Mark on selection in 1996-97. Mark was the fittest, strongest, most intelligent soldier academically and emotionally.
So I did know that he had gone over. I told you I'm going to be pausing this heaps. So if you don't like it, truck off. But I did hear that he had gone over to, after being badged in the NZ unit, that he went over to do the UK selection. I don't know if he got all the way through and got badged in UK. I think something happened. The bits and pieces that I heard were something to do with the combat survival phase during the UK selection. And I think, some sort of falling out or something which happened there, which is a shame. But and a senior NCO from the UK SAS writing something, I'll probably have to go back because I've bloody paused it and now I've missed part of what he said, is no small thing. Like, that's a big deal, having a senior NCO from a foreign special forces unit, in this case 22 SAS, writing, I don't know what it is, whether it's a letter of reference, whether it's a letter of recommendation, whether it's just a personal reflection or whatever. Maybe it was something for his book, Lucky You're Tough. So we'll hear about that as well. Let me just go back a bit.
NCO and the British SAS. I met Mark on selection in 1996-97. Mark was the fittest, strongest, most intelligent soldier academically and emotionally I've ever encountered, and certainly the best soldier I'd encountered at the stage of my military career. At the time, he was one of the fastest.
That is such high praise, man. Like, 2 SAS guys in SF are no slouches themselves, but like I've shared in other videos, you think you're at a good space or good place, and then you get into the unit or you get into a squadron in particular, and then you just see there's bloody more and more levels to try to climb, or to more guys that just inspire those that are coming through, or particularly guys like me that, when you just get there, you're thinking to yourself, holy heck, there's like in multiple other levels for me to try to get to in this area and that area, whether it's driving, whether it's parachuting, whether it's explosives, whether it's MOE, whether it's shooting. I think I might have said shooting. Blinking, just the list goes on and on. Medical training, communications, blinking, operating the vehicles. It's it's pretty awesome. So for the senior NCO to be talking like this about Mark, and I think he said 96, 97. Wow. Where was I? I was on basic training in 96 and just got to battalion in 97. This guy's already been in the unit for however long he's been there. I wonder how long he'd served in the unit before he went over to UK. 18 years of age. Jeez. Anyway.
To ever complete the endurance march event in 22
Hang on, what was that?
Encountered, and certainly the best soldier I'd encountered at the stage of my military career. At the time, he was one of the fastest to ever complete the endurance march event in 22 SAS history. But it's his humility, strength, and friendship I will never forget. But that emotionally intelligent part has come up again and again with everyone we've spoken to. Do you see that in yourself?
I sort of like, being with people, and I like getting the most out of people like I do, so it's always easy to be cheerful, and you seem to get a lot out of people if you're cheerful and then they're cheerful, and good laughs happen. And
yeah, I like that. Well, if you're a positive sort of person to be around, well, for me anyway, if I see other positive people, and I'm hanging out with them, like for me, that's a good thing to be around. If there are people that are just like they suck the life out of a room, or they suck the life out of dare I say, a live feed or whatever, then they're just retards. You don't want to be around that sort of stuff. Surely not. Well, I don't anyway. And so if people want to, if those are the sorts of people that other people are attracted to, well, each to their own, I suppose. But I would suggest that that's probably a pretty miserable existence to be around people that are just blinking doom and gloom, and just occupying their minds with all the negativity that they can muster, and then trying to project that out to everywhere else. You know what I mean? So, like, actually, on that point, this is like, I'm stoked that my mate sent me this. He sent me this a little while ago, and then several other people have sent me this as well. And I just hadn't gotten around to doing a reaction to this. Excuse me. And then looking at it, having a little listen to the introduction, I thought, I want to do this. I'll do this live. I usually have a little listen to this to the start of most videos before I do any sort of reaction to them. Maybe that goes for about a minute, sometimes 2 minutes if I'm not really sure. And then that's it. And I stop it and then go from there. Get into the reaction. So 99% of my reactions are pretty much first time experiences, which is what I like, but I do like to have a little listen first, just in case I've been set up here. Have been sent some AI rubbish videos to do reactions to. And yeah, I'm not a fan of the AI stuff, but anyway, let's get back into this. High praise being given, emotionally intelligent, one of the fittest, strongest, most capable soldiers that this 22 SAS soldier, senior NCO, so it must have been a sergeant, minimum rank of a sergeant, is saying about this guy from 1996-97 when he was over there. Yeah.
soon you just sort of overcome issues or things that pop up.
Despite all these things that have happened, you still seem to retain a pretty optimistic view of life and opportunities that there are there as well.
There's just so much you can get out of it. Every day's got something that pops up. Sometimes they're really tough. You just got to get through it, get to bed, wake up in the morning, and there'll be a phone call or something's happened or there's a turn of events. And if you, see that, feel that, experience it, you'll believe it. And, the more you believe, the more things happen.
Wow, that's awesome. Like everything he just shared there, I resonate with. I said, if what did he say? Look, sound, and feel, or you'll believe that, etc. But just the positive mindset that he has, I guess, is where I'm going with that. Get your head down, get up the next day, blink, and just lean into it. Take one step at a time, one day at a time. It's all right to have miserable days, like everybody has them. Things can suck from time to time, but man, blink and pick our lips up and just look to move on. Don't have to walk around with a big smile on our face when we're struggling, like I don't. if I'm super struggling with things, I'm definitely not the sort of person that walks around with a big smile on my face. But I do know and walk around with an intent and or a purpose to blink and try to clear my head, get myself back in the game in terms of whatever way, shape, or form that is. Try not to dwell on the stuff that's blinking, occupying, dare I say, negative blinking bandwidth in my head, and just try to find the positives that I can in the moments and times that I'm in, even as difficult and or as challenging as they may be. And I'm grateful for that teaching from a young age, I guess, from my mum, just through her example and then the work that she got me to do. But listening to this guy, I loved what he just spoke about there, maintaining that mindset. I'm just going to go back a bit because I personally need to hear it again, and I liked it. Let's go around there.
Still seem to retain a pretty optimistic view of life and opportunity.
That's it. Optimistic view. It can be easy to be pessimistic. It can be easy to go down a downward spiral and think, oh man, like I do sometimes, and I voice my opinion in regards to politics as an example. That's something that stands out in my head right now. So I'll lean into that. I've been very, dare I say, pessimistic about politics in New Zealand, in Australia, in and around the world. And I've shown that pessimism by choosing to not vote, by choosing to be lazy and not even look into the political members or the political parties to see what it is that they stand for, what it is that they're looking to do, etc., etc. Because of, I suppose, I've allowed a lot of mainstream media and non-mainstream media to enter my eyeballs and brain, and then you just hear yet another failed promise. You said you're going to do this, you're not doing that, you haven't delivered on this, you haven't delivered on that. And so I've just gone, bugger that. I just can't be bothered looking at that. And because I'm not looking at it, because I don't trust them, I'm not going to vote. But there's definitely a heck of a lot to be, I think, optimistic about, positive about. And like I said, because I chose to stay away from politics and not even look into that, which is fine, I chose to not allow that to take up negative sort of space in my head and then try to focus on and control things that I could, So we all have that ability. We all have that opportunity to choose what it is that we want to consume and the mindset and approach that we want to take into stuff. If you want to be a blink and sit around and mope and whinge and moan and complain, well, go be that dude. But don't try to bring me into your space. You can truck off. I'm not bringing you into mine. I'll probably end up laughing at you and calling you a retard and then just blink and leaving.
Opportunities that there are there as well.
There's just so much you can get out of it. Every day's got something that pops up. Sometimes they're really tough. You just got to get through it, get to bed, wake up in the morning, and there'll be a phone.
Sometimes they're just really tough. You just got to get through it, get to bed, wake up, and what do you say? There'll be a phone call. Could be somebody pops up. Could be you just wake up in a better frame of mind. Maybe you have a dream and you go, holy heck, that's what I need to do, or whatever. I don't know.
Call or something's happened or there's a turn of events, and if you see that, feel that, experience it, you'll believe it.
If you see that, feel that, experience it, I like that. See it, feel it, experience it, look, sound, and feel, sort of similar words that I share when I've done a whole bunch of other actions. If something looks right, sounds right, feels right, it's generally a good indicator for me. Trust your gut, all that sort of thing. If it looks wrong, sounds wrong, feels wrong, then probably you're right as well. Probably, maybe I shouldn't do that. maybe we shouldn't do that.
And, the more you believe, the more things happen.
This is our sit down with Mark Law, and I'm sure you'll agree it's an absolute epic.
Yeah, Mark passed the New Zealand SAS selection course aged 18, and his life since then has been fit for a movie. In this one, we talk about the New Zealand SAS, we talk
Fit for a movie, all right?
about his time with the British SAS, private contracting in Angola. Seriously, there is so much in this episode.
Yeah, and when Whakaari White Island erupted, there was no hesitation in Mark's mind. Together with a couple other pilots, he flew his helicopter on, evacuated who he could, but then WorkSafe New Zealand slapped him with a 6-figure fine.
Oh, 6-figure fine. Twat Safe New Zealand. I said 7-figure, so sorry, my apologies. 6-figure fine. Twat Safe New Zealand. I wonder what the outcome of that was.
For work that he'd done even before the eruption. We covered all in this episode.
Yeah, a warning, the episode contains some distressing content and may not be suitable for all viewers.
Between Two Beers is proudly brought to you by One New Zealand. We believe that One New Zealand connects New Zealand.
Okay, I'm going to skip through
Between
these.
Two Beers.
So, bet responsibly.
And
Bet responsibly.
Enjoy. Keen to go back to the start. The book is called Lucky You're Tough, and that's something your mum said to you when you fell out of a tree. But
I got to get that book. Lucky You're Tough. Something his mum said to him when he fell out of a tree. Huh?
Can you take us back to Whangamamona and how that sort of childhood shaped you, the influences of your mum and dad, and what your upbringing was like?
The Whangamomona area is like a really small, it's a bit like a sort of...
What are they saying? Whangamomona. Whangamomona is how I would pronounce it. Whangamomona. What are they saying? Whangamomona. That's the area. I've never heard of that. Where is it?
Enclave, surrounded by bush. There's a whole bunch of farms there. Quite a small community. Very, very rugged area. Got a lot of history. There's only one way in, one way out. Lucky the Tough. That's a line we came up with. It was a line that Mum used to spin to us, amongst others, a lot when we were young. If you fell out of a tree off the...
It's a line Mum used to spin to us, among others. Yeah, I remember some of the lines thinking, shut up, stop your bloody crying or else. those are some of the lines that I remember. I'm sure he probably got some of those lines too from his parents. Yeah, lucky you're tough. Oh, that's a nice one. Lucky you're tough. That might have made me feel a little bit better rather than, you better bloody shut up. Maybe that can be the name of a book that I write one day. You better bloody shut up, you twat.
Horse or stub your toe, should just have a look and, lucky you're tough, give it a rub, out you go, and we heard it say.
Lucky you're tough, give it a rub, out you go. That's awesome. It's the same sort of stuff I'd say to the boys in their sports and that sort of thing. You'll be all right. Put the magic water on it. Yeah, put some squirts of magic water on it. Give it a rub. All good? Yeah, go on. Back out you go.
Many times, and I was talking to my brothers about potentially a title, and we both three of us fell upon that. It's like, oh yeah, that's a good one.
The family lived in a...
That's cool. Him and his siblings, brothers, I heard. Wonder if he's got any sisters. Maybe it's just brothers. Lucky or tough. Yeah, I like the rationale behind that and the reason for choosing that as the title for the book. Nice connect. Shout out to his mum, Mark Law's mum. Not that I know who that is, but Mark's mum and his siblings' mum. Lucky or tough. That old chestnut, I wonder if my mum would be happy if I wrote a book and named it, You Better Shut Your Bloody Mouth.
Condemned road workers' cottage, and you grew up sort of catching goats, eeling, moving sheep, and traversing sheep country. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
How's that shown up in modern life? Like that, those foundations, I think your wife Chanel said that when...
Sorry, I told you it's going to be heaps of pausing. So too bad, so sad if you don't like it. Truck off. If you don't like me pausing it, or just go watch this yourself without my reaction. But I've spoken before. I've received questions before from people about types of people that end up in the unit, and I was trying to. That was when I struggled with trying to remember the word, which was stereotyping. But during my time, anyway, in NZ, what I had heard, and I didn't know because I didn't know anybody that served in the unit in NZ at the time. I knew of people, but I didn't know them. But what I'd heard was that there were a lot of just individuals that made up the unit at the time, and it may still be the case today, that grew up just tough, out in the bush, out on farmland, blinking, hunting and fishing, gathering, long hours, long days, laborious type work. That was what I'd heard. Again, I didn't know anybody in the unit to confirm, oh, did that fella grow up in a farm? Was he out in the bush as well? Was he out in the sticks just riding horses, walking everywhere, etc.? I didn't know anybody to ask, but it didn't surprise me, as I guess is what I would say. It didn't surprise me that the types of men that were serving in the unit at that time, and dare I say, probably still to this day, came from that type of hardworking, laborious type background, because because that's the type of work that you're going to be doing on, maybe more so on selection. Probably not so much once you're in. There's more, dare I say, technical and skilled type activities and things that are involved in that. But it's overall, it still has that very much front of mind, laborious, laborious, and just hard graft and grind and work and suffering and struggle and misery and all those types of things. And hence why people might go, well, you just, said that you wouldn't want to be around those sort of people. Well, yeah, the people that were in those units, we would go through that stuff, but that's not how they were wired upstairs. They'd find ways to have a laugh. They had really good senses of humor. And they understood, because of the nature of their background and upbringing and what they'd done for work and where they come from, that the job's not done until the job's done. So you blink and shut your mouth and get on with the work, have a bit of a laugh or have a beer out in Civvy Street, whatever it is that they would do out in those areas. Once the work is done, work hard, play hard, I guess. And so you're being with, for me, my experience, being around those sorts of people, by and large, who could do the work hard, graft hard, grind hard, put up with blinking miserable stuff, and still maintain a sense of humor and a positive outlook and a positive attitude. That to me is a large part of what makes up those people. Now, not everybody, not by no means does everybody come from that sort of background. Some people come from, well-educated, maybe dare I say, well-to-do type backgrounds, and that's cool. You don't have to come from misery and hardship or just laborious type work in order to get there. That's not what I'm saying. The questions that I'd received is what was the general makeup, and that was what I'd heard. And again, not knowing individuals personally in NZ at the time, having heard of people, some of those that I'd heard of did come from based on what they had shared and what I'd come to find out later, from just sort of hearty upbringings out in the bush. And so, but at the same time, I also know some people that didn't come from necessarily that type of background. And so, yeah, it is made up of all sorts, but there's a lot of similar, I suppose, attitudes, attributes, values, characteristics that end up bringing people together, essentially, that I suppose are different, but effectively are cut from the same cloth, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say.
She first visited, she could understand how you are now based on what the place is like. Does that reign true to you?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to have like a certain sort of mentality to want to live there, farm there or work there or do whatever.
Right.
The people that were residing there mostly all farmed. The normal was, you just did everything. If you needed to go and get the sheep in, you did. If you needed to milk the cow, you did. We, rode on the horses, you walked everywhere. Learned to ride motorbikes out there, fished, hunted and things like that. So you had to make do with a lot of, like...
Bloody hell. This would be a pretty recent, well, this is a recent interview by these lads. Sorry, shout out the two lads Between Two Beers. I don't know their names and I've not done any reactions to their videos. I know they've interviewed other people like Jamie Pinnell, Marius, another ex-Kiwi SAS guy who did selection past at 20 years of age as well, or 21, whatever it was. So they've had some cool guests on their podcast. This is the first one I think that I've done any sort of reaction to, and it's a live one. I'm stoked that it's this guy. Mark looks like, well, aside from looking like he's in good nick, looks after himself, which isn't a surprise to me anyway. I wonder how old he is. Must be, he looks like he's early 50s to me. It's got less grey hair than I have.
Minimalistic things. You had to make sure that things lasted. If they didn't last, you needed to fix it. And that sort of just mirrored our parents and everyone who was sort of like developing that area or surviving in that piece of country.
And they're formative years, right? Teenage years as well. So what's your worldview when you're growing up?
You're trying to build boats and go down the river, and where's that river go to? No, we learned that if you got on the Tangaraka River, it went down to the Whanganui, and then it was out to sea. So imagine getting a boat and going all the way down there. What would you see? So it's like a really inspirational, and you're thinking, oh yeah, I can do that. Oh man, I'd love to go over there and have a look what they're up to, and it'd be cool to go, to that country or try that job or something. So it certainly gave you lots of really good outlook on, what you could do and what's possible.
You left school at 17 and you went share.
I wonder if that sparked the imagination to go and travel the world or whatever. Coming from, like, again, this place, I don't know, never heard of it till now. Whangamomona. Never heard of that place. I still don't know where it is, but he said Whanganui, so it must be in the North Island somewhere. Whanganui River. Yeah, anyway. And rugged country. I think that fella there, the big fella on the right-hand side as I look at the screen, was talking about Mark's wife, Chanel, was saying that she could understand why he is the way he is when she went to his hometown. It sounds like this enclave, the one way in, one way out location, the rugged terrain, and I guess she could. That's her case, that she then had a better understanding of why he was wired the way he was, and I suppose why he probably behaved and did things around their home, wherever it is that they were living at the time. I'm assuming he's living up in Auckland. Actually, I don't know where he's living at the moment.
And you announced over breakfast that you were going to head off to Australia, and your dad said, if you're going, I don't want to see you back here for 12 months. And then you were overseas and you rang him after about 9 months, and he said, it hasn't been 12 months yet. You're not coming back.
That's a line he told my brothers, my twin brother, Pete and Dave. So that's real dad.
Oh, wow. Twin brothers. Okay.
If you're going to go and do a job, you don't shortcut it. You don't come home early, unless you do it. And so what happened was the boys, they decided, right, we're going to Aussie and we're going to go over there and, make a whole bunch of money and get going. And he said, well, if you go, you're going for 12 months, don't come back. So what happened is that they ran out of money and they got themselves to King's Cross and as they do, and ran out of more money. And then they made a click call home to him.
The brothers had gone over, the dreams of making money, live the Australian dream, run out of money, make their way to King's Cross. I don't know what the rationale was to make their way to King's Cross. When Mark's saying they'd lost more money. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, not surprised.
And so, Dad, we're broke, we've got to come home. And he goes, it hasn't been 12 months. You're not coming home. I'm not helping you. See you, in a few months' time. That was it. So, that was Dad.
I wonder if the brothers called collect. You remember those, making collect calls? Will you accept the charges? Yeah, I'll accept the charges. The dad must have accepted the charges, and then sounds like he just hung up on them. Hasn't been 12 months. I'll see you in a few months.
It was pretty, it was pretty black and white. And, I think that was good. It just made you, okay, I just got to do what
Finish what you started.
Yeah, exactly.
So for you into the...
I love that. Finish what you start. Give it a good nudge. Like, I want to lose weight. People want to lose it quickly, eh? Stick at it for that's probably good advice for anything. Give it 12 months. Stick at it, be disciplined, be consistent for 12 months. Have your cheat days, have your blinking junk food meals, whatever, but genuinely work towards that thing for at least 12 months. I think I might have said in other things like give it a good nudge for at least 3 months. Now that I hear that, I think, that's probably way too short, to be fair. It's probably similar, actually, hearing that. It's probably similar to when I've spoken with our kids, like just whatever you're going to do. One's studying, doing some stuff here at Victoria Uni, following in her mum's footsteps. Well, that takes a few years to do that. So don't quit after 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. Like, you've chosen to study something which you already know beforehand is a 4-year process. give it at least the 4 years. Like that's 4 years full time. If you're going to do it part time, well, then it's maybe 6 or 7 or 8 years, depending how many units or whatever you do, the way the structure is. But if that's what you've chosen to do, well, then you should be committing to that for that minimum period of time. Going overseas for a period of time, I suppose that's probably a little bit different. But again, I think that 12 months that his dad has given him and his brothers, which has clearly stuck with him. Yeah, that's a good point. I like that.
Territorial forces, and this is the sort of the start of this, life.
Territorial force. There's always been rivalry between TF and RF, which just essentially means total efforts and regular efforts. For those that may not know,
attached to the military. What attracted you to the territorial forces?
I was intending to go to the regular force, but on my behalf, there was a lot of naivety. I didn't, I was in Whangamomini, so it wasn't social media like you have today. It just wasn't information that was going around. So all I knew is I wanted to go to the SAS because of a lot of things that I'd read and sort of watched. And,
maybe he saw the same black book that I discovered when I was 14. Maybe that was one of the things.
I remember, seeing the Iranian embassy siege on TV. We hadn't had a TV that long, and I was just like amazed that these guys could do this, unconventional warfare and rescue the hostages. I was incredibly impressed. So,
wow, I never saw the Iranian embassy siege footage until I was on Cycle. That's like years and years after the fact. So that's on Cycle in '99 during the CQB, during the CT counterterrorism phase, CQB stuff. That's my first and earliest recollection of seeing the Iranian embassy. That's blanking, what's that, 18, 19 years after or something like that? More than 10 years after the fact anyway. Pretty sure. So the fact that he saw that growing up and was like, oh, wow, not long had a TV. Blanking heck, I'm blinking late to the party, all right? Like mine was just the book. That was enough for me. And then mostly the images. I didn't read it, but wow. Yeah, I could only imagine what sort of impact that must have had, clearly, that it had on him. And I wonder what sort of impact that might have had on me if I had have seen that before. So I think it would have just driven me more as well. But yeah, that's interesting. And I saw it blinking years after.
I went out to join the regular force army, and at that stage there was a lot of people joining, and so they said, hey, look, first of all, you can't just join the SAS because that's what you put down as what you want to do. And secondly, we don't have any space for it.
I didn't hear him say, so that was what you had to do. Like when they ask you, what do you want to do? And I've shared that before when I made the mistake of sharing that with the recruit sergeant in Gizzy. And ended up him having a bit of a laugh or making his day happy for him. But it made me feel very embarrassed and conscious of, and light bulb moment for me, like, shut your mouth. Don't tell anybody that that's what you want to do. And use this wanker's laughter at you as an additional drive or fuel to the fire for when you go on selection. Like when things start getting hard and you are just in the locker physically, allow that laughter to pop back into your head and then respond by getting up and going again and carrying on. But yeah, that definitely is a lasting memory for me. I wonder if he had any of that. Obviously he had to write it down or let them know, and they said, yeah, you can't just go join there, mate. You got to do this. Just go back a little bit.
What you want to do. And secondly, we don't have any space for the regular force intakes at the moment. So, but if you want to be, join the territorials, we can get you on a basic intake, basic training intake. I was like, yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. So yeah, he did want to join regular force, but they were too full. Must have been the Iranian embassy that they must have all watched and then just caused this massive influx of people going into the army at that time, maybe. I don't know. Interesting. And then they've offered him the territorials.
Okay, that's me. And that's how that happened.
One of the first sighters you write about is this hostage night at the Territorial Force. So say 13 volunteers were sitting there having a cup of tea, and then the doors were blowing in, balaclavas, AKs, foreign languages, sacks overhead, and then the SAS rescue. But in your response to it was what?
When the doors burst open and then people are rushing in, and I was thinking, oh, what's going on here? And it's sort of...
I think his close mate that sent me this video, who also put me in touch and said, bro, you need to, when I was doing the Epic podcast interviews, said, you need to interview this guy. I'm pretty sure Mark was known for holding his own, is the way I would describe it in terms of how his friend described it to me, and not one to shy away from a scrap or if something was happening. So I wonder what happened here when the doors burst open, and did he start resisting and fighting back in terms of what was going on?
There hadn't been a light bulb moment at that moment that actually the exercise was underway. And Nick Minute were on the bus, bags overhead, blindfolded, and we're into it. And so, and then that whole week.
Okay, I thought he was going to talk about Lincoln starting a punch on with the fellas because he didn't know what was going on.
And unfolded spectacularly as a real opener, as far as like being in stress positions and, blindfolded for the whole time, not knowing what's going, listening to people sort of like crying out and people exiting out of the exercise. They couldn't handle it. And then we're getting moved around and just a classical sort of hostage type scenario, so.
That's cool. There were a number of times where Territorials, reserve force, whatever people are used to these days, would be utilized. Sometimes as enemy party as well, and sometimes as a combination enemy party and hostages, so role players. And you always, like a lot of people that have participated in some of those exercises, typically the ones that I've met have always had pretty long-lasting memories of their time, either as an enemy party or as a hostage being rescued by members of the unit. A lot of it stemmed around just how impressed they were for the most part. Other parts were around how not interested they would be in wanting to be going up against the force like that, just in terms of stuff that was done to them as they were the enemy party, in terms of the guys infiltrating their areas and doing that very, very quietly and silently, removing weapons, leaving little notes, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead. And the guys then awakening or waking up to discover those notes and that their weapons and key equipment have been taken and have been stored in another in another location for the staff and stuff there, because they are still class 1 stores and all that sort of stuff, class A stores. And just I suppose people that I've met that have spoken about it, the impressive has been the words that have been used. Some guys were scared, so Mark just spoke about it there. Some guys like, I'm not too keen on this. And a lot of times, sometimes as well, the enemy party are actually badge members too in a lot of those instances, for the purposes of the training. So interesting.
That was impressive.
Did that light, did the fire that was in you, well,
there you go. He just said it then. It was. Let me just go back. Pretty sure he just said it was impressive. So him as a TF
and just a classical sort of hostage type scenario, so that was impressive.
Did that light, did the fire that was in you, start to glow even brighter from that experience?
Once I finished there and that exercise at the end and just saw, how they rescued us. And then learning that the enemy party was also the unit guys, and then I was impressed that they were scrapping at the end, with the badge guys that were rescuing, and just the scenario, being able to block a bus that was underway, and then as soon as it screamed to halt, the boys were in the windows and they were assaulting the hostages and the tourists. I was like, that is.
I think I know what he means. I don't think he means they're assaulting the hostages. The terrorists, yes, but they're doing an assault or sounds like a bus option with regards to the training and stuff that he must have been a part of as a hostage, and obviously you would have witnessed some of that as a hostage, depending on what stage of the hostage task the hostages are in, whether they've got the bag over their head or these blindfolds and earmuffs and stuff on, or whether they are unmasked and just got, they're just bound, maybe gagged, as they're moving. So yeah, interesting, good to hear. But yeah, I don't think, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the lads coming in to rescue the hostages are not coming in there to assault them.
The way, and then as soon as it screamed to a halt, the boys were in the windows and they were assaulting the hostages and the tourists. I was like, yeah,
I'm going to say they're not assaulting the hostages; they're assaulting the terrorists.
that is an amazing warfare, and yeah, I just need to be there.
In 1990, at the age of 18, you decided, I want to be in the SAS.
What was that?
There.
In 1990, at the age of 18, you decided, I want to be in the SAS.
1990, at the age of 18. I wonder if he's on the same selection then as the civvy who went over and was part of Bravo 20, or maybe that fella did his selection beforehand. Wow, they'd know each other anyway.
And you went through SAS selection, and you were the youngest person to have ever completed the course. Can you take us?
18 years of age. Oh, bloody hell! Sorry, chat. I'm just seeing stuff here in the chat. It's probably the same. 2 weeks, loving the optimism. Morning all. Morning Poe. Slow tinkerers, average wonks. Morning comrades. Oh, 3 nuts. I've been over at school doing security in case any AI bots or intruders turn up. Here's hoping. Tidy. Respect to defenders of peace. That's Ruben Shadbolt. Shadbolt. That was my high school principal, Mr. Shadbolt, back in the day in Gizzy. Has my link posted above. Your link. I can't see any link. Rubber Kiwi. Everything he said is exactly what Willie Apiata VC has said. Could be something to do to it. So I don't know which part that is, but yeah, obviously whatever Mark was talking about. I hope Rubber Kiwi is giving you a salute first thing in the morning. Good morning, or how are you, boss? Don't cut it. Too unbelievable for people who made Star Wars Poeticus. Yeah, the crux of it is listening to your guts on it. You can laugh or you can cry. Yep, you can manage. Is middle of Whanganui National Park. Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Whangamomona. What a place to grow. Yeah, sounds like it. Regarding the SAS book, Joe, how did it feel the first time you looked in a mirror fully kitted up and saw the cover looking back at you? Did I do that? The only time, like you spend all the time working hard to earn that thing, right? The most you're wearing it or putting it on and off is when you're shaping it prior to the beret parade. And then it seems like once you're badged and you receive it, you hardly ever wear it. It either sits in your skyrocket, in your pocket, on your thigh, or it's in your locker, or it's at home. Because you're either wearing a baseball cap, or you're wearing a bush hat, or you're just wearing no headdress at all. So yeah, that's always been one of those things I've reflected on. Iranian embassy and Falklands War were pretty close together, and both outstanding success. Recruiting numbers went through the roof. Okay, there you go. That was probably part of it. The gas mask and coveralls. Oh, nah, never stood in front of a mirror with all that gear on. When we were tooling up with all that gear, it was like once the gear's on, you're getting ready to go do the training or the job. So yeah, there was never and they don't have any mirrors and stuff at the ranges. I bet if there were some mirrors there, a few of us would have stopped by and looked to try to admire ourselves, I'm sure. First thing I'd do. Yeah, well, I think in all honesty, I think at that stage, like it's just busy by that stage. We thought selection was busy, and it was. Then you think cycle's busy, and it is, and it was. And then you get into the unit, and then that's just busy. Like you're loading pallets, loading vehicles, loading your gear, loading explosives, loading your magazines, getting everything prepped and ready. Then when it's time to put the gear on, it's go time to then either go out, standby, be on the vehicles waiting to charge into to an area to get the call, or you've got the gear on and now you're lining up, sneakily getting ready to approach the target, hopefully without disturbing anything and without compromising your position. So there was never and your checks, you were just checking each other. So that was how the checks were. Like there was no here's a mirror to check to see where your stuff is and to see how it looks. You're ready. You got used to all of that, how it felt, how it sat, where things were, so that you could grab things off your kits wherever, as far as you could reach, etc. Because you knew where everything was. You knew where your med kit was. You knew where your emergency rations were. You knew where your tourniquets were. You knew where your extra magazines and rounds were. If you had your backpack, you had that. You knew where your hose was for your water, for your bladder. You knew where your comms was, or your press to talk, so that you could have the comms going and have all that. You knew where and how many turns and clicks on your dial to change your frequency to primary, alternate, tertiary, etc. There's just all of those things you get accustomed to doing and being able to do by feel in the dark. Doing that in the dark without NVGs, a lot of that stuff. And then when you get the NVGs, then it just that's for the actual opening up of the work. And then you have your buddy checks, which is what I was talking about. Checking each other's gear. Make sure that they've got everything that they need. Sledgehammers where it needs to be, shotguns where it needs to be, because they're usually slung sledgehammers in the back, so your mates can pull that out if they need to start blinking, bashing door, manual MOE, etc. Got extra charges on your back, need to know where those are so that we can grab those, or your mate on the back can grab them, hand it to you as the person who's holding the charge, because you're the person that dented up those charges. You know what state they're in, etc. Even though everybody else will know what state they're in, but still, it's your charge. You did it. It's your responsibility. I can pull it off your back, hand it to you. You then go place it, come back. We stay behind you and can clack that thing off and go storming in. Yeah, it's just lots of good memories. But yeah, definitely, I can't think of any times where we got to stand in front of a mirror and have a look and go, "Oh, this is cool." I think it definitely felt cool enough, though. Rubber Kiwi, 100% felt cool enough for me personally, even without a mirror.
Back to that, because you didn't come from a sort of military background, it was a little bit different for you. Can you tell us about how you got into the selection at 18?
When the pathway through that territorial sort of opened me into being eligible for, at least discussing, getting on a selection course for the SAS. Fortunately, there was a Carter NCO in New Plymouth, Mike Scully, and he was really good friends with a lot of regiment guys that were serving. And so he could see, my results from the territorials. I was top shot and top soldier. And then just how, things were going when we were doing little exercise.
Now, I know the RF soldiers out there, the regular truckwits, and then the TF, the total truckwits. There's always been blinking. The easiest way to put it is competition. Let's put it competition. Banter, rivalry is probably the best word. And I know there'd probably be people that would sit back and go, "Oh, top shot and top recruit for TF unit, like that's no big deal." That's probably coming from those that have been far from either of those two things. Dare I say, maybe some jealousy and stuff in there. But that's like, for this guy, young fella, no experience, born out in the sticks by the sounds of things, doing what he's doing, choosing to do what he's doing, and the reasons for what he wants to do. I think I heard him say he needs to be there. He needed to be in the SAS. Like, those are strong, compelling words. And if you really genuinely need and want to be there and have the drive to want to be there and serve there, like I said, if you fail selection, you'll go back and you do it again. If you fail it again, you'll go back and do it again and again. And there have been a number of people that have just had that unrelenting drive. What's his name? Bolton on my selection, which people saw in 98. He completed it, didn't get selected. That was his third attempt. I didn't realize. I had no idea. I was blinking. a young, dumb, blinking 20-year-old, had no idea that was, I knew he was a sergeant, that he'd been in the army for more than 10 years by that stage, had no idea that he had attempted selection 3 times at that point. And then to know and to see and to hear the disappointment in him, but the way that he conducted himself, and the fact that he's 100% right. And in my opinion, and in the opinions of soldiers that join the army to be soldiers, the epitome of soldiering is in a unit like the SAS. If you're in New Zealand, if you're in Australia, if you're in the UK, or probably SAS and SBS, depending on your role and what you want to do. If you're in the UK, as an example, but definitely in NZ and Australia, the SAS. Some might argue in Australia 2 Commando with what they do and have done. And each to their own. But for me, it was always the SAS, and people that want to go there, it's typically always the SAS. And so hearing him talk about that, John Bolton, and then this guy, but people going through that, yeah, there are people that know that's whether it's they feel that's where they were meant to be, and they're just willing to run into that same wall over and over again till they get through, till they break through. And or there are people that feel like and say, that's all I've ever thought about, this is all I've ever wanted to do, but they fail once and then they don't go back again, or they fail twice and then they don't go back again. And I think that's another one of the key differences in terms of people that I've been fortunate enough to serve with, and people that I know whose their journeys have been extremely challenging and hard, and with a lot of setbacks, and a lot of times where we've spoken with them, where their self-doubt really started to take effect, take a hold. But the overriding factor for them was that they're not settled. They can't settle until they've done what they set out to do. So yeah, I've always admired those guys to do that, because that's not an easy thing, to fail something that you're so passionate about and then to go back and do it again. Takes a heck of a lot of courage and guts to do something like that.
Sizes or participating in the territorial work you do in your battalion, 5 WWCT.
Were you miles ahead of your contemporaries in terms of some of those exercises and skills?
Yeah, the shooting I was, but taking into account that so many different people arrive at the army. I was just sort of lucky to grow up with guns, and so it was really easy just to grab in those days it was a Steyr. And they say, oh, you need to shoot that target in the head, or those moving ones, or it was easy.
So you're 18, and what did you know about?
That's cool that he found it easy. I don't think I ever found shooting easy, because I never grew up with weapons, and that's probably part of the reason why I've never chosen and never felt like I need to have or own my own personal firearms or anything like that. I have said in the past, and I'm pretty sure it's still, like, if I lived in America, I'm pretty confident I would 100% own firearms and go so far as to be a concealed carry firearms person, because that place is blanking out the gate, so yeah. But Australia and New Zealand, I've never felt any need personally, and I never grew up in and around weapons, so yeah, I definitely didn't find it easy. But took me some time, but thankfully, with that, I suppose with anything, if you've got the drive and the desire and the willingness to learn something, you can pretty much learn the stuff that you want to learn, and then apply the principles to it. So yeah, shooting's no different.
Selection before you sort of went through it, and was it harder or easier than you thought it was going to be?
I didn't know much about the selection course at all. All I'd read is a couple of books how hard it was. If you go to selection, put a pack on, just go for miles, go all night, and get up in the morning and carry on, and they're going to muck you around a bit. But just prior to...
Understatement of the year. I love that. I love the way that he speaks, just very matter of fact, and it's maybe, and probably part of the reason why I'm pausing this so much, is to try to flesh out some of that, even though I ramble on a bit, but too bad. But yeah, they're going to muck you around a bit, like very much an understatement. The soldiers, people, anybody that served in the military will have an understanding of what that means and what that will entail. And essentially, it could be anything from doing cleaning, scrubbing the toilets with a toothbrush, cleaning the fixtures or the faucets, whatever people want to call them. Blake, and we just call them taps. I think they have fancy names like vanity and faucet and all that sort of stuff. It's just the face basin and the tap to me. It's doing that sort of polishing and brassoing any of the little brass elements, using silver on the silver bits, Blake, and just finding tasks, chores, fatigues for you to do. Go out and clean, sweep the yard, do some weeding, do the gutters, like just whatever they can find to muck you around a bit. Not so much that sort of stuff on selection. It's usually physical type activities. Dare I say PT? Could be stress positions, could be push-ups, could be star jumps, maybe burpees, maybe run over there and go tell me what that sign says off in the distance, and then come back here and tell me what it says. It could be any number of things. Could just be standing around, because they are mindful in regards to how much work they get you to do, and the fact that your body is constantly burning through the energy and dare I say the fat that you've tried to put onto your body before going on to selection, at least in NZ anyway. And so they're not flogging you to death every spare moment that they get. That just doesn't happen. And I think anybody that's watched the selections, you see candidates standing there. Some of those you can feel like you've been standing there for a time. Sometimes you're getting to sit down and lean against your pack, actually. So there are those times and elements as well, which may not be shown so much in those documentaries, but that stuff does happen. But again, that's also moments for you to be in your own head and be questioning your life decisions and choices. And why you're still there, and do you still want to be there? And some people sit there in those quiet moments and they go, yeah, nah, this isn't where I want to be. I'd like to withdraw. Next minute, hands go up. One hand goes up, somebody withdraws, then somebody goes off. That's almost like the opening the floodgates, so to speak, for a number of other people. Oh, cool. Like they've quit. I can quit now. Oh, wow. Those two people are okay. I wasn't the first or the second. I can quit now. And then on and on it goes. That bit of a chain reaction that can happen. But those that want to be there, like you stand there, you sit there, or you see that and you think, that's awesome. Like, go on, more of yous leave. More of yous leave. It's those that want to be there. It actually, for me and guys that I know, it was a massive boost of morale, massive boost, and you got a boost of energy. At least I did anyway, and felt like, okay, man, I can go some more, and more people quit and get more and more of a boost. So a psychological boost, but it has an impact, Blake, and like I guess physiologically. Is that the word? Anatomy and physiology. A physiological effect. That's the words I think that's the word I'm looking for. Where just feel like, for me anyway, felt like this energy running through my whole body. And it's like, yes, I'm still here. Yeah, go on. See you fellas later, car Keats.
The selection, the army, and it's thought, oh, actually, we need to do something about selection course, getting information out to candidates, because we're getting a lot of people that turn up here and fail because they just don't know,
Oh, bloody hell. That's what I was supposed to talk about too. He was saying there wasn't a lot known. Just his time and his generation and the ones before. I would love to, like, I can't imagine what that must be like. Like that adds another level of complexity from a physical perspective, from a mental perspective. Imagine going on an SAS selection and you don't know what to expect. All you know is that it's going to be hard, that you're going to get mucked around a bit, that you're going to be carrying your pack for long periods of time, and you're going to be going for long distances over consecutive days. And that's all you know. And you get there and you've got this run test, you've got this body weight pull-up test, you've got this swim test, you've got these other activities, the hares and hounds, a webbing run test, timed events. Like that would add, I think anyway, an additional level of complexity and hardship, and probably, dare I say, increase the number of candidates failing. So to his point, what he was talking about, sounds like the Defence Force had a light bulb moment and said, oh, maybe we should put out some information so that people know what they're getting into, so that they can prepare better. Because if you're getting a high number of people that want to go there, but they're failing once they get there, and they're failing on things that they just had no idea that this was going to be part of it. I can see pros and cons for that, but for that type of mindset. But I think logistically, from an admin perspective, a financial cost perspective, probably especially these days, there's probably more downsides to that sort of approach than pros. So I'd love to know what they did in terms of trying to get the information out. I would assume, like I shared, I had some pretty good landmarks in terms of knowing what to, not exactly what order, but what to expect on selection. Day one, all the physical stuff, testing in particular, knew what those tests were going to be, like the 2.4, like the push-ups, like the sit-ups. I don't think we did pull-ups then, but like the swim test, like the hares and hounds, like the BET or battle efficiency test. Knew that there were timings and reps and all that sort of stuff that you needed to be able to meet and come within. And then I knew there was the open country navigation phase, and I knew that there was the dunes or the swamp phase or Von Temsky. Then I knew that there was a close country phase. Then I knew that there was a 60 clicker. Sounds like he knew that there was none of that, that he didn't know any of that sort of stuff. So that just, yeah, like, I mean, if you don't know what you're going into, it's very hard to prepare your body physically and or mentally as well as you can for those activities. And if you don't know what the timings are that you need to meet, so maybe they were given the timings for the run or whatever. Maybe they were told on the day, okay, you need to come in under 9 minutes 30 seconds or whatever. And if you're told that on that day, then that's probably not too bad. But if you thought that, oh well, I just need to come in under 10 minutes, and that's how you've been training and you've been pretty comfortable, you'd like to think you'd be sub 9:30 or sub 9 minutes just to give yourself that extra buffer. But if you've just been sort of, I'll just do the bare minimum type approach, and you've been coming in 9:45, and then you get given the instruction, or you need to come in under this time to complete to pass is 9 minutes 30 maximum. If you come in over, you'll be getting RTU'd. And then you blink and your pucker starts going like that, and you're blinking worrying about, oh holy heck, I've never run a 9:30 or sub 9:30. I don't think I'm gonna pass. Probably not a great position to be in on that first activity or first day of selection. So I wonder what sort of information they put out, and I wonder what he knew before he went on selection, because it doesn't sound like he knew much of anything other than the pack and walking for ages, and that he's going to get mucked around a bit.
What the required speed is, how long it's going to be, what activities you need to, you're going to be expected to, do on the first day and a few other days, minimum navigation requirements, some communication skills and a few things like that. So this little booklet came out and gave a bit of a brief. Once I'd sort of got...
I wonder if he's still got that booklet, or I wonder if that booklet from that period of time is in the Army archives somewhere. I'd love to see that, to see what sort of information they handed out to candidates wanting to go join the NZSAS at that time. 1990, I think, is what the host read out at 18 years of age. Wonder what the booklet was like then.
The go that you're eligible to have a crack at the selection. I was really stoked, so I just thought, right, I know that the most critical piece will be carrying a pack, a heavy one, over a lot of distance. You're going to have to be quite smart with your navigating. So map to ground, map compass.
That's cool. I'm going to pause him there. What did he say? He spoke about, oh, I need to go back now because I bloody lost my train of thought, but let's do this. Let's go back.
I was really stoked, so I just thought, right,
that's it. He was eligible. So he met the point where he was eligible to go on selection. And so for those in NZ and Australia, in UK, sorry. So that's where my mind is going. I know that there was a few comments, I think, from people from over in the UK when I did my video, when I thankfully haven't been asked that question probably since doing that video, or nowhere near as often as I used to. Which selection was harder, NZ or Australia? And then there have been some comments and stuff in there from people going, selection at 20, blinking far too young, essentially was the age. What did they say? You wouldn't even get a sniff in, or you wouldn't even get a look in the UK doing selection at that age. And so I know I've done Q&As and stuff to that. People have asked how young is too young and that sort of thing, how old is too old and everything in between. But NZ and Australia is different. So as far as I'm aware, in NZ, and it may be the same, I think it's still the same for Australia, you can join the army, you can do your basic training, so that may be 12 weeks or whatever it might be. You can then do your core training. So if I use an infantry pipeline as an example, because I can't speak to the other trades or whatever. So say I did a 12-week basic and then do a 14-week or 16-week infantry core training. Do that. As far as I'm aware, after you've done those two things in the New Zealand Army, you can, if you want to, you can then apply to do the selection. And so, and you could potentially end up doing the selection that same year. So you might do, as an example, you might do basic training, say where we're at now. There might be a basic training course, well, there is a basic training course running now. So you do that, then you roll into your core training whenever that is. So say it goes through Christmas, New Year's, through to the following year. You finish that, so you're in the following year. Candidates, as far as I'm aware, or I don't know if they're not called recruits at that stage, but soldiers that are in the army at that stage that have done that particular pipeline, basic core training, can submit an application to go on selection. It's not recommended. It's not. I don't think it's encouraged either in New Zealand or Australia. I think the encouragement is always get some time and experience in your actual core trade in your unit. Do a few years and then look at applying for selection. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that encouragement either. But you can. My point being is that you can apply to do selection. And so therefore you might not have even been in the army 12 months in New Zealand. And you could be on a selection course. Doesn't mean that you'll pass. That's not it at all. And they're a lot smarter than what they have in place now compared to what they used to have. There's prerequisites, there's testing and stuff that needs to be done. There's results like from your fitness scores and all that sort of thing that need to be within currency, within a certain time frame before you go on selection. Doesn't mean you're not going to have to do it on selection. You'll still do all of it on selection, but they just want to make sure as much as possible before they go putting you on a bus or on a plane to get to wherever it is selection is going to be conducted, probably a Unimog or a bus, that they're not wasting their time, that you're not wasting their time as a candidate, and that they are not wasting their time, their resources, their effort, their energy, their funds, their food, the rations and all that sort of stuff into bringing candidates there on selection that are just blinking. They already know they can't pass, but they just want to give it a crack. It's like nothing magic is going to happen for you on selection to enable you to pass if you've been trucking lazy and done truck all before you turn up. You know what I mean? So in NZ and Australia, having that is pretty cool. UK, there's arguments for and against. There's people from the UK background who don't think that that's good. They think that you should have a minimum 3 to 5 years experience post your basic, post your core training and time in the military before you should be allowed to submit your application. And that's fine. Like, it works for them, each to their own. Their method, their way is tried, tested, proven, dare I say. But so is NZ's and so is Australia's. And the other thing that I would add to that for context is nobody, if people are worried about the inexperience in regards to operations or training or just soldiering in general, tell that to our forefathers, ancestors, pioneers from World War I, World War II, who lied about their ages so that they could make the cut to get in and go and serve, who were well underage, younger than 18, and everything in between, and those older, who knowingly, we just had Vietnam Veterans Day, who knowingly climbed out of their trenches and ran towards knowing that they were going to die. Like, just tell that to those people, right? So hence why I've always been an advocate of, I don't think there's anything wrong with having that process whereby people that genuinely want to go and serve in a unit like that can put up their hand and say, here I am, I'd love to do this. I've met all of these prerequisites and I've done these things. If I meet the criteria, I would love an opportunity to come and do selection. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Selection, even if you complete selection, no guarantee that you pass and that you get selected for cycle. And then even if you do pass and you get selected for cycle, there's no guarantee in NZ and or Australia that you're going to pass cycle. So there's still plenty of time for the units. This is why I say it's tried, tested, and proven for NZ and Australia. Their process works. I don't feel like there's any, what's the word? Downside? Well, issue. I don't think there's any issue. If somebody's 18, 19, 20, 21, and they don't have 3-4 years of experience or 5 years of experience in the military, but they have that unrelenting drive and desire, and they show good aptitude, and they meet the requirements, prerequisites, and they pass selection, and they pass it well, and they've displayed all these things. Psych evaluations appear to be good, appear to be normal, and everything else, the willingness to learn, the ability and aptitude to take on information quickly and apply that. They're going to get more of a chance to have a look at them during the cycle. And again, if they're meeting all that criteria, they're ticking all those boxes. And in addition to that, they're doing the buddy ratings. Who would you most like to go to war with, and who would you least like to go to war with? And those individuals with the less experience are constantly featuring high up in the ranks, or one of the first people that people want to go to war with. I don't think there's anything wrong with what NZ does and what Australia does. Like, their process is, like I said, it's tried, it's tested, it's proven. Here's an example. 18 years of age. I don't know about you. What were you thinking at 18 years of age in regards to thinking, would you have been thinking about doing an SAS selection at 18? I know I wasn't, and I was in the army at 18. I was thinking about joining the SAS, and as soon as I could, but not at the age of 18. I know I would not have been physically prepared already, and I would not have been as mentally prepared. So, did some hard laboring type work growing up where I was, thanks to my mum putting me into those sort of situations. Ultimately, I needed to work through that, but she wasn't letting up and not about to let me take the easy option out and quit. And so, but going into the army and having that experience from an infantry perspective definitely made things more concrete in my head. Like, I do actually enjoy this. This is actually good fun. There is some of this is a bit hard, but I've done harder, I've done worse things, and so this isn't too bad. Like, this is what I'm meant to do. So pretty interesting. And on that, again, told you I was going to talk heaps, but one of my mates from my basic and core training did exactly that. Did core training, applied for selection that same year we got to battalion, did selection in 97. So we got to battalion near the beginning of 97. He did selection that same year. Passed selection, was on cycle in 98. He got sent back, as I spoke about, probably I think around the patrol procedures, needing a little bit more time. Come back, got some more time and experience. We ended up on the same cycle together. He come back in around about the time when he needed to for that particular, to carry on from that particular phase. So again, the fair and reasonable aspect of the units wanting to set candidates up as best they can to succeed. Hence why the encouragement is like, give yourself a couple of years before you come on selection. But some people are just very, very keen and don't want to wait that long, which is, again, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Again, cast our minds back to the Anzacs that went over the trenches, who volunteered, lied about their age, etc., didn't have the experience, dare I say, didn't have the warfighting experience, the operational experience, but they had the heart, the drive, the mindset, the mentality, the attitude to go and fight for what they felt was right and look to serve in a capacity that they felt like they could contribute. And as sad and as tragic as many of those deaths and or all deaths are in war and operations and that sort of thing, it's a privilege to be able to not forget and to remember them. Anyway.
I know that the most critical piece will be carrying a pack, a heavy one, over a lot of distance. You're going to have to be quite smart with your navigating. So map to ground, map compass. And that was about it. So then I just went about with the pack, setting distances, putting some, making sure my pack is chocker. And after work or before work, when I was home on the farm, I went walking.
Just listen to that, eh? TF on the farm before work or after work, more than likely. Just went walking, loaded up the pack, making sure the pack was chocker. I'd love to, man, there's heaps of questions I got for this fella just already. I'd love to pick his brain. So hopefully, fingers crossed, wish me luck, people, that I hear back from Mark. I have actually sent him a message today on WhatsApp, asking if we can connect, that we tried to connect back when all the blinking rubbish from TwatSafe, WorkSafe here in NZ, decided to sting him with a fine by the sounds of things. Again, I don't know the outcome of that. I'd love to speak with him about that, but they'll probably cover that in this interview that he's doing now. But I'd love to know and I'd love for him to delve into as much detail as he can, that he can remember. What did that training look like? When he says he'd loaded his pack up chock-a-block, did he just load it to 60 kg straight away, chuck that on his back, and then go walking? Or did he progressively increase the weight? When he said he knows that we're going to be having a heavy pack, did he know that it was going to be 35 kilos for selection? Or did he think it was heavier, so he just went heavier? I'd love to. I'm always interested in hearing from other guys, particularly guys that have served in the unit, in terms of what did they do as part of their prep. Like Greg Johnson, Pup Johnson, ex-NZSAS. Like, I think 12 weeks was all he did in his training and prep, because he felt like his work in infantry at 2nd 1st Battalion, carrying a pack. I think he was 1st Battalion for a while too, but I think he just left to go to 2nd 1st before I got there as a new Victor Company soldier. And from memory, I think he mentioned that, just the field exercises, and I've spoken about this before, felt like we were out in the field a heck of a lot less during my time. I think all the field exercises was probably enough training for him, I think. But 12 weeks is not a lot of time. I suppose it is if you're an experienced soldier and you know what your body's capable of and what you've probably been through by that stage. But definitely, I spent the better part of a year training specifically for selection, and I'm glad I did that. So maybe there was something there subconsciously for me, where he's talking about his dad said, don't come back in a year's time when they went, or till a year's time when they went to Australia. Maybe there was something subconsciously already in me that knew that you need more than 3 months, bro. you need the better part of a year to prepare for selection for me. But I like what he's spoken about, the chock-a-block pack, and I would just love to know what he did. Did he do any running? Did he do any swimming? I assume his body weight stuff was probably pretty good. Yeah, and what was his navigation like as a territorial soldier, as a TF soldier, part-time soldier, basically? What was his navigation like? I'd love to. Yeah, maybe he's going to talk about it.
And then I went running a little bit. Hated running, but I knew I had to.
Went running a little bit. Hated running. Yep, I definitely hated running.
But yeah, I really focused on the packs, because I knew that was a sort of the guts of the SAS. Is they live with their pack everywhere, and so if you couldn't carry a pack, it's going to be tough going.
There's a few.
That's awesome. Again, I say it's awesome because there's a lot of similarities to what I've before ever seen this interview. And again, I say this is a pretty recent interview that he's done, at least that I'm aware of anyway. I've shared that with probably every person that I've been fortunate to spend some time with one-to-one, and I think on all the Q&A videos that I've been asked about with regards to training, selection, prep, etc. Like, the pack is your bread and butter. And a video that comes to mind where I did a Q&A was on the back end of an interaction that I had with an individual, or a couple of individuals actually, that have been following a 30-week selection training program, and good on them. But from what I understand, that 30-week training program only had 1 hour of pack work, one pack session, and 1 hour of pack work for the week. That's what these guys are telling me anyway. And they said, like, to be fair, they said that they'd been noticing significant improvements, like their times are quicker over the distances that they're doing with their pack marching, and they're carrying more weight. So they're carrying more weight and they're moving faster. And so they were feeling like they're noticing the differences. And I just said, that's, man, I mean, if it's working for you, great. I've got no issue. If people find something that works for them, then do it. You know, especially if you're reaping the benefits and the results, and you're seeing that play out in real life, in real time. If you are carrying more weights and you're moving faster and getting quicker times than what you were doing with the lighter weights, then something must be going really well. That's awesome. But I've always shared with those same individuals, like, just understand this though. Selection isn't a 1 hour pack session a week. It is probably the better part, if I start off somewhat conservatively, it's probably the better part of, say, 10 to 18 hours of having your pack on and with you constantly per day. And the vast majority of those 10 very conservative to 18 hours of having your pack, the vast majority of that time you are carrying that heavy pack and walking and moving, sometimes running, shuffling, walking, depending on where you're at, and or how fast you need to move or think that you need to move in order to cover the distances that you need to cover and or get to the checkpoints that you need to get to within the timeframes given. It's not a 1 hour it's not a 1 hour forced march on a well-rested, well-recovered body, a well-hydrated, a well-fed body, where you're just like, everything's like the beautiful sunny day that we've got here in Te Whanganui Tara, Porirua, Poneke, Wellington, Aotearoa, New Zealand. It's a beautiful sunny day today. I woke up refreshed, awesome. Can put on a pack and go for an hour. Whoop-de-doo, that's awesome. That's great. Wow, I'm even faster than what I did last week and the week before. And that weight was lighter, and I'm carrying a heavier weight now, and I'm going even faster. Blinken, bravo, well done. If that's what you reckon is going to get you through selection, I would tell anyone, and I told those people, you are in for a massively rude awakening. So I don't encourage, personally, I do not encourage, I've never encouraged anybody to just do a 1 hour a week pack session, not even a 2 hour a week pack session. Don't just settle for 3 pack sessions a week or 3 hours. Like, you want to break that up and do more pack sessions than less. I know there's all the science and stuff around working smarter, not harder, and there's scientific evidence in and around these things and how the body adapts and all that. And I don't profess to be an expert in that. I'm not. But my simplistic view is that there is no substitute for hard work. Like, there are some blinking unicorns out there and some blinking outliers that can probably may be able to do that sort of stuff, and may be able to take that and apply that sort of approach in the build up to selection, and maybe they go through and pass. I personally don't know anybody that's passed a selection course on 1 hour pack sessions per week in the lead up to selection, but I'd love to speak with them, and I'd love to pick their brain and get an idea of, so what else did you do? What were you doing? How did that all pan out? I'd love to know. I just personally don't know anybody, not at this stage, of somebody that's done that. But that would be fascinating to me. I just don't think that's a good way to go. So hearing Mark talk about chock-a-block pack, getting out walking before work, after work, those are the types of people that I know, and that's the path that I walked, because I felt like, again, no substitute for hard work. Selection isn't about working smarter and not harder. Selection is just blinking flat out hard work, as far as I'm concerned. And it sucks. So if you don't like hard work, well then, yeah, that place isn't for you in the first place. And if you're expecting good recovery and to be well hydrated and well fueled, hydration's probably you probably will be well hydrated. But if you're talking hydration in terms of electrolytes and that sort of stuff, well then it's just water. Definitely not well fueled in terms of calories, food perspective, protein, carbs, fats perspective. You're not getting all of that stuff, or you're getting very limited amounts. And sleep, like your sleep deprivation, like you're not getting a lot of sleep. So it's not like you're springing out of bed. You may spring out of bed due to fear, which was some of what we did, had to make the timings and the alarm clock goes off and you get out of bed because you got to get everything ready and you don't want to be last. So from that perspective, you probably spring out of bed. But everything else, like, things are just stacked against you. You're not having the supplements, you're not getting the powders, you're not getting the blink and whatever else that it is that people might be interested in taking, or who usually ask me about that sort of stuff. I doubt Mark would have been taking any of that sort of stuff during his preparation for selection. He would have just been filling his guts with, good hearty meals and whatever was available, and then just getting on with the job rather than worrying about, I guess, things that maybe have become popular these days.
Specific things I want to talk about here. I want to drop you in on day 3 because you write about it in the book. We say your feet are a mess of blisters, and your solution is to pop them, tape them, and keep adding tape.
Day 3, man, that's early. Day 3, his feet are full of blisters. I wonder why that is.
For 7 days. So much tape you couldn't get your socks on. There's pus seeping through. There's infection tracking up your legs. But you had 7 more days of that and told no.
Yeah, like I said, selection during my time was around about that 9 to 10 days. A couple of the days sort of blur into each other because of the timings associated with those. I don't know if it's still like that now. But it was around that 9 to 10 days. And the breakdown was day 1, all the physical stuff. Day 2, 3, and 4 was the open country nav. Day 5 started in the morning and rolled into, because it was about a 24-hour period, rolled into day 6, which was that Von Temsky dunes or swamp. And then day 6, you started your close country navigation, and that went for 3 days. So you got that day 1 of the close country starting, then day 2 of that close country starting, and then day 3 of the close country. You get there, finished there at the end, so that's 8 days now. You have the you have a rest up, so we got a feed, hot box meal, I think I've mentioned in another video, sleep, and then you wake up the next day, so start of day 9 in the morning, and then you step off on the 60 clicker, and then in that time you had 20 hours to complete it. So day 9 you start, I can't remember the exact time that we started, but I want to say we probably stepped off with a 5-minute gap in between each candidate at around about 9 a.m, something like that. It may have been later, may have been earlier, and you get 20 hours to complete it. So that merged into what then becomes day 10. So that's why I've always shared around selection was about 9 to 10 days, depending on how you do the math, and or potentially depending on how quickly you finish the 60 clicker. So yeah, you get those 20 hours, which would put you into the next day, which would be the 10th day. And that's how that flowed. So I don't know if listening to this, it sounds like it's probably pretty similar, because, excuse me, the host is saying day 3, sounds like he's got some massive issues with his feet, and he's still got 7 days left of the selection. Now, that's like I said, that's early. It's very early to have your feet in such bad condition, which is surprising to me, given based on what Mark has shared about his preparation and work and stuff that he was doing. So again, as a TF, he's just joined the TF. He's got top shot, top recruit. He's been identified as somebody that, he met the criteria. He had some leaders and stuff there, and I think a Carter staff or a directing staff, Scully, I think was the name, who's basically, he's been given the green light. He's been given a tick. Yeah, okay, you're eligible. We'll let you give it a crack. I wonder how much time, this is another question, I wonder how much time he spent actually training and preparing for selection, which I assume he must have done that year. 18 years old, he did selection at 18. He's joined the TF at 18. It must have happened within that year. TF basic, I think basic training, I don't know how long basic training would have gone for TF in those days, maybe a few weeks. Then part-time soldiering, so he's still working civvy life, farm life, and then going reporting whenever the TF would report, or whatever. I don't know what that frequency is. I've never been TF, so I don't know what it would have been like back then, but I don't imagine it would have been very frequent. Maybe, I want to say maybe once a week, maybe twice a week, checking in, reporting in. And even then it was probably only for, I want to say maybe only for a couple of hours or something a night. So maybe 2 to 4 hours a week, if that. So yeah, I'd love to, again, wish me luck in terms of being able to interview Mark Law. I've got lots of questions, and just I'd want to go into a deeper dive with him on stuff to do with his selection, not only selection, like everything after, but that's why I say I wouldn't be able to do and get through his story or anybody's story in a 2-hour blanket interview, because I'll be probably interrupting with more questions. Bro, can you just go into more detail on that? What did you do? What sort of items were you carrying in your pack? What type of pack did you have? Did you have an Alice pack, or did you just have some sack that you turned into a pack out on the farm? Like, there's just lots of questions that I've got. How did you get good at nav? What did you do? Did you use the area where you grew up in? Did you go get a map? Where did you get your maps from? Like, I've got like, I would be digging in so much, and that might be a bit frustrating for the guests actually. But I think to help paint a bigger picture, I get a number of civilians asking me, how can I go about navigation? And we've got access to topographical maps. You can go online and you can download, you can print, you can go to stores and buy certain maps of different areas. And you can get out and practice your nav. Buy yourself a compass, silver prismatic compass, whatever you want to get you. Have it in mils, so it's similar, so you're used to working in the type of figures and digits and stuff that you're going to be using. We're not working in degrees here, we work in mils in the military. So that you're used to that. Get used to doing your 6-figure, 8-figure, 12-figure if you want to, grid references. Use the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer grid squares, all that sort of stuff. Like, civvies can get access to all of that sort of thing these days. You can go and do courses to sharpen up the navigation for those. So I've been able to share a lot of that information. But in his day, like, I was like, bro, you never had that in your time. So what did you do? Aside from just go out, maybe get lost, or you just knew the land like the back of your hand maybe, but what did you do in the areas where you didn't know the land? Like I heard him mention map to ground. So he must have got pretty competent or pretty good at navigation for him as a TF, as an 18-year-old going on an SAS selection. Yeah, there's heaps. Clearly, I've got lots running through my head that I'd love to ask him.
Nobody. At what point does hiding an injury stop being toughness and become madness?
Yeah, well, I was never going to come off just because.
At what point does hiding an injury stop being toughness and become madness? That's an interesting question. I think depending on what and I've just cut Mark off, but that's okay. I'll come back to him. I think depending on what purpose and meaning you give to the thing that you are wanting to do, no matter what it is, whether you're a professional sports player, whether you're a soldier, whether you're starting up a business, whatever drive or purpose, meaning you give that thing or those things, I like to think you're just prepared and willing to put up with whatever misery is going to happen. Shared about my experience. I've just heard him say there that he was never going to give up, and given his background and his upbringing and the terrain and the environment that he was raised in, it's pretty unlikely that he's going to let a few blisters stop him. Now, I don't know. I say a few blisters, Lincoln, not knowing how badly it was for him. But what I can say, and I've shared this before, one of the guys who's actually still serving in the unit now from my selection, his feet were a mess on the NZ selection on the first day of the close country selection, close country portion of the selection. So that's day 6, of the selection, not day 3, day 6, still 4 days left, but still not as early as 3 days in. And I remember walking past, seeing him sitting down, doing some self-care, like going to medicate his feet, to probably pop the blisters where he can, disinfect them, tape them up, socks back on, boots on, and carry on. But I remember seeing some of those in the skin where the blisters had popped and the skin had peeled off his feet. And it's like, you're like a blinking, like a zombie movie or something like that, where the flesh is just blinking off the skin. And it just looked horrendous to me. I was like, how the truck are you even still going, bro? And there he was, no complaining. It's like, yeah, feet are pretty blinking sore. Real typical. This is a Pākehā fella too. So a non-Māori fella. Good guy. From what I understood, an experienced soldier, like a Ricky Platoon support company soldier on selection. And but just very matter of fact, it's like, yeah, feet are pretty sore. Bloody just sort of try to sort them out for a bit. Socks coming off and seeing his blinking bear crackers sitting there, and just the state that they were in, I was like, far out. Anyway, he he passed, completed. I didn't sit there with him while he was going through because we've all got time to make, and you weren't allowed to talk with anybody else on your selection, let alone sit next to somebody and blink and have a gas bag out in the bush. So I was like, had a quick chat, saw his feet. I was like, man, okay. Well, and left him to it. Had all his med stuff, had his tape, had his little needles to pop any blisters and things like that. That were still there, and some ointment and things like that. It was probably betadine, I'd say, that he probably had. And then just left him to it. And I knew that I needed to crack on, and because there's no guarantee for me or anybody that we're going to be there at the end. And and he got through it. So I imagine day 3, if he's written about it in his book, I'm imagining his feet are in a pretty horrendous state.
Because, it got too hard. That was clear in my mind. The frustrating thing is, I got those injuries, and then they just got really bad. That was frustrating because I was extremely fit. I had a really good pair of boots, but only one, so that was a faux pas. But that was naivety. But yeah, when they came apart, or when I had to change those boots, the smallest, and then it started to generate those blisters, and that was brutal. And then
far out. Okay. If I'm right, so again, I would dig into this in more detail with him. I was like, what do you mean? But in my head, it sounds like he had one good pair of boots. So good pair to me, well worn in, comfortable with them. They're blinking molded to your feet, right? You don't get hot spots in them. You've been wearing them for that long. You can run all day in them, or hike all day in them, or pack march all day in them over various terrain, and your feet are fine. Sounds like they're blinking. He's blowing a gasket on those things, and obviously he's got to get other boots. So I'm assuming he's been given a brand new pair of boots. And the old GP rubber boots, even in my day in NZ, like, they were not comfortable at all. They may have looked good, I suppose, but when you're first getting them, unless you've worn those things in, they 100% for me weren't comfortable. But once I'd worn them in, for me, I was like, oh, okay, cool. These are really good. But like anything, that explains, well, to me, that makes sense why his feet are so munted so early. So I don't know when his worn boots, or his good pair of boots that he said that he only had one pair of, I don't know when those blew out, but it must have blown out pretty early. Or it could have blown out at blinking day 2, and then he's been issued new boots. It doesn't take long getting brand new boots, covering a heck of a lot of kilometers during that time. So if this is day 3, he's done day 1 all the physical stuff. Day 2, day 3 is just the first 2 days of the open country navigation, because you still got the 3rd day, and then you've got everything else. So that's early. But that type of terrain that you're covering, and the distances that you're covering over the navigation phase, that first phase navigation, that wouldn't surprise me then, if he's been issued with brand new boots on day 2 as an example, and he's been yomping in those all day, and then again into the next day, which is now day 3, your feet are going to be wrecked. Give you an army issue pair of the boots of what they were back in the day. If that's what happened, that makes more sense to me. In terms of day 3, his feet just sounds like pretty munted and destroyed. That would be frustrating. I think he said that as well. Frustrating because he was very, very fit. I have no doubt he was super fit. Bloody. Yeah, okay, new boots. That makes sense. What was the question? And becoming dangerous or something. Become tough, or then just becoming dangerous or whatever. Yeah, again, to me, if it's got real meaning and purpose to you, well, then I like to think you're going to put through and suffer and struggle through whatever that is, or put up with the haters or whatever. Like for me, so here's an example that comes to mind for me. Social media. Trolls, or whatever you want to call them. People will come out of the woodwork, comment. I still get that. I'll be fair. I don't think I've seen that many. I don't think I get that many in terms of numbers wise of trolls that are bashing my channel or my space or whatever. I can't say that I really care. I think it's interesting if there is, because because clearly they've been spending time on the channel, you know what I mean? And so when I laugh and just put a laughing face there, I just think to myself, well, they'll either come back or they'll stop. I don't particularly care either way. But that, and some of the people that I've spoken with that have been hesitant to do social media at all, let alone show a video of themselves, even though they've got some great skills and experience, because they don't want to have to deal with the haters or the trolls, whatever they want to call themselves, or whatever we call them. And that's interesting to me, but it's a good self-observation for those individuals, I think, because if you're not prepared to put up with that, then don't do it, because that may not be, dare I say, it may not be good for those people or that person's mental health and well-being. If you don't have the term thick skin gets used, but I think it's probably a bit more than that. If you don't have the ability to switch off from social media, if you don't have the ability to disregard retards when they throw comments, and if you can't have fun with it. So some of those retards, when they send comments through or whatever, I'll engage, like, because the inner child in me is still got that that wiring and mindset, right or wrong, and so I don't mind it. Other times I just think, holy heck, these people are just that far out the gate. They'll come and keep typing out new message on the same video or on different videos, and clearly they've taken the time to write something out. And I just think, oh yeah, I can't be bothered. A, can't be bothered reading it all, and B, can't be bothered trying to respond to the things in there. So just put a laughing face and then just leave it. Because they're either, like I said, they're either going to come back or they're going to go, oh, that's bloody rubbish. Like, I was waiting for more, I was waiting for you to come back with more and articulate other things and justify yourself and explain why. And I was like, yeah, nah, I've got better things to do. I've got more reaction videos to do, or I've got other things that I want to do and enjoy. And I don't need to spend all my time trying to answer your stuff. You've come to my channel. I didn't force you to come here, bros. If you don't like it, then can truck off. So you know what I mean? People, and I guess if people aren't wired that way, this is just like a self-reflection at the moment for me from a social media perspective, but trying to link it to this reaction video here. Whatever you give purpose and meaning to, and whatever you enjoy at the end of the day, then do you. Don't worry about other people. You'll find your tribe anyway. I've found a number of people that are really strong supporters of my space, which I'm super grateful for. At the same time, there are likely a number of people that maybe just want to observe from the sidelines and don't want to engage because maybe they're undecided or they're unsure, or maybe they just flat out disagree, but they don't want me to call them a retard. or they're, dare I say, I don't think they're concerned, but maybe they just don't want to engage. They just prefer observing and then having their own opinions, and or coming back later on under some blinking alias handle and then typing out their disagreements or whatever. And I just think that's them. That's fine for them, but I don't need to let that affect me. And so again, if it's got nothing to do with being tough, from the social media perspective, because there's nothing tough about punching away on a keyboard, nothing tough about sitting in front of a camera and talking away and or giving your opinion. That's all you're actually doing, and understanding that my opinion, your opinion are going to be different to other people's, and there may be some people that align with your opinion or with my opinion, which is cool, but it's not the be all and end all. It wouldn't bother me if there was nobody out there that agreed with my opinion. I've committed to doing social media. I know that it's a long journey. I know that it's going to take time, and I know that eventually, at some point and somewhere along the way, things will work out the way that they're meant to, and I'll find and or identify people, or people will identify with my channel and go, you know what? I like that stuff. He may not really make sense a lot of the time, but I like it. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense anyway. And people can take that and apply that to whatever situation they find themselves in, Well, that's what I'm going to do anyway. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Fourth day, you know, like there was major issues going on, and the blisters were right around the side of my heels, all under the toes, and between your toes. It takes a long time if, like, you get your boots off at the end of the day, and you got to try and get all your tape off, and then just clean up pop blisters, either cut them off or, you know, put some betadine on them or treat them up, and then tape them all up again. It's tough going.
Bloody hell, yeah, that sounds like my mate's blinking feet from my selection in '98, and what his feet were like, what he's just described. But he makes again a really good point around the time element that's consuming. So you have to sit down, whether it's at the end of a day, still going to probably get mucked around depending on what time of the evening it is and when the staff actually leave you to your own devices for the rest of the evening, because you've got kit to sort out that's all dirty. You've got your weapon to clean, because that's probably going to get inspected the next day and make sure that that's good to go. You've got your own personal hygiene and stuff to sort out, and you've got your body care, your self-care, your feet and all that sort of stuff to make sure, because you want to be as good to go as you can be for the next day. And your laundry and all that sort of stuff. So, and all of those things take time. And when you are hungry, when you're tired, and you know that you're probably going to be in for another flogging the next day, you really want to get some rest. But it's important that you do all of those other things first, that you get your kit squared away, that you clean your weapon and that thing's good to go, that you look after your hygiene, that you get your feet right, that those things, any self-medication type stuff with your self-medication, there's no painkillers, it's just tape and a needle to pop it and maybe some betadine. So you're not getting any paracetamol or Voltaren or anti-inflammatories or anything like that. You've got literally the bare bones basics, and then the tap and stuff in the bathroom to go and wash yourself and or wash the dirt and or pus and stuff out of any issues that you might have going on in your feet. But where was I going with it is that stuff takes time. If you've already got your feet taped up and they're already sore and you've got other blisters, taking the tape off takes time. Popping new blisters takes time. Draining those takes time. May not be a lot of time, but it can be. Then trying to disinfect those, then letting it dry out, then reapplying fresh tape. Like, all of that's chewing into your time to get your head down and get some rest. Doing your laundry is chewing into your time. You got to wash that, dry that, then get it back in your gear. Cleaning your gear and checking and making sure that you got all your gear, that takes time. Cleaning your weapon, that takes time. Like, all of that sort of, and all those things that are implemented as part of selection intentionally is designed specifically for that. Like, you are going to have very little time and sleep to get yourself sorted and squared away, but you're expected to do it. You're expected to show that you can do these basics and still turn up the next day and still put in a good shift. And more than just put in a good shift, meet the minimum requirements of what's expected for that day. The only other downside is you don't know exactly what those minimum requirements are. So you have to push. And if you don't, and if you're not prepared to do that, and if your work of 1 hour pack march a week is what you've been judging and basing your preparation on prior to going into selection, don't get me wrong, it wasn't just 1 hour pack work. They were doing running, they were doing strength sessions, they were doing swimming, whole bunch of other training. But the pack focus, in terms of what I was talking about back then when I was speaking, for those individuals, to me, seems massively inadequate. And hopefully, people listening to Mark talking about it, and if anybody's listened to anybody else share some of their experience with their selection, it should be enough of a blanket top tip to go, okay, yeah, maybe I need to spend more time with the pack on my back, rather than just lifting lots of heavy weights and feeling the strength increase and looking a certain way, whatever. That's all well, like, if that's what you want to do, go for it. But if your intent is to go on selection and look to pass selection, then you probably need to reassess and readjust the type of training that you're doing to give you the better chance of getting through that. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying now because I went off on a tangent with that one. So we'll come back to Mark.
especially when they're mucking around doing other things and you need to be making timings and stuff.
Where does the mind go when you're waking up and you're like, right, I've got another day in ahead of me. My feet are killing me, but I've just got to get through it. Like, is it
There's
just
levels to your feet killing you as well, isn't there? Like there's you and me going at the end of the day, going, my feet are killing me, honestly. I've got to get off my feet. And then there's that level of it. You know what I mean? Like,
That's a great comment. I like that. I'm going to go back. I think I probably nearly missed that. There's levels to your feet killing you. There's you and me getting up and saying, oh, my feet are killing me, mate. You know, I need to get off my feet. And then there's, what did you say? Then there's this trucking level.
ahead of me. My feet are killing me, but I've just got to get through it. Like, is it
there's
just
levels to your feet killing you as well, isn't there? Like there's you and me going at the end of the day, going, my feet are killing me, honestly. I've got to get off my feet. And then there's that level of it. You know what I mean? Like,
but is it just mindset? Is it just mindset to I'm going to push through this no matter what? I'm just not stopping.
Yeah, simply that. Yeah.
who dares wins, right? That's the
Oh, that's a nice, I like the way he's answered it. Let's see how long I can drag out my answer for. But the host asked him the question, which had the answer in it already. And Marcus just said, yeah, that's it. You just get up and move and carry on. It's like what Bill Bestick has shared when I interviewed him. Can't remember the exact wordings that he used, but he's looked at the map, looked at the ground, gone, well, I can't cover this, 10, 15, 20 kilometer distance like right now. And I don't know that I can. But what I know that I can do right now is I can get back up on my feet. Gets back up on his feet. Well, I still don't know that I can cover this 10, 15, 20 kilometer distance in the time frame given. But I know what I can do right now is I can take another step, and then another step, and another step, and another step. And so just breaking things down into the things that you can do, narrowing that focus. Some people have said just focus on the next 3 feet in front of you, taking that next step. And hence why I've spoken about in a whole bunch of my videos, maybe not so much recently, but that importance of continuing to turn up, take one day at a time, put one foot in front of the other, and just chip away. Things will get better. And believe it or not, you do end up getting closer to that checkpoint. So I love what he's spoken about there, the way that the host asked the question, but also answered it, and the way that Mark just answered the question. Yeah, that's basically it. Just get up and just keep chipping away. Just keep going. A good message just for life in general, I think.
Yeah, we don't know much about who dares wins by that stage, but all you know is like, okay, I need to be at the end. Maroon, the wing dagger.
I just heard him say Maroon. Hang on.
The end. Maroon, the wing dagger.
The Maroon dagger. Wow. Okay. I don't know when the changeover to the Sandy Beret took place. It's not something that I've looked into. Again, people will be like, that's blasphemy, Joe. What the truck? But he's clearly from the time or the era with the Maroon beret, same wing dagger, but different color beret. And then obviously it's been the Sandy beret for as long as I could, well, during my time and before that as well. But his time, Maroon, the Maroon beret and wing dagger. Interesting.
I know there's a lot of work you need to be doing, okay, I'll just put some more tape on, see how it goes, get out the door. And then, as always,
I'll just put some more tape on. We'll see how it goes. One of the lads over in the UK, I think, Tutu Dazza, that stops by here from time to time. I think that was one of his things. I think he said he would say to himself, I'll quit tomorrow. And then tomorrow would come, and then he'd say the same thing again and again and again. And obviously get to the end of selection. And, that tomorrow, or that mindset or self-comment of I'll quit tomorrow just doesn't eventuate, because, tomorrow comes and then you say the same thing again, or then you just repeat that cycle. So I thought that was pretty cool when he shared that.
It's really painful when you first start going. And then, but, a quarter of an hour after, it all comes numb, it all becomes one, and, the straps on your shoulders hurt. And the next minute they're giving you tasks. So you need to be over there, and halfway through the day, oh yeah, okay, and you're still going.
Really valid point what he shared there. Now, my feet were never blistered up or anything like what he's described for his, and definitely not like one of the boys from the selection that I was on here in NZ. But the pain that he's talking about I did have some blisters, but nothing like what he's described. Like I can just visualize that and know that my feet weren't like that. And I've spoken about my feet weren't really in too bad a shape until nearing the end of the final phase in NZ, the 60 clicker, where my feet just swelled up. And again, hindsight, I would have stopped more regularly, taken more frequent breaks, but shorter breaks. And I think that would have stopped all the blood and everything that was just flowing down into my feet, because I chose to stay on my feet for so long because I just wanted to hammer out that 60 kilometers. Like I wanted to get it done as soon as I could. And I think I ended up finishing that, must have been, I want to say somewhere between probably 14 hours, maybe 13 and a half to 15 hours. Wouldn't have been more than 15 hours anyway, but still long enough. I wanted to try to do it faster, but I couldn't, especially when my feet started getting more and more fluid in them and swelling up and just more painful. And so for me anyway, I've spoken about when I did sit down and stop and put my feet up, I had this massive rush of blood away from my feet. That was really painful. I'd never felt anything like that before. And then when I'd get back on my feet, so it'd be really painful, but then the pain would go away. I was like, oh, cool, that's great. Oh, awesome, they're back to normal. But then as soon as I got back on my feet, it was like just this massive rush of, must have been fluid or blood going back into the feet. Skin got really tight again, and the pain in my feet was just, miserable, horrendous for me anyway. Not this wasn't blister related. It was purely just the swelling in my feet. They started to swell up like a balloon. And they got purple at the end. Like I didn't realize that till I took my boots and stuff off, which was a bit of a mission. And then just seeing the swelling of my feet and how fat they were, and all the fluid and stuff that was in there, because I blink and young, dumb, naive, all that sort of stuff. I stayed on my feet for ages, just pushing, shuffling, walking in between, wanting to try to get to the end as soon as I could. Wasn't thinking about pacing myself. I knew that, I felt like I knew it was the last thing, so I just kept hammering. But that pain that he's describing, getting back on your feet, for him from the blister perspective, and I'm sure there's probably some swelling in his feet as well. Mine was predominantly from all the swelling in my feet. Get back up. Man, I just had to stand there and suck that for, felt like a few minutes, just hunched over with my pack at that stage while everything just rushed back into my feet, and the pain just started to take hold. And it felt like, probably one of the ways that I would describe it, it felt like not only the skin stretching for me, but like somebody stabbing them with sharp things, like my feet were being stabbed. That's what it felt like. And I felt like if I took a step, that it was going to puncture, like have a blowout in my foot or something. So I needed to stand there and just stay hunched over with my pack on, holding my weapon in one hand, and or sometimes with two hands, but holding it across my thighs and hunched over, and just waiting for the pain to subside in my feet and then start stepping off again. So I can relate in my own way, not from the blisters perspective and or the tape that he had on his feet, but in my own way to what he's talking about. The pain is there. It then starts to go away. You then start to move, and then everything else hurts. So then that distracts you from, or distracted me from, my feet. But where it would start to play on my mind again was when I knew and felt like, I was like, okay, man, my shoulders are really killing me here. My back is killing me here. I need to have a break now. But then the dread of sitting down and all of the blood rushing away again, feeling that pain, then having the euphoria of the pain is gone, and then getting back to my feet and then having all the pain come back. So I spoke about in other videos, I started to stop sitting down and just stopped and hunched over, and it's probably the same sort of position that I just described earlier. Arms resting across my thighs, holding my weapon in two hands, not watching any arcs at that stage. Like, especially once it started getting dark, I'm like, all I'm trying to do is just survive and get to the end. And I know I don't want to sit down, because I was worried. And I think I've spoken about this in the interview with my brother-in-law. I think I did get to the stage where I worried that if I sat down, that the pain of when I get, like, either the pain rushing away and not wanting to get back up might start to play too much in my head. So I thought, well, I'll just remove that as an option and I'll stay on my feet, and I'll just hunch over as much of a tabletop as I can, and just use my arms on my thighs as the other legs of the Blinken tabletop, so to speak. Rest my pack in that position. That seemed to take some pressure off my shoulders, took the pressure off the lower part of my back. It just meant that this weight was plonked sitting right in the middle of my back, but middle upper back, which wasn't as bad. So my shoulders could get some respite, my lower back could get a rest, and I didn't have to put up with that the blood rushing away from my feet and stuff again, and or rushing back into it. So yeah, that must have been, I can't imagine what it must have been like with the blisters that he had. That would be different again. It's like this, the skin on your feet are just stripping back more and more layers. That's what's going through my head anyway when I think of this guy and what he's described, and when I think of my mate and the state that I saw his feet. His feet already had skin, large parts already gone and removed. And so with every step that this guy's taking, and that my mate would have been taking, that's just another layer, you know what I mean? And connect. That sounds yuck just thinking about it.
So it's not till you get back on the trucks at the end of the day and take them back, and then you're sort of sitting a little bit, and pressure comes off your feet, and they're like, wow.
You referenced the swamp there, and I think you've got physical pain to deal with. The swamp is a little bit of psychological warfare, right?
Well, I didn't know that he did the swamp. Okay, so yeah, like I've shared before, I think people probably don't even believe me when I said, oh yeah, it was either dunes or the swamp. They're like, I've only ever seen the dunes. I've not heard anybody talk about the swamp. I'm interested to hear what he has to say about that.
Was it some treats or something like that? That one of the instructors is sort of teasing you guys with.
The swamp is it's an incredible place. It's just, you get off the truck, stand there. There's just willows and blackberry, and then you climb down, and then the water goes from here to here, and you're like, oh yeah, and they go, there's your bearing, go crack.
Well, I've heard some guys from the unit talk about the swamp and how deep it was for them, and their feet being like, just, when you stay in the water for ages and then you get all the wrinkle, like prunes turned into a prune on your fingertips and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, well, that's what they described in their feet. And then you've still got 3 days close country navigation. Then you've still got the 60 clicker. So you can't tell me that their feet being all mushed, made even softer in that time, that's going to have massive impacts on your ability to walk and move and stuff after, and or just the softness of your skin, I would imagine, and the ability for it to easily tear.
Tom, at that stage, we popped out just before the evening onto a road. Okay, guys, was going to have a break here. Anyone need to medically, sort yourself out? Anyone want to leave again? Always asking that. No. And then, and it's okay, righto, you're done there. So was still a break, and so I said, okay, get into the swamp. So we're like, okay, so we all went down there, and it was, I think, 5 or 6 of us.
I wonder if they knew that the swamp was going to be 24 hours, like 20 to 24 hours. I wonder if that was information in the little booklet that he mentioned earlier. Like, what info was in that booklet? I'd love to know.
So it was just sort of the roads there and the swamps there, and we sort of, sit down on your pack, so your packs have disappeared under the water, and you're sitting there like that, and then he gets out a real nice cake, and he puts it on his pack, and yeah, sweet. I was like, oh man, cake.
I was just saying, he's sitting there, he said, I was thinking, oh, mean cake. And just that, what he's described there of the directing staff, and just some of the mind games that come with selection and cycle. The fact that the directing staff went out of his way to place the cake on top of his pack, which is dry and out of the swamp, and then takes the time to go, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, however many there are, and then starts cutting the cake like each person's going to get some. I already know where this is going. Ain't none of them getting any of that cake.
And then he just picks one out, and then he just grabs all the rest, puts it in the pack. Hey, new bearing. And by then, people just weren't happy, and the night.
So yeah, like I said, I already knew where that was going. Nobody's getting any cake on Von Tempsky in the dunes or the Blinken swamp. Packs it back up, puts it back in his pack. Okay, new bearing. Set your bearing in, and that's where you're going. Holy heck, morale must have been low after that. I would say the anticipation levels, the mouth watering, the sitting there thinking, "Oh man, awesome! At least we're going to get some cake," only to have all of that just taken away in a split second. I could imagine individuals' morale is going to go.
Phase of the swamp took its toll on people. A lot of people left.
Were you ever actually close to the body giving up on you or dropping out?
My mind was strong, but it was getting peppered, by the pain,
I like that. I think the guys that get through it, strong minds, but yeah, everybody's getting peppered. And interesting what he said, a lot of people left. I wonder how many people started his selection and how many were left at the end. I'm sure that's going to come up, but when he says a lot of people left, I wonder how many left, because there's usually not often is there many people left or at the stage of Von Temsky. Not normally anyway. I think my selection may have been one of those exceptions, and even then we still lost 1 or 2 people. And that selection in '98 we finished with 12, so we would have got to Von Temsky with at least 13 or 14 on there, which is pretty high number, or at least it was in that time from what we had heard. And then to have so many complete and pass as well at the end is also quite high. But the it's all important, but the interesting part about that is that there's at least 5 people that I know of from that selection whereby it was at least their second time. And Bolton, as we know, is one of those 5. That was his third one. So there's at least 5 from that 12 of us that completed, that passed, that completed, but not everybody got through to the cycle that had attempted selection before. So they had an idea of what to expect. I don't know how far they got, but again, like I've always shared, if it's important to you, blink and you'll go back and do it again. And it is not uncommon for people to fail their first selection. So don't beat yourself up over it. Yes, we'd all like to get through selection and pass it first time. Everybody would. But the reality is, if it's that important to you, again, whatever meaning you give it for yourself, you're just prepared to go back and do it again. And you'll be willing to suffer and just go through it again as many times as it takes, as many times as they will allow you within reason, I think, until you crack it. And so, yeah, I'm pretty sure there would have been more than 5, but those are just the 5 out of the 12 of us off the top of my head. 6 right now. Poe is the other fella. I hadn't remembered him until just now. So I reckon there's definitely more than 6 of those of us 12 that were on there. That's at least 50% right there, straight off the bat, from that 12. So maybe if it was their first time, maybe they might not have got through or completed and might have just ended up with 6 of us if there was. But I do think that there were a couple of others. I just can't confirm because I didn't ask them. Anyway.
And what happened is it just become really, really difficult to like stay on your feet and walk, because the pain was like way past my feet, they were really getting into my body. And I remember, right at the end, it was dark. And I remember I was just shuffling by then, because if you try and step, it's really sore. But if you shuffle, like you're skidding on the ground a bit, it's a bit easier. And I remember like pulling on this bank on the side of the road, and I was just like leaning on it, going, "Oh man, come on, buddy!" It must be.
I wonder what that's for. Leaning on a bank on the side of a road. Have I missed something? Have we gone past the swamp? Sorry, I'm just going back. Did I rattle on so long that I missed the completion of the swamp?
It was like way past my feet. They were really getting into. Night phase of the swamp took its toll on people. A lot of people left.
Were you ever actually close to the body giving up on you or dropping out?
My mind was strong, but it was getting peppered, by the pain, and.
Maybe maybe that was the last comment to do with the swamp. A lot of people left. Maybe they've gone into another part of the conversation. Maybe they edited other stuff out. Doesn't sound like maybe they're not talking about specifically the swamp anymore is what I'm getting at.
And what happened is it just become really, really difficult to like stay on your feet and walk, because the pain was like way past my feet, they were really getting into my body. And I remember, right at the end it was dark, and I remember like, I was just shuffling by then, like, because if you try and step, it's really sore, but if you shuffle, like you're skidding on the ground a bit, it's a bit easier. And I remember like pulling on this bank.
Techniques with pack marching is a few questions that I've received recently from people. Oh, could I do some videos on pack marching technique, going up hills, flats, down hills, etc. I was like, oh man, really? Don't know that I'll do that. But interesting, just hearing him speak now about the shuffling and that being a little bit easier. Maybe that's, I think there probably is some value in that. I'd probably say to those people that have asked, have a look online, see if there are people that have already done some videos and stuff on that, going uphill, downhill, shuffling versus walking, striding out, versus shortening that step and all that sort of thing. Dare I say running with the pack on if you're able to, and or just get out and test and adjust it for yourself. Like I wasn't watching no YouTube and didn't ask anybody, didn't have any. I don't. That never even entered my mind actually. The thought around stride efficiency, if that's the right term, and or what's the best way of going uphill? What's the best way to shuffle when I'm moving? Like I just probably much like Mark, you just figure it out as you go. Like this feels better and easier when I move this way for your body. You know what I mean? This feels better when I'm doing this or when I have to go uphill. This feels better when I'm on the flat. This feels better when I'm going downhill. It feels not only better, but it feels a bit safer, and I can move a lot quicker than where I was when I was on the flats or going uphill. Obviously, going to move quicker than going uphill. Some of that meant, I naturally shortened my stride going uphill. Some of that meant I could extend my stride to somewhat of a normal stride on the flats, but not necessarily fully normal because you're laden with blinking weight on your back. And then going downhill, rather than trying to have that normal stride with the pack on, I shortened it again, but I could move quicker because I had gravity and or momentum going downhill, so not having as much resistance trying to lean into it. The bloody NCOs would say, just lean into it, let the hill do the work. I used to hate that, but I used to laugh about it too. Just lean into it, let the hill do the work. Let the hill do the work. What trucking sort of bloody rubbish is that? This hill ain't doing no work. I'm doing the work.
On the side of the road, and I was just like leaning on it, going, oh man, come on, buddy, it must be close. We must be close. And then heard a little noise coming along the road because we're not allowed to talk to each other on selection.
And, I wanted to ask about that.
Yeah,
you can't.
No, not if you're not permitted.
You're not supposed to, but you do try. Like I definitely, like I've spoken about, I spoke with guys, and they spoke with me, and they spoke with other guys. Like if you cross paths, have a little chat where you could, but you definitely weren't having a kickback and relax and just openly gas bag away to each other.
To speak to other candidates.
He said they muck you around a bit.
Yeah, they'll muck you around a bit. Yeah, they. Anyway, a mate of mine who's sort of passed and went on to amazing things. Old Dave, he pulled in and said, "How you going?" I was like, "Nah, man, I just cannot get my bloody legs going." And he's going, oh, "You got to, because it's not far away." And I was like, "Yeah," and he goes, "Yeah, it's not far away."
His mate Dave, is this a mate Dave who was on selection with him? See, I'd love to ask him about this. He just said he had a mate Dave who passed and went on to do things. So Dave is either on selection with him and just gotten to know him during selection. No, it wouldn't be a badge member. No, it wouldn't. I was just thinking then, Dave, was that a directing staff's come up and said to him, "You've got to, because it's not far away"? I doubt that. I've never heard of that happening. I doubt that would happen. So it must be this guy Dave that he's talking about. Must be one of the guys, one of the candidates on selection with him.
And I was like, okay. And so
Did
I
any part of you think that was another psychological?
Nah, I was banking on him being a good mate. So
Okay, it must have been one of the other candidates on selection. Crack up.
and in my mind, I knew, it was dark by then. We started off at like daylight and done a whole day or into the dark. So I was getting close. Either going to fail because I wouldn't get there in 20 hours, or I'd see something. And then not.
Oh, sounds like he's talking about the 60 clicker. I just heard him say this was either going to fail because I wasn't going to get there in 20 hours. He must be talking about the final part. So either the Between Two Beers podcast hosts, I was going to say podcast posts, have either edited out a bunch of other stuff that he may have been talking about, to do with the swamp, to do with the close country navigation before going on the 60 clicker, or the conversation's just fast forwarded organically to what sounds like the last part of the selection anyway.
Long after that, I thought down this long straight, I could see these little red lights, and obviously the staff all use red lights, so it's not like easily seen and reading maps or times or watches and or names. And I was like, it looks like a red light. That must be the checkpoint. And anyway, got in there, and
he must be talking about the 60 clicker.
I remember, getting to the staff sergeant or the staff soldier and said, yeah, it's Lawser, and he goes, okay, well done, get on the truck. And then I was like, damn, mean, made it.
And elevates everyday living.
It's the adverts on it.
You've probably seen videos like these blowing up all over social media. Well, the good news is that you can create them.
And that was it.
What is that feeling like
Yeah.
when you're in a combination of just excruciating pain, and you must have real pride and feeling of, I've done this thing at 18.
I couldn't wait to tell mum and dad. Man, I cracked it, So
18. Right, I bet. Like I actually lost sight of that, the fact that he was 18, again, as he's been talking through all of this sort of stuff, from his experience on selection and NZ as an 18-year-old. That's hearty, man. Like, I wonder. He's clearly, for me anyway, the youngest person I've ever, and I've shared before when people said, "Oh, 20, that's young." I said, "Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure I'd heard of that there may have been somebody 19. 19 was the age that I thought was the youngest, and I can visualize the person who I seem to recall people saying, "Oh, that guy over there did selection at 19." And I don't think I ever heard of or if there was anybody that was younger than that. I thought 19, wow, that's 18 in Connect. I mean, 19, that's awesome. 18 is awesome as well. I think in BUDS, their basic underwater demolition SEALs training, I think they can go on there as young as 17. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure when I did a reaction to that class of 234, there were 17-year-olds and all sorts on there. So that's blinking hectic, choosing to go and do something like that at 17. Like, just again, outliers. There's these outliers out there that they're out there doing blinking, very unassuming, and just going about their business, doing in whatever it is, whatever field it is that they're in. And this guy, clearly one of those, 18 years old. I wonder how many other 18-year-olds this fella's experience is going to inspire. I think maybe the earliest way, or one of the best ways for any other 18-year-old wanting to do selection, would probably be reserve as well, TF. Just because of, I suppose, the convenience of that. You're still essentially a civvy. You do your reporting in, whatever that time frame is from a TF perspective, getting some exposure, but you'd want to have a lot of very similar determination and drive as what this guy had. And dare I say, maybe even some of his upbringing too. Remote, hearty, hard work, laboring, very self-reliant in regards to his type of upbringing by the sounds of things. So if you don't, if you're missing a lot of those things, it might not work out in your favor, but it's not to say it's impossible. Wow. Okay. This does sound like he's at the end of and completed the 60 Clipper.
So, but yeah, I couldn't get on the truck. The boys had to throw me out and get me on. And then I just laid on the truck all the way back to Papakura.
You've achieved this thing and you've gone through selection and you're the youngest to do it. But then you find out that actually you can't get in for some reasons that they come up with. So what happened after that?
In my case, they said I passed, but I was too young and I was inexperienced as a soldier. So they didn't want me to start the cycle and potentially fail.
Okay. I think I know what he's going to talk about. So they must have just got him to go do a core training, infantry core training, and or spend some time in an infantry battalion, because that's what they did with the two TF guys from my selection in NZ. They passed, accepted for cycle, but they just couldn't start the cycle the following year with those of us that were able to start the following year. They the unit, fair and reasonable, wanting to set them up for success, sent them down to Christchurch to do infantry core training, if I remember correctly, and then spend about a year in a battalion. So I'd imagine that that's probably what's happened here, which makes sense. Like 18, no military experience other than TF, awesome job, smack selection, Lincoln, 18 years of age, youngest to ever do it. And then the learning curve and the activities and the soldiering skills and stuff that you need to have and that you're going to be expected to pick up in a very short period of time, the learning curve is steep. So I'm picking that they get him to go do a core training and probably spend some time in a battalion. Maybe they got him to spend longer in a battalion. Maybe they got him to spend 2 years. I don't know.
Just my inexperience, soldiering experience. And so I was like, oh, man. And they said, oh, you're going to have to go to battalion for a year. And I was like, oh, nah, I don't want to do that. And I was like, no, I'll be all right. And they said, no. Way you go, mate. Return. We're looking forward to seeing you in a year's time.
It's awesome that he tried to go, oh, no, I'll be all right. Yeah, the unit, like, as hard as it is and as confronting as it may be, and, you know, people may have their opinions of it and that sort of thing from a, dare I say, a negative perspective in some respects. And I do know some people that have gone on past selection or completed selection but didn't get selected and then have, you know, walked away. This is from the New Zealand selection, and never went back and have been quite bitter towards the unit. To be quite honest, I know I was bitter towards the unit for a long period of time after what happened with my situation. Like, I definitely had the thought of, well, truck you fellas, I'm going to take the training that I received from cycle and I'm going to go to Australia. so I definitely, I can relate to that. I can understand people having maybe some, dare I say, some resentment. I'm glad that I've, you know, on reflection, been able to wake up to myself and just go, you know, they were fair and reasonable, bruz. Like, they gave you every opportunity to come back. Yeah, it wasn't what you wanted. You know, you had to, they wanted you to come back, do half the cycle again. It is what it is, but you should have just picked your lip up and you should have just gone, well, I've passed it the first time. I can come back and pass this again, you know, and then carry on and go from there. Put that behind you and then crack on with the work. You didn't. You chose to have a sook and you went to Australia. So those things there, in terms of what he's talking about, I just love that he goes, no, I'll be all right. But they said, no, off you go. So he didn't have to do a core training, which is cool for him. But spending a year in battalion, again, is just another example of the unit's fair and reasonable approach and wanting to set, and I've shared this many times, wanting to set candidates up for success before they go on to the cycle. Last thing you want to do is go onto a cycle very, very inexperienced. Essentially, he's a civvy coming from Civvy Street in TF. He's done a few weeks basic training. He's done some shooting. Yes, he was top shot. Yes, he was top recruit. But cycle is just a whole nother level, whole nother level of soldiering when it comes to the patrol procedures, the counterterrorism, the demolitions that you're using, the live fire maneuvers that you're going to be doing, the types of, you know, jumping out of aircraft now at that stage, and just all the types of checks and balances and repetition and pressure and stress that candidates are on during the cycle as well, constantly just under the microscope, and you feel that pressure every day. And yeah, it's just a very another level again. Yeah, unless you've been in that type of thing or situation or environment, it's hard. It's hard to describe. I think, well, at least it's hard for me to describe.
Is that demoralizing?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, because I'd sort of built myself up that you do selection and then you're in. But so I didn't really know much about the cycle.
The cycle training you're talking about is
It's interesting. Yeah, interesting that he found it demoralizing. But I guess just hearing what he spoke about then, I can understand why he maybe felt it was demoralizing, because he didn't know much about it. And he built himself up to, like, if you complete selection. So that's why I always use those terms. There's completing selection and then there's passing selection, in my opinion. You can complete selection but not be selected. Like, it's just well done, handshake, but yeah, not suitable for cycle. So you have an option: go away, reapply, come back. You have to do the whole selection again. It doesn't mean you go away, reapply. Oh, but I passed selection. I completed selection before, so can I go on to cycle now? No, you got to go through the whole selection again. Do everything again, and then you'll get the decision again at the end if you're still there. You either completed or you passed. Passing selection, you've completed it and you have been accepted to progress onto the cycle. Now, whether that's a year later, which it sounds like it was in Mark's case, or whether it's the following year, like less than a year, so you finish selection and then finish out the rest of that year back at your unit, then you start afresh, the brand new cycle that is starting the following year, which is usually what happens. And that'll go for roughly about a year, 8 to 10 months to 12 months of back-to-back courses and learning, and dare I say immersion into the craft, into the trade. That's your other option. So or that's the other option that's presented to you. And so the resentment can happen with some people that maybe complete selection and feel like they shouldn't have to do selection again, and or some people have no resentment. They've completed it and they've gone, wow, I'm just happy with that. Like, I'm stoked. I've proven to myself that I can and that I could complete a selection course or the SA selection course, and they go away pretty happy, a number of those people. But it's those that actually did want to be there and serve there, or at least said that they wanted to be, but didn't pass, so therefore didn't get selected for the cycle, and then they end up being fairly resentful in regards to what's happened, which, like I said, I can understand that. Maybe over time, maybe like me, they've woken up to themselves, let's say, and gone, yeah, like, I should have just gone back. If I really wanted to be there, I should have just gone back and done selection again. So clearly I didn't really want to be there as badly as I thought I did, and I chose not to go back.
tracking, mountaineering, amphib, parachuting, counter terrorism, and you write about like the connection you make with the cycle mates lasts forever, and the 7 of them that you did it with have become lifelong friends. We are sponsored by One New Zealand.
7 of them is what I just heard him say. So it must have been 7 on his cycle. Doesn't mean that was 7 who completed selection, because he went to battalion for a year. So I wonder how many passed the selection or completed and passed the selection.
So we always look for a moment of connection, one of our shared values. That seems like, can you talk about like why that closeness is developed through cycle training as opposed to the sort of the selection? Is it maybe because you weren't able to talk to them during selection? But why are those bonds so close during cycle training?
It's because there's so much pressure going on you to meet the standard, maintain the tempo. You are under a microscope,
and don't be a shit. CUNT. That was one of the comments as well. One of the main comments: don't be a ball bag, don't be a dickhead, don't be a shit CUNT, with regards to being on cycle. You get found out pretty quick. But I like what he shared. Yeah, let's let him carry on.
Scope, like, you're really looked at like all the time. There's no let up, and so the best and easiest way to get through all that is to share and work together with someone else. The military are really good at that. I've got your back, you've got my back. We work together to overcome things.
Yeah, I think people within the military are good at that. I don't know about the military as a whole. Lincoln or Anus Campbell over in Australia, he ain't too good at it. And dare I say, other ADF leaders who have been blinking dodging their responsibilities, dare I say, with regards to allegations and stuff that have happened over in Australia. But I think that's the same across the board. Like the soldiers and people within the military, typically, not all of them, are pretty good in those types of spaces that he's talking about. When they're saying, I've got your back, you've got mine. Yeah, I guess it depends on who's in charge and what type of person they are and what experiences they have and how they look to apply that from a leadership perspective or from a run and hide perspective. No, it wasn't me.
That you wouldn't do singularly. So the cycle, because of the diversity of the training, the tempo, there's so much of it is live explosives, live rounds. You're getting out and out of helicopters. There's a lot going on where you need to be on point. You just can't do it by yourself, and so you forge an awesome friendship due to pressure, but due to needing to get to the end and succeed. And so you learn a truckload about each other, that's for sure.
I love what he shared there. Like those things are all true. And obviously he's about to say a bit more. But one of the parts that sticks out for me in terms of those friendships and the relationships is the trust that you build with the guys that you're on cycle with. Like he's just described some of the stuff there and the hectic nature of it and the tempo of it and the relentlessness of the directing staff, who, without being on your case all the time, without yelling and abusing you all the time, from time to time they might blink and call you a few colorful names. And they might run you into the ground from a PT perspective from time to time. That's normal. But more often than not, then they are speaking to you just normally. And so you don't know whether you're doing, like I've shared before, you don't know whether you're doing well, you don't know whether you're doing poorly. But everybody having been under that same sort of pressure, it can't help but form closer, tighter bonds, and the need to work together is a definite reality, because right from the jump that these are going to be the guys that you're going to be depending on. These are going to be the guys when the crap hits the fan and there's nobody else there on the ground. Like this is it with your team. Your team of 5 or 6, or your team of 4 or 6, or your team of 2. Like this is it. And so a massive connection, friendship, bond is made with those individuals and the people that you're with, because you know that they would risk everything for you, and you would do the same for them. And so it's pretty cool. Yeah, anyway.
And the other thing about the regiment is, particularly in the bush phase, you're living with each other day and night. If someone goes to take a crap in the bush, you're there watching them dig a hole and have a crap. And so, you're down to warts.
Well, I'm not, when I'm out in the bush and that's happened, I can't say I'm sitting there watching my mate have a crap. Like, I'm not. That's not what I'm doing. You can't help but blink, and you might, as you're scanning it, look over and go, bloody hell, old mate is still there, butt cheek sticking out. But if you're out in the bush or patrol procedures, you're definitely not sitting there watching old mate blink and seeing if it's a Bismarck coming out or whatever, or if it's runny, or if it's splattering everywhere. Like you're scanning, doing your job. And then occasionally, unfortunately, you might have to swing around that way, make sure old mate is all right. And then in the middle, it might just be unfortunate, your timing, that you're just blinking like, gonna cover your face, or you just quickly like, yeah, had enough there, and blink and go back and scan the other parts where you're not being blinded by Lincoln butt cheeks and Lincoln stuff coming out the backside.
All with everyone.
One of my favorite stories in the book was from the cycle training, and it was the boxing ring. And you write about, you get run into the ground by a unit legend, Hemi Williams, and then you arrive at this sort of gym or this ring, and there are 4 badged operators there waiting for you, and you're lining up to go in. Can you tell us?
Holy heck, 4 badged operators, fresh. Okay, so this is very different. This is very different to to my cycle. We didn't have this. We had the Blinken stuff that I've described, but we were bashing each other, guys that we were on cycle with. We didn't have, and it was badged operators running the training and the I guess you'd call sparring, but they're pretty hearty sparring sessions. We didn't have badged operators, already badged operators that we were scrapping against.
About what's happened there, how tired you are, and what happened afterwards?
It was talked about, and we all heard about it, when you're on cycle, the old, when you get to the CQB phase, right at the end there, you've got to go and
Close quarter combat.
Yeah, glove up, and we're gonna see how much.
I can't talk about my past.
Yeah, see how much heart.
I like that. Well, he said CQB, and then he said he used CQC, close quarter combat. It's the same thing, but close quarter battle is what the B is. But I like how he jumped in there. Actually, I think I remember seeing some of their interview with Jamie Pinnell. Jamie used some acronyms, might have used ISR. I think he got the first couple, that same guy, intelligence surveillance, but I don't think he knew what the R was for, which was the reconnaissance. But he did pretty well, and he was mentioning some other acronyms. It's hard case just seeing him jump in there. Close quarter combat. Can't talk about my past.
You got, when you're getting a hiding, and I was like,
oh, what was that?
Interesting. How much? And we're gonna see how much.
I can't talk about my past.
Yeah. See how much heart you got, when you're getting a hiding.
Gotcha.
And I was like, this will be interesting. So what they try and do is, because on the cycle you're incredibly fit, like you're just the fittest you'll be in your life. So it takes a bit to wear you down. Anyway, this guy gets you, and he's killed us, around all the back of there's Papakura into Ardmore and doing hill sprints. And I remember me and this other guy, Jim, just on the ground spewing, because it was hard. And they had a ring set up inside. So you couldn't see what's going on. And then they call your name out, and I remember Jimbo, the officers, they always got, put first. They had.
I was actually just wondering, I was like, there's two gyms that I knew. One was the one that beasted us on our Blinken parachute course during the cycle, Māori fella. And then the other gym that I know, knew of, I don't know him personally. I've met him at an activity where they had a little, like a get together with some of the other NZ badge lads, and Razor Robertson, Razor, former All Blacks coach anyway, Canterbury coach. He's friends with Jim, and Razor was there too, so I got to meet him for the first time. But and I was going to say the other Jim that I know is an officer, so sounds like he's, well, again, not know, but know of. Sounds like he's talking about the officer one. It's got a guys would call him Big Nose, or some guys, whether that was those are his friends. I definitely wasn't going to call him Big Nose. He was already in the unit by the time I was on cycle there, so you weren't catching no cycle pleb calling anybody any names in the unit.
At the front up. Jim, he's a big tall guy, quite a big beak on him, and the next minute he comes out and that's all blood.
There you go. That is one of the things that I guess he knows he's recognised for, and what's his name? Marcus just described, got a big beak on him. I've heard of some guys, not Jim, this is in relation to another guy over in Australia, referred to as Gonzo. From the Muppets, because that fella's nose was blinking humongous.
Studied and looked bent out of shape, and he was sort of like staggering around. I was like, oh wow. Then Nige goes in and he comes out. He's out of hiding and can't remember, he's chipped his tooth, and I was like, oh no. Then my mate Caddy, he went in, he got carried out. He was like wrecked. And
well, I think did he just say Caddy?
I was like, oh no. Then my mate Caddy, he went in, he got carried out. He was like wrecked.
He did say Caddy. Holy heck, my ears just pricked up then, and then all these memories. So I'm not going to give the actual people that know that name will know who I'm talking about, but two brothers, and go by Caddy because of their surname. It's shortened in terms of what their actual surname is. Awesome guys. Lucky enough to do some work with both of them, only in the private security sector. But I think the older brother was badged NZ and then went over and badged UK SAS as well. And then basically did the rest of his time over there. I don't know that he's in now. I think he's out. I don't know what he's doing now, but awesome fella. And then his, I want to say, younger brother went and joined the unit too, badged NZSS. I don't think he went to the UK. Could have if he wanted to, but, or that's my take anyway. But yeah, highly respected. So I'm gonna guess that it's the older brother. That when he says Caddy went in, and sounds like he must have come out blinking worse for wear as well. On his selection, and then because I reckon the younger brother went maybe a few years later than his older brother, or maybe only a year later, who knows. But that's pretty cool, eh? Like there are several brothers in the NZ unit that I know of. I won't mention their names, but people that there's 3 lots of brothers that I know of that went on and served within the NZSAS. And that's pretty cool, I think, for them and their families, and the fact that they went and did that. I don't know if those brothers did their selections at the same time. I assume they went and did their selections, which whoever was older or whoever went first, and then the other one went second. But they may have been on the same selection. But yeah, that's pretty cool, that.
And it was my turn. And so I remember going in there and I was looking around. There's so many guys, and there's 4 guys in the ring. And I was like, oh, he's a skinny guy. Oh, that one's thin. Oh, this will be good. Oh, God. And then I was like, the last guy is this big Māori Island boy. And I was like, oh, no. And it's like, yeah. And I was like into it, and felt like for the first 2 guys I was sort of holding my own. Then the second guy just gave me an absolute friggin' hiding, and then I was like, what the heck? He hasn't got boxing gloves on, he's got like UFC gloves on. And I was like, there's no way I could keep up with that. So I got a bit of a hiding, and then lucky the last guy sort of felt sorry for me, so he sort of gave me a good working in the guts until I was sort of winded, and then I was stuffed, so he dragged me out, and that was me. And then,
that's awesome. I mean, it's probably it's not awesome at the time when you're getting smacked around. And like I said, my cycle was different to that in NZ. We didn't have, like I said, badged operators there waiting with the gloves on to blink and tune us up. We had the badged instructors being the referees of our scraps that we were having, sparring, let's call it, with the guys that you're on cycle with. And as I've spoken about before, if you didn't go hard enough, and if you were covering up all the time, or you didn't have an attacking mindset, like you were getting yelled at, and or you were getting made to stay in there until you blink and got some curry about you, or got some backbone about you, and you fought. And yep, they're your mates, they're who you're on cycle with. But by truck, if you didn't get stuck into each other, and like I said, quite a few guys got their noses bent, some chipped teeth and missing teeth and black eyes and just the normal sort of stuff. I don't know that anybody had fractured audible bones or anything like that, but bruises to the body and midsection. You're going pretty hard, like enough whereby, how sometimes things can escalate, even in a game of touch. Goes from a game of touch rugby to held, to then next minute somebody puts a slightly harder blinking shoulder in, and then it just turns into a normal game. And you start tackling and crashing each other to the ground. Well, if you think of sparring, and if you haven't done sparring before, and or if you have, you'll understand the same sort of thing can happen. Yeah, we'll just go light and just do light sparring. Now they're not doing light sparring then. We weren't doing light sparring on cycle. There was no such thing as light sparring. But in a light sparring context, you tell your mate that you're going to go light, so you're going to be pulling things and just touch for the most part. And then as soon as you get dunked, like something that you think, oh, that's a bit harder than normal, or then light sparring, and then you want to get one back, and then you give it back, and then that other person, what starts to happen? It escalates. And then next minute, before you know it, it's not light sparring, it's blinking a full-on scrap. And sometimes people in there, if the bell doesn't go off, if the timer in the gym isn't consistently set to go off after every 3 minutes, give you a break for a minute, and then ding again, and then you get back into it. Or then sometimes other gym members have to come in to separate it. And so with regards to the CQB and the hand-to-hand combat stuff, and at that stage the sparring and what they went through, like I said, we didn't have that, but you were definitely going to be staying in the circle. We didn't have a ring either. We did it outdoors. You're definitely going to be staying in the circle until such time as you blink and continue to fight, and or if you just choose to give up or cover up or dare I say cower away and not fight, then you write your own ticket. Like, nobody there is going to trust you. You're not going to be trusted to get up and fight when the crap hits the fan, and it's just you and the lads. Like, the guys just won't. You won't have their trust. The lasting memory will be you covering up and refusing, being too timid or scared or whatever, or worried about getting cracked in the face by looking to attack the other person. And you just can't. You can't be like my take. You can't be in a unit like that if that's how you're going to end up, and or if, dare I say, if that's how you're going to fight.
I was always wondering, like, oh, I wonder what they thought about, did I have enough guts to sort of match them, or was I just bloody useless,
Is that what it's about? Is, I guess, the ticker, right? The heart.
You probably feel pretty useless when you've got, dare I say, 4 reasonably fresh badged operators who would have done a warm-up, no doubt. But they wouldn't have been getting thrashed with PT like these guys were before they get taken to the ring, before they go into the ring. And they wouldn't have been fighting 4 people back to back. So whether it sounds like they did it one at a time, getting a fresh opponent, and it sounds like it got increasingly harder with some bloody big monster at the end who Mark saying they must have felt sorry for him, took it a bit easier on him, he suspects, by just hammering the body instead. But again, I would say that the understanding from the regiment and the operators, that fair and reasonable approach, they're not looking to murder the guys there on cycle. Like, they already know the advantages are stacked in their favor, right? They're not blanket stupid. So they're not going to go there and they're going to try to hurt you, no doubt. Like, we were trying to hurt each other in our cycle. We weren't pulling anything back, and there were no gloves. There were no gloves. There were no headgear. There was no headgear. I don't even remember having a mouth guard. But you were a lot of palm strikes, edge of the hand. It became natural to close your fists as well, and so you did throw some knuckles. And so you're getting, literally bare hand, nothing wrapped around our hands from my time anyway during that one. But we weren't fighting for fresh badged operators. You might have stayed in the ring for a couple of rounds, stay in, stay in again, Hawtai, stay there, and then blink and somebody else gets pulled in. So you're fighting a fresh opponent, but you're blinking. Right from the jump, soon as you get given the go, there's no feeling out process. Like, you're straight into it and smacking each other around. So yeah, I can only imagine how daunting that must have been, man. Like, he's probably 19 by that stage now, 19, maybe turning 20 on the cycle. Still young, in my opinion. Still young as going into that environment, grown adult badged operators, men, and you're about to get tuned up. And prior to that, you've seen your mates. You've seen your mates already go in and get tuned up prior to you going in there. So yeah, the adrenaline and everything's going to be building up by that stage for anybody, I think.
So to see if you got a bit of fight in you. If you get a bit of a hiding, will you get off the floor and get going? They don't want to see someone who takes a hiding and cowers in there because, that person's never ever going to get up, grab their gun and get back into the fight, or, so I thought it was a great thing. I know that.
He sums that up nicely, eh? Like, that's what I was trying to explain, but he just explained it way better. Like, yeah, out on jobs, you need to be able to get back up and get into the fight, not cower away and sit down and just wait and do nothing, especially if your mates and stuff are fighting and you're doing nothing. You're just a liability rather than a blinking asset.
It's not there anymore, but I just thought that, trainers to fight, fighters to train.
Yeah, that's what I want to ask you. When you see what's in front of you, are you looking forward to it? Is there a part of you like, let's bring it on? Or are you like, oh shit, this is going to suck?
No, I was like, oh yeah, shit, this is going to suck. But then straight away you go, oh yeah, I've got to get into it. Attack the attacker.
Yeah, attack the attacker. I never had the thought of, oh yeah, this is going to be great. Like, especially picturing some of the lads that I was on cycle with and how handy they were and I was on the receiving end of some of their handiness, some of their handiwork, literally the laying on of hands by a number of those fellas. Tried to give as good as I got though. Sometimes managed to get some good ones in, and maybe a few more good ones than what I thought. And definitely on the receiving end of some. But like what he's just shared, I think it's a great thing. I think all military should do it. And to the live that I was doing the other night, compulsory service, I think the dead ground counselling, taking an individual away essentially who's been a bit of a retard and giving them a bit of a tune up, is a good thing. Like, I think it's a good thing. But yeah, we've got all the blinking PC political correctness and blinking DEI woke rubbish out and about these days, and you can't do that. Probably in some cases, maybe justifiably so. Maybe from a parental violence against children and the children and stuff that have lost their lives here in Aotearoa anyway, which is massively tragic and sad. But that's not what I'm talking about. You know, talking about environments like this where the government is not sending you to go on a picnic, a teddy bear's picnic out in the blinking forest, national park, with the enemy. And they're sending you out there to blinking kill or to capture the enemy. Like, it's yeah, people understand. You're not going out there holding hands and skipping and singing kumbaya around a blinking fire. So, was it to seek out and close with the enemy, to kill or to capture them, to repel attack by day or night, regardless of weather, season, or terrain? Like, basic infantry stuff is, and that's everybody in the military is first and foremost a soldier. So that's the core role of the trade. That's why everybody goes through that basic training. That's why everybody has gets taught in and around the weapons, basic weapon systems and that sort of thing. And then you go away, do your trade. But push comes to shove, if we need old mate who happens to be a dentist or a doctor or a blinking medic or a SIG specialist or a carpenter or a tradesman, plumber, electrician, but they're in the army, she's in the army, well, you're a soldier first. And so if it came to that, need to grab you, mate, and we need your expertise, but we also need your soldiering first. You're part of this team, you're attached here, and away we go. But yeah, to see if that you've got the ability to stay in the fight, for starters, or one, be willing to volunteer to go to the fight in the first place, hence the selection and cycle, and then the elements and components of that make up the cycle to test those areas in, dare I say, a bit more detail, with a bit more pressure and with a bit more, dare I say, a bit more on the line. And in a situation like that, really what's on the line is just, a bit of pride, to be fair, is what I would say, some teeth. So your eyes from a black eye perspective, and maybe a broken nose. And if you're prepared to lean into that space and blink and get after it, then you give yourself a chance to still be there in the unit anyway. But it's definitely, I'm not about to sit here and say I was excited about getting in there and potentially having my nose broken and getting black eyes and ending up with missing teeth. I definitely wasn't, but I would do it.
Yeah, that sort of thought, so like, if there's no way out, you've got to go. Just have a go. So, what's going to happen? You don't know. But you can't sit there and just think about it. The next minute,
Man, I love what he shared there in regards to White Island, right? People that don't know, this fella and whoever the other guys, shout out to his buddies, the other pilots that went to Whakaari, White Island, during that tragic event that took place and took lives and stuff there. When you got to go, you got to go. Like, what are you going to do? You got to go. That's exactly what he did. Got in his chopper. I think he spoke to some of his mates, got in his chopper and flew across to White Island to save as many people as he could. Incredible. Awesome. Just like from a human being perspective, a decent human act. He's got the knowledge, the skills, got his chopper with his company that he has, and he knew the risks of what he was stepping into. Much like people know the risk before they go on selection, much like they know the risk before they go into anything. I like to assume anyway, or at least people have done some homework to get an understanding of the landscape and the potential risks that they're going into before they step into it. He made all of those, sometimes all of us, but for this guy, he made all of those decisions. I'd probably say instantly. It wasn't even Wasn't even a debate. I've got the time, I've got the skill, I know the area, I've got the chopper, and I can fly over there and see if I can save some people. And I don't imagine it was even this guy, I don't imagine him even hesitating, is the word I'm looking for. It just entered his head. He saw and observed what was happening, and he went, truck this, I'm getting in my chopper and I'm going. There were calls, apparently, communications made for rescue services or choppers and stuff to not go because they deemed that the risk was too high, and the smoke and stuff that was coming out, or the ash, I suppose, or whatever. He disregarded that, and he saved some lives as a result. So, yeah, the fact that he got whacked by blinking twat safe with a 6-figure fine is just ridiculous.
To be off the course, and so then when you take it into real life, you think, and then you start to learn things like if you attack something or attack them, you start to work out that I can actually get into it, get into the fight. I just got to decide to go, and I'm there, and that's quite a big decision because, for the most part of your life, you're waking up, walking around in peacetime. No one's having a fight unless you're on the rugby field or, high school or whatever. But to actually go and fight, and to get into it, to make that D is a big D in your mind,
We mentioned at the top that there's a bunch of near-death experiences sort of sprinkled through this one. I'm going to come up to near-death number 1. So I think this must have been when you're early 20s. I think it's in the cycle training. The parachute, it was supposed to open at around 1,000 meters, but ended up opening at 60. Can you tell us what happened there?
In those days, it was accelerated free fall was the primary means of training. So later on, they
Oh, we definitely weren't doing free fall training on my cycle. I don't think that's been done on any cycle, like not mine. Sorry, when I say any cycle, I mean post my cycle. I don't think I've ever heard of free fall training taking place on the cycle. Static line, basic static line. Will this person jump out of a plane? Tick, check. Yep. Can they land, do the drills properly, and blink and get through all the jumps that they need to get through, clean skin by day, by night, with equipment, etc., etc. Tick. Then okay, cool. And then free fall stuff, and even then, it was typically only if you were going to free fall, then you were going onto the free fall course, because obviously you got water operations, and then you got, well, they had mountain troop at that time. They probably got vehicle mounted and mountain troop, I would say, these days, or they probably do something to do with the vehicle space, given the landscape and the types of operations that they've been a part of for the last blinking 20 years. But yeah, wow, free fall. Supposed to open at 1,000, opened at, what are they, 60 or 600? Either way, sounds blinking terrible.
They get to jump and hold on to you a lot more. You can use wind tunnels. There's a whole bunch of different things. But in those days there, it was sort of get out, they'll hold you, and then they'll let you go. You do your drills, and then they hopefully they'll stay around and they can catch you if you're getting into trouble as you're descending, and then go through the last of the drills, with the parachute deploying, and then the rest of it is really easy. So the first jump was incredibly exciting. It's an amazing feeling, free fall when you first get out there. That was a hell of a blur. It was a lot of noise, just and you're just going through your drills and hoping like mad that you were doing the right thing. And then the second jump that I did, was same again, peeled out the back, 12,000, and then I fell for a little bit with an instructor holding on to support you into a position. Got there, he pulled away. I was really conscious of what was going on, and then you're just holding like a chest down, arms back, position of stability, and then you've got little tasks to do during your free fall, like turns and things like that. Did a turn, that's great, went back the other way, and then for some reason I kept going. And then in my mind, I was like, oh yeah, back the other way, like raise your arm, do this, that, and then I kept spinning, and and then I was like, but I'm doing the right thing, and I kept spinning, and I'm sure I'm stopping it. What's going on here? The spin got worse. I started to wind up, and then
holy heck! Probably. I wonder if the instructor's there or trying to grab him at that time. Dare I say, if he's still spinning, and it's just carried on, I haven't been in that situation. I'd want to say, or I'd suspect you blink and black out, wouldn't you? Like if you're spinning and you're just like going around and around, and I don't know how fast he's going, but I would assume probably if the momentum is such that he started spinning and he couldn't stop it and go back or couldn't stabilize, and then he's just continuing to spin in that same direction. I don't know. I think his blinking just going to carry on spinning and spinning.
I
and
remember
maybe
it
pass
was
out.
getting really hard to focus, like, and obviously the blood was going to the out to my, to my head there, and I remember trying so hard to stop the spin, but but it was just felt like it was just like cranking along. And I remember as I was spinning, looking at my altimeter, and I knew that at 3,500 feet we had a APR, like a little parachute release system. It's set to an altitude, and what it does is as you're passing through the altitude, it'll pull your cord, which releases your pilot chute and pulls your main chute. And I remember seeing it, thinking, "Oh my God, yeah, it's coming!" And was spinning, and then I sort of blacked out.
Wow.
And I remember sort of coming to.
Not surprised. Just listening to what he was describing, that's what I was saying earlier. If you're spinning like that, surely. And then when he started talking about the blood rushing to his head, even then I was sitting here thinking, surely he's gonna. Wouldn't you black out when that happens? Sounds like he did.
And all I could see was green, and I was just like, just boom, I just remember grabbing my handle and just pushing it, cranking out to let the chute go, to release the parachute, and I could feel it. They sort of like burbles as it sort of like coming off your back like that, and I was just looking at the grass, and as it was coming up, I was like grabbing my risers. And then I remember I grabbed them, and it was sort of inflating. The grass was so close. And then I was like, "Sons of deer fence." And then I remember I'm going to land on it. So I raised my legs, and then I was just pulling hard to stall the chute. And I just landed perfectly on top of the deer fence. And I remember like going down, up, bounced off, and landed on my feet.
Wow.
Oh my God, what the heck? And then,
right. That's like that. It sounds like that bloody, what's it? The Tom Cruise, one of the Mission Impossible movie with the fellow that plays Superman. And I think he blacks out on the oxygen or whatever disconnects from his thing, and then Tom Cruise saves him. You follow that? I think that's a Mission Impossible movie. Oh, yeah, and I think those are the two actors. But anyway, not that that's what happened here, but awesome that he had a blink and that he landed on his feet safely. Holy heck! I wonder what the instructors or the instructor that he jumped out with, and the people in the blink, and there would have been a DZ. I wonder if he was anywhere near Carnaby by the sounds of things, the drop zone for where he needed to land. Man, that would have been. Well, he was blacked out, but good that he blank and come to, and then had the wherewithal to punch his chute, pull his cord. That everything worked out the way it was. But I wonder how the people on the ground. I wonder if we'll talk about that. If there's people, the DZ, the instructor, because I would assume the instructor's chute is going to have that predetermined altitude as well, set into their chute, and it's probably going to deploy. So there's nothing he can do. He can't can't grab him. Like he would have just been thinking that guy's dead. It's probably what he was thinking.
The old chute falls down. I was like, oh yeah, got that off, and I was like, wow, what the heck happened to that? Anyway, so I grabbed it, and I thought, I'll better go up to the top of I was down on a slight sort of slope on this hill, and then the DZ where we were dropping was up on the top there. Anyway.
Wow, so far out. So he still landed in vicinity of the DZ by the sounds of things.
As I was walking up, there's a Land Rover coming over, and old Hoppy, and he's like, "Oh my God, you're alive!" And I was like, "Yeah, I know, that was heavy." And he goes, and so I thought,
"Yeah, I know, that was heavy. Yeah, that was a bit scary. Far out. Just very matter of fact, cool, calm, collected. Can see why somebody like him. This is just my take. Can see why somebody like him made it through to a unit like that. not ideal by any means in terms of what that particular experience. So I think there's several other experiences where he nearly died. What is it? Near death number one. So I don't know how many near death experiences he's had, but I guess we're going to find out.
What you did. You said, I just, you went past the horizon, and I was like, oh, yeah, gingerbread man. And I was like, yeah, well, I don't know what happened there, mate. And he, anyway, so got in the Land Rover and went back to the centre, and one of the instructors landed, and absolutely just white, just about spewing.
I bet the blinking instructor was white, because it would have just been thinking, holy heck, I was the last person to see and or have any physical contact with this person before they died, and they died plummeting to the earth. And man, geez, that could potentially be PTSD just for the instructors, in a situation like that. I mean, I don't know. Hopefully that's not the case, but man.
And he thought I was dead. He was my instructor. So what he was staying with it. When I was spinning, he tried to get in onto me, and he couldn't reach me. And he's got a little Cypress, which is like the APR. He'd set his at 750 feet. And as he was tracking and trying to get me, it went off. Wow. And so he watched me keep going, and he thought, oh no, and so then to see me standing there, he just couldn't believe it.
When you just come to at the last second you possibly could have.
They can come to it like in the 11th hour, man, is thinking, wow. And just listening to how close that was when he's describing it.
That's just luck that you've just come to it there.
Yeah. No, it was, I'm not too sure, other than, it was an amazing scene. It was an amazing sight just to sort of like wake and just see grass.
I've got near death number 2, which is when you free fell out of the Hercules at 4,000 metres over Gisborne Airfield, but it wasn't
Gisborne
actually Gisborne Airfield.
Hey, what do you mean Gisborne Airfield? Gizzy Airfield, man. For those that may not know, that's where I'm from, Gisborne. So shout out Gizzy. I'm glad Gisborne, Te Tairāwhiti, Turanganui Kiwa got a mention in here. Let's just go back so we can hear it again. Gisborne Airfield.
Awakens to see grass.
I've got near death number 2, which is when you free fell out of the Hercules at 4,000 metres over Gisborne Airfield, but it wasn't actually Gisborne Airfield. You were at the wrong place. What happened there?
So we're going into an exercise. We're all free falling in at night onto a target there, and for us at that stage, it was just the Gisborne airport. So we'd flown from Auckland at night. I don't know, it was 1 or 2 o'clock.
Huge, that place, Gisborne Airport, massive place. You get lost.
In the morning, something like that. It's normally always the case. And what they do is they have a carp. So like it's just an area that they designate on a map. And all it means is, okay, where's the wind? So you always want to jump upwind, so that you go, it can help be drifted down to the target, not downwind, because when you hop and pop, you can't drive. You have to parachute back through the air into a headwind to get to target. So it's really important that you always go upwind. I was looking down going, man, that's black. And that's lights, that's where the land is. That's Gisborne. We're over here. And so Dave and I were yelling at each other in free fall. And then straight away, we both knew what was going on. There was a cock up, we're downwind, we're over the sea, and we're going to try and get back to land. So
I wonder who that, was it Loadmaster or Loadie? Is that what they're called? Or the person in the aircraft that's giving the green light, or the person flying the aircraft in the first place, saying that, yep, we're upwind, so the lads will be able to travel with the wind down towards the target. Sounds like they're out over the ocean, which isn't too bad if the wind's in your favor, and then depending on how far out over the ocean, if that's where they are. But then it sounds like they're over the ocean. The blackness, when they're looking down, looking and seeing the lights are all the way over there. I don't know how far it was for them. But to make it even worse, that they are not traveling with the wind to get towards land, dare I say. They've got a headwind. Blanking heck. So it must be a wet landing for these fellas in the water, in the drink.
We peeled away, and then I was getting to a delta trying to track as quick. I was like, oh, no, that's not happening. Okay. Popped early. And then we just deployed And then I could see all the other boys all ahead of me. They had silems. You have a silem on your front and back of your head so you don't run into each other. And I could see them all stacked up, and you could see the gizzy and all the lights and black. And I was thinking, doing it like time, like a distance and a time and sort of appreciation of, oh my, am I making it? Am I not making it? Oh, and I was like, oh man. Anyway, I'd pack on and bits and pieces, and didn't have a life jacket because we were going to be up the top over land. So we weren't doing, preparing for a water jump, and I was like, oh no, this is not going to look good, go good. And
practice as manu into the water.
Anyway, I started to work out that as we were full drive, we were just making our way, and I was thinking, oh,
holy heck.
We are ready with all again.
The Premier League. Every match live on Sky.
might crack it, and me and Dave were the last, and I could see the other guys.
That must be the optimism. What did he say? We might crack it. I was like, oh, we might crack it. Let's go. That goes back to what they were talking about at the start of this interview, or what he was talking about.
Yeah, and then a long story short, as we're getting close, I could see the breakers, and I was like, I think we're going to do it. Yeah, just got over the breakers. We've done it.
Oh,
I was like, man.
Still a wet landing or?
Nah, dry.
Wow.
Yeah, thank God for that.
I know.
Yeah.
You made it. Well, okay. Well, that's good, far out. I mean, I don't know if that's depending on how far out to the ocean. Yeah, potentially could have been a near-death experience, I suppose. But yeah, interesting. I mean, there's still drills to do. I would imagine, they pop their cape well and that sort of stuff. Unless it's completely different, the type of shoot, and you can't pop the cape well on that type of shoot. I don't think it would be. I would imagine they're able to pop the cape well so that you don't get dragged. Man, yeah. Anyway, at least they made and a dry landing, another good landing by the sounds of things. In the end,
yeah. So I made it.
The plan at 24 is to fly helicopters. You want to pass is it the 22 or the 22 SAS?
Yeah, 22 SAS.
22 SAS selection, which is the British selection, and eventually fly Apaches. Yeah. Leaving your wife and
wow, what a that was his thinking. Do the New Zealand one, go to the UK, do the UK SA selection or UK SF selection, and go to 22 or 22 SAS, and then fly Apache gunships. What a blinking! That's awesome. For him to be thinking that far ahead. And what did they say? I think it said at 24. Holy heck!
Time and your New Zealand mates as part of your unit. So can you tell us about the decision to why you wanted to go over and how hard it was to sort of walk away from that unit you were so close to?
We weren't going anywhere. The government of the time, they hated soldiering. They weren't interested in sending anyone anywhere. And when you're badged and you're in the group, it's your trade, soldiering, and everyone wants to get out there and have a crack at it, for real. Leaving New Zealand was tough. It was good. I had a girlfriend at the time, but I had really, really good mates. And
that's a good point that he's shared. And I've shared that before too. When people have asked, oh, why didn't you go to the UK, or did you think about doing the UK after Australia? And probably the more initially the first question I got was, why didn't I go to the UK, or why did I go to Australia first instead of going to the UK and doing their selection? And for me, the answer was pretty simple. Like by that stage, the Anzac tradition was pretty much a part of battalion life, and I enjoyed the Anzac days and the early mornings, and the NCOs, senior NCOs and NCOs would come around. Back when I did drink alcohol, that was my first exposure to the rum and coffee drink or beverage to start the morning off, and the NCOs coming around. So all of that sort of stuff. But I think for me personally was the Anzac connection. And so I figured, well, and so when I got there to NZ, and then I'd heard and discovered that there were guys from the NZ SAS that went over and joined the UK SAS. That's what opened my eyes up, and I was like, "Wow, you can do that!" It's like you can be in one SF unit in another country and then go join another one. And then when I thought about that, I thought, oh, that's probably not surprising, like the relationship between New Zealand, UK, our acknowledgement of the monarchy and all that sort of stuff. Put past history, blink, and colonization and stuff aside, because people get their undies in a twist about that. And then Australia, definitely, that's when Australia popped onto my radar. The very first thought. So I heard about the guys that from NZ that were badged, and that went and joined 2-2 and got badged over there. And I thought, wow, that's awesome. So my initial first thought was Australia. So that was the first part. The other part was the Anzac connection, which was already there, which just pretty much confirmed. So that was my plan: do New Zealand first, then go to Australia, then go to the UK. This is, my big brain theory, not realizing how much impact and things would change for me personally, how I would feel personally when it came to having a wife, having a child, and then more children, and just the toll that takes and the time apart from them, etc., etc. So, yeah, and then obviously after what happened at NZ, the very first words out of my mouth to the training officer and training one officer was, when they said, oh, come back the following year, blah, blah, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm not coming back. I'm going to go to Australia. So without any hesitation, that just rolled off the tongue for me. And yeah, no regrets about it in terms of it is what it is. Everything worked out the way it was supposed to. And I enjoyed my time. So yeah, when people have asked me that question, why didn't I go there? That's the rationale and reason. I thought I'll eventually get there. In terms of guys going there, people have asked, oh, why don't more Kiwis go to Australia? Why do they go to the UK? So I've been asked that question a fair few times too, even by guys in Australia when I was there in the regiment. I think Eugene got asked the same sort of thing, but I can't confirm that, but I assume that he would have, because it was pretty well known that Kiwis would go to the UK. And as for what I think Marcus just shared here, the New Zealand government at that time, or that period, there wasn't many operational deployments happening, and the NZ unit knew that UK was blinking heavily operational. Like, they were sending guys all over the place to do the extra job that you signed up for. So if you're going to sign up to do something, a job that you want to do, you want to have the opportunity to do that job, not sign up to then never serve and or do the type of work that you put your hand up for in the first place. Not taking anything, that doesn't take anything away from those that, for whatever reason, just that period of time that unfortunately, never had an opportunity to deploy on operations or combat operations in their time in the regiment, or their time in the SAS. And there's probably, dare I say, a chunk or a portion of that group or generation of people that sort of, I guess, dare I say, they would feel like they missed out. But their service is no less. Like, they blink and helped pave the way, improve the training and the systems and the structures and the things that need to be implemented and that were implemented, based on what they felt, based on what was known at the time, and based on their own innovation and that sort of stuff. So there's, anybody, in my opinion anyway, that's served in the unit, gone through selection cycle, been badged, spent time in the regiment, whether they deployed on live operations or not, I know that they would have preferred to have deployed on live operations, but just the reality is some guys didn't get that opportunity, or didn't have an opportunity because either there wasn't anything happening where they were, and or B, the government wasn't interested in sending people anywhere. So yeah, that's the same for NZ and Australia. But yeah, just is what it is.
And but I'd made my decision. It was quite awesome being in 2-2 as well, because you step up into people and business and an organization that's actually operational. They're deploying. Stuff's happening. When we're in Ecuador, we were with a guy from Delta. He just come out of Somalia with a Black Hawk Down. He had amazing stories, and he was right in the guts of it all. So when you're mixing with all
far out. I mean, that's pretty awesome, eh? To with guys from Delta, a guy from Delta that was part of the Black Hawk Down situation. Man, just to be in and around people with that level and that type of experience, combat experience, operational experience. It's hard to for people that don't have an appreciation of that and or have not joined a unit or looked to serve a unit or haven't even deployed on operations themselves. When you're sitting there with those people that have got a massive amount of experience, multiple operational deployments, even if it's to the same place, because each deployment will be different, and especially the operational tempo and the target packs and what they're doing and the engagements, incidents, contacts, whatever people want to call them. It's hard to, I guess, for the person that's had all those experiences, they probably just view it the same way this guy talks. It's just one of those things, just sort of every day. Oh, yeah, another day, another dollar type thing. But because of my limited experience and stuff in terms of from time in the unit, operational deployment to Timor and Iraq and that sort of thing, and experiencing and being around some of that, it means it means even more to me having a somewhat of an understanding of what they must have been going through and what it must have felt like, especially when guys, I think, and given the better part, some might say, dare I say, the best years of their life to a unit like that, and a lot of that being spent on operational deployments away from their loved ones and family members, etc. It just makes me appreciate their service, their sacrifice even more, if that makes sense. That's where I was going with it. Yeah, it just makes me more appreciative of what they've done, what they've been willing to do.
All those guys, and they're actually at the pointy end doing things like operational stuff in the SF world. Like it's really attractive. That's where you want to be. You can only do so much in New Zealand and whatever. So yeah, that decision to go was made easy by those things, and then I had an ultimate plan. So it was just time to just go and do it.
Wow, just executing his plan, eh? Got a plan and just going and executing it. That's awesome. Not easy though. Did it? Said that he'd left his missus. Well, not left, but it's going to be separated from her for a while. Leaving the unit, maybe not so much of I don't know that that's a super hard decision, but his decision to go to the UK was basically saying the same thing as what I was aware of the other Kiwi guys that went over to UK. So when people have asked, have there been any guys from UK or Australia that have gone to join the New Zealand SA? So not that I'm aware of. And the only reason that I can think of is because operationally, if you want to join a unit like that and you want to go to work, guys will look to find a way to go to a place and or a unit that is going to enable them to be able to do that sort of work, especially if they've shown that they have the physical, mental, emotional intelligence and aptitude to be able to do it in one place. Like that was my mindset and mentality. It was like, well, if I can do it here, my mindset was, well, I can do it anywhere. I just have to go through and meet the requirements and adapt to their way of life, their culture, assimilate, and do things how they do things there. And if I don't like what they do there, well then I should leave. Don't stay there. But that wasn't going to be the case because I knew that the work was just very similar and, dare I say, trucking awesome.
The triumph for you was the final endurance march, which was 64 kilometers through the Brecon Beacons in full kit. And you broke the record, finished first in 13 hours.
How awesome is that? I mean, I don't know. So he broke the record for what I'm guessing, is that the fan dance? I don't know if that's the fan dance. I've never done the UK SF selection. 64 kilometers through the Brecon Beacons, and he broke the record. That's awesome. I don't know if it's still the case now. I don't know if his record still stands. I'd be surprised if it is still standing. Just given, how did that even come about? Like, are they told? did he know? Do people know? Like, I didn't know what the record was for the NZ end of selection with the 60 clicker. I think I'd heard somewhere along the lines, I think I've heard that somebody completed it in under 10 hours, is what I want to say. I don't know for sure. But that was the rumor going around anyway. So I was actually hoping, oh, maybe I can do it in around about 12 hours, if I could do it quicker than that, which was part of the reason that I was talking about earlier, why I stayed on my feet for so long and didn't stop as regularly as in hindsight as what I would now if I was doing that, and what I've recommended to people. Like, when you're on that 60 clicker, don't just be a mutton and just keep going and going. Like, the blood is going to keep flowing down into your feet. Go for an hour or so or whatever. Stop for 3 to 5 minutes every hour on the hour so that your feet aren't destroyed. Like, by all means, look to move quick. Shuffle if you want, or shuffle the downhills, walk all the uphills, just constantly move on the flats, etc. You've got your watch, so you can keep your own timing, and look to stop every hour for a few minutes at a time, just to save your feet. If you feel like you need to rest a little bit longer, then take a few extra minutes just to elevate your feet. Take your pack off, elevate your feet if you need to, or just lean against your pack and elevate your feet against a blinking tree stump or something out on the side on the bush. But look after that, and by doing that, you give your body a chance to flush out whatever it needs to, and everything's not just pooling down in your feet and then getting to the stage of where I ended up finding myself. Wasn't blister related, although there were some blisters, but nothing like, nothing too bad, I found anyway. It was just all the fluid and everything in my skin being stretched like a balloon had just happened on both my blinking fat pie feet.
In 22 minutes, and word sort of spread around first in 13 hours and 22 minutes. Wow. And word sort of spread around the camp that this Kiwi
13 hours and 22 minutes. That's awesome. Broke the record.
He has come over here and sort of blowing times out of the water. 255 started selection, 55 finished, and you finished first. Was there?
It's cool that they've given that. I wish they had, unless I've missed it, I wish they had given how many started as selection in NZ and how many finished. So 255 started, 50 something or 55 finished, and he was first on that part of the endurance march. That's wicked.
Yeah. Was there an element of pride in achieving that?
Yeah, totally. I went over there to, fly the flag for.
This guy is, I love it. 100% straight talking, straight shooting. Was there an element of pride? No hesitation. Yeah. And he's just about to say, what did he say? I went there to fly the flag. As you do, as you would. Like, I know for me, when I went to Australia, I was representing, or even when I went on selection here at NZ, I was representing 1st Battalion, Victor Company 10ZIR. Like, as far as I was concerned, like, that's where it'd come from. I didn't want to let the battalion down, etc. When I went over to Australia, even though I wasn't badged in NZ, I was still representing Victor Company, but I also still felt like I was representing the New Zealand unit to a degree, to a very small degree. Like I said, I was never badged in the unit here, but I didn't want to let them down and be a guy that's he passed the New Zealand selection, but he couldn't pass the Australian one. Didn't want to be that guy. So, but I didn't come first. Unfortunately, I didn't come first in anything. Definitely not in any of the physical stuff. And dare I say, I don't think I came first in anything else. But I already understood, given my time and experience from NZ and on the selection and cycle there, not coming first on anything there either. I already understood that it's not about you don't have to come first. There's always somebody bigger, fitter, faster, stronger, and that's okay. You just need to be the right type of person, display the right types of attributes, have the right type of mindset, have the ability to take on board that information and apply it effectively and meet the minimum standard, and then earn and win the trust and maintain the trust of the people that you're going to be serving along, or that you'll have the privilege of serving alongside of. So it's not rocket science. And you don't have to be the super duper fastest person, but it's great that he was. Let's just go back a little bit.
In achieving that?
Yeah, Totally. I went over there to, fly the flag for the Kiwis. The big test they all dread is that Penny Wafan, is that, was it 21K? Got to do it in 3 hours 50 or something. It's a beast. Anyway, smashed that. And then, and they're like, right, I'm going to be at the front end of every day walking, and they set off. And if you're like at 99, I'll try and be top 10. And then on the last day, that 64 was up at 2 o'clock in the morning, and they bus you out or truck you out. I can't remember. Truckloads of you all starting, and it just starts with a hill like that. And I was like, yeah, okay, we're on. And then by the time I started way down mid.
That's awesome, mate. Like just hearing that, you get a bit of an insight, or I get a bit of a glimpse, an insight into his mindset. You're confronted, get off the trucks, confronted with a feature that goes straight up like that. And his first thought is like, yeah, let's go. I know a heck of a lot of other people whose first thought will be like, yeah, truck this. Where's that form again? Where's my form? Where's my withdraw and request form?
And by the time I got to the top, there was only a couple of people ahead of me. And then when I leveled out, there was no one. And then I just put the hammer down. I remember getting to the halfway point and there was no one there. So
you were before the...
Yeah, sat down, had a
Holy
quick...
heck. Hang on, let that sink in. He's at the halfway point and nobody's there. No directing staff. That's interesting. That's strange. I wonder why. Where were they? Well, they were probably so used to and probably have run so many that they just knew that the, probably likely average time or first time that somebody's going to be there is at whatever time. And he's just clearly gone and smashed that. So what does he have to wait there? Like the 60 clicker in NZ, there wasn't there's obviously a halfway, but it's not a halfway mark where you get to and then turn around and cover off on the ground that you've just covered. You don't even know if it's the halfway unless you've been pacing, doing your paces, which I started out to do at the start, and then I was like, yeah, no, bugger that, I can't be bothered carrying on with my paces. Not for the whole way anyway. I think I might have got to, I reckon maybe I did the first sort of estimated, probably 10 or 12 kilometers pacing. Okay, that's about 10 kilometers. Feel like I'm doing all right for time. 50 to go. But I definitely didn't pace for the whole of the time. It was probably a nice little distraction initially, occupying my mind. But then I think the weather was pretty hot too on that day, on that final day. So then I think all of that just sort of started to not necessarily play on my mind, but distract me from keeping my paces with regards to distance. Yeah, and then it just went, yeah, never mind that. I'll just keep moving, get to the checkpoints, fill up my water bottles, and then just stop when they say I'm at the end.
Feed, and then and I watched them drive in, set the checkpoint up. So I went down there. It was 5 hours 20. I was there, and and I was like, oh yeah, and checked in. I was like, man. And anyway,
5 hours 20 is there at the halfway point. That is flying. And he's there before they got there. So I don't know how long he was waiting there before they actually got there and then before he actually checked in. So he probably could have finished a heck of a lot faster. Damn.
Off I went. And I remember a long way back was this big valley. It's called VW Valley for voluntary withdrawal. It's a beast. It's like standing down. You just look down.
I like that. VW Valley for voluntary withdrawal. Awesome.
It's good, and I was like, about there, I need to change my socks and do a couple of little bit of admin. And I didn't, got too keen, went down. I was like, with a pace, got up the other side, blew it, hit the wall, couldn't move. So I pounded a banana and some chocolate back, got the old energy level back up, got to the top. And then.
Wonder how that works. Banana and chocolate. I wonder at what stage, is that the final? Is this the final? Must be the final endurance march, I suppose. Yeah, for us on the 60 clicker. We didn't have bananas in that, but we had a ration pack. Had a 24-hour ration pack which we could devour, which I've spoken about before. So yeah, banana and chocolate, eh? All right.
Motored off, and then that's when I was like, man, get some stinging on my feet. Like, oh no, should have changed those socks. So I quickly changed the socks, but it sort of slowed me down a bit. And time I got to the end, 13 hours 22, yeah, I was slower than I wanted to be. I really wanted to be in that sort of 11 hours, like 12 hours. I beat it, just beast it. But anyway, there was no one. There was one there guy there in a Land Rover.
Sounds like he beasted it anyway. Ain't heck. Oh, That's flying, man. Jeez. And having a visual, some of the footage that I've seen of the Brecon Beacons, blank and heck, those things are huge. And so these guys, him completing that, having the record. So I don't know if he still has the record now, but the fact that he had the record at that time, I'm sure that would have inspired a few people to, dare I say, blank and get to training and want to try to beat it. It's probably been beaten now, I suppose.
He said, "Let us know in FARs, mate. We'll take you back to the base." And
Had to settle for the fastest ever time.
yeah. I didn't know it at the time, and it wasn't until I sort of got back into barracks and that, and all the Kiwi boys are cracking up, going, "Oh man, you smoked that," and then obviously they sent a signal to New Zealand, send more, and then it becomes sort of known that I was up at the record level, record end.
So this British SA.
Wow, that's cool. Well, he says he was up at the record end, record level at the record end. That's pretty cool. Shout out Mark Law. Yeah, I mean that's awesome. And then the other Kiwi guys that are there cracking up, they're saying, I could imagine them laughing too. And then a signal being sent back to the NZ unit, send more. They've definitely received some, and I think the UK would acknowledge that too. They've definitely received some very good, extremely good operators from the NZ unit over there and amongst them. But the NZ guys that have gone over there consider it very much a privilege and an opportunity to go and serve with, arguably the best, if not one of the best SF units in the world in 2-2. So, yeah, that's awesome.
Yes, chapter. It goes well until it doesn't, and there's a really interesting story about what happened at the end. Can you tell us what happened?
The last exercise is their SEER, or their escape and evasion exercise, and so you go on a big they call it the run. You got to get from A to B over 5-6 days. It's XYZ Ks. They've got a hunter force that's out there actively looking for you. There's a whole bunch of things you can't do. Here's the lane of area you're in. You can't get cars. You can't phone Pizza Hut. You can't do all these other things. And
bloody no Pizza Hut out in the middle of the Waiuru training ground. Not unless you go into town. It's not Pizza Hut, but there are places that provide pizza. Yeah, hard case. No chance of that in terms of the training grounds and areas. Actually, what's interesting to me, as I just thought of this now, like he smacked the UK selection by the sounds of things, especially the endurance aspects, pieces of it. And I've heard that from other Kiwi lads that have gone over. Yes, they've found it hard. It's been tough. Like I haven't met any Kiwi guy that's gone over there, or even a UK guy for that matter, that has said that they found it easy. Everybody said they found it hard. But for him to do that, but for the state of his feet and how they were here in NZ for him is pretty interesting to me, because there's more, dare I say, more distances being covered during that, what do they call it? The hills phase, if I remember rightly, the hills phase of the UK selection, than what is covered over the 6 days of open country, close country navigation on the New Zealand selection, because they do that. I think the hills phase is 3 weeks or 4 weeks, and they're covering blank and long distances. And then to have that endurance march, if that's what it's called, at the end, the 64 kilometers, as part of that hills phase piece, that's, you're definitely covering way more ground, way more distance over a longer period of time as well. So the fact that it doesn't sound like he had any issues with his feet is what I'm getting at, compared to NZ. But I suppose in his case, and what happened in NZ, because he did say he was super fit, just as I think about it now, he said he had one good pair of boots, and then he had what's the name? Sounds like he got given a brand new pair. So by day 3, his feet were pretty munted, and then he's limping his way through, but pushing as hard as he can, I would imagine, because he's still got checkpoints and distances to cover, so you can't just limp and expect to pass and meet the timings. But yeah, that's interesting, and just shows, I suppose, highlights the impact of having Blinken unworn boots. Be the same with not having your gear not having your pack and your pack straps worn in, not knowing where the rubbing and hot spots are on your back, on your shoulders, on the lower part of your back, what's making noise, what's rattling around that shouldn't be making noise, etc. Yeah, but interesting. It just sounds like he smashed the selection in UK. Obviously, he must have smashed the New Zealand one as well, but the state of his feet must have seriously hindered the speed, the rate of speed in which he could move, which isn't surprising based on what he described.
So those are the rules. Get to the end, they get you on a truck, take you back in 36 hours. The patrol that I was in, we decided to park up in a hay shed in a farm by another house there, and just try and warm up and take stock. And obviously we're bloody hungry. There's no
So
food.
is the farm not? It's like a private resident.
Yeah, it's just a normal farm,
Okay.
backcountry Welsh farm. And by that,
place of opportunity. Who knows? Maybe there's some food in there. But yeah, place to take shelter. Like you would, they were out in the Waiuru training area for that, like I guess the SEER equivalent. I just call it combat survival for ease of purposes, and that's what it was called during my time. What's the name? Blinking hunters' huts and all that sort of stuff. Abandoned looking structures, we would go and investigate those on the off chance that there might be something in there, and or just to use as shelter. After doing some time standing off watching it for a bit, because some of the shelters or the hunters' huts, whatever you want to call them, out in the Waiuru training ground, we discovered were being utilized by some of the hunter force. So they were flowing out to those certain areas, and then they were setting up Lincoln base camp inside those huts for the intent of probably trying to catch us, or thinking that we would go to them, or maybe they thought that we wouldn't, because there were some of those huts whereby the soldiers had gear hanging up outside, military gear that we could see, hoochies and that sort of stuff, and other bits and pieces hanging up to dry. So that was our indication. Was, yep, we're not going to that hut. Looks like we're freezing out here again today and tonight, lads. we're not taking shelter in that place. Did have thoughts of, maybe we should go and steal some of their gear, steal one of their packs. At least we can, maybe they've got some ration packs in there. Still, that we did have those thoughts, but then most of the time, well, actually all of those times in those instances, my group, we never went and tried to acquire soldiers or the operators' packs and that sort of thing from those areas. We just steered clear.
Stage, because of the storm, we started to get behind in our timings, and we knew that we had quite a long way to get to the final RV for the pickup in the appropriate time. And with the storm going on and on and on, it didn't look good. So I said, look, I know farmers, I'll go over yarn to him. He might be able to give us a lift. And so that was sort of talked about with the rest of the crew, because obviously if you get caught in a vehicle, it's like RTU, you're done. So yeah.
That's fair enough too. Like you are given some pretty clear parameters, let's say, with regards to obviously not only selection but also cycle. And those are some of the parameters that you're given, which you just described. And then again, at the same time, the motto is who dares wins. There is pressure, there is distance, there is fatigue, there is real world. Are we going to make these 200 kilometers in the next 8-9 hours? The likelihood is probably not, not on foot. So what do we do? How do we solve this problem? What are our options? And you start chipping away. Individually, you'll have your own thoughts, and then also you've got a team of people that equally have the same sort of drive, equally have the same sort of mindset, equally are prepared usually to take and make the same types of who dares wins calculated risks, not just blatant Lincoln, here I am, walk around, think you can just do anything, because that is the nature of the job that you're volunteering to sign up for and to go and do. And if you haven't cottoned on to that, if you haven't cottoned on to that fact, well then, good luck to you, because you've got some decisions to make, and you're presented with some problems like that one that I just spoke about there. And if you're not prepared to take calculated risks, well, be prepared to, when you get to the end of those 150 to 200 kilometers plus, 3 days, 4 days after the checkpoint has closed or the FRV is closed, then don't be surprised when they say, yeah, you failed. You failed. You didn't make the time. What do you think? We're recruiting people for failing here? Like, no, you were given the problem. It's your problem. That's your issue. You're out on the ground. That's your problem to resolve, rectify, come up with solutions out on the ground. That's why we're looking to recruit the right types of people or thinking soldiers to come into this type of job. They can solve the problems that they're presented with. So yeah, don't be surprised if that's what you choose to do. Good on you for doing what you felt you needed to do, but the fact that you've missed the critical timing and failed to follow the instructions in terms of getting there, you're not going to be kept there. It's just as simple as that.
Yeah, no, we need to do that. So went and knocked on the door, and awesome old Welsh guy. So I had a bit of a yarn, and I think you could hear the Kiwi accent, so he probably wasn't too phased. So I grabbed all the guys, jumped in the back of a little Land Rover, off down these little bloody Welsh lanes, gunning for a place to get dropped off. And
sounds like quite a built-up area where they were, or where this was happening.
Unbeknown to us, we got tailed by the Hunter Force, and then they set up a VCP and
vehicle checkpoint.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, cracked them.
RTU's returned to unit as well.
Yeah, I was going to jump in, but
crack up. Yeah, see, these guys have got a bit of experience under their belt now, having interviewed some of the awesome guests, including this guy that they've had on. They've learnt all these little acronyms. I like how he's chimed in there. Vehicle checkpoint. What did he say? Close quarter combat. Can't talk about my past.
I've had a few army guys here through here before. And so, yeah, and anyway, stopped the vehicle and pulled us all out. And I was thinking, oh no, this is not good. This is really, really bad. This is not going well. And they took us back to a location where those guys were all stationed to hold us prison there. And anyway,
so hang on.
Stationed.
They got tailed and they got captured. Is that what he said?
This is really, really bad. Pulled us all out. They stopped the vehicle and pulled us all out. Okay. And I was thinking, oh no, this is not good. This is really, really bad. This is not going well. And they took
that. Could potentially be, I would say, like, that's it. You've been caught. We gave you these parameters to not do, of what you can and can't do. You've done one of the ones that we said don't do, or at least I don't know what they were told. They may have been told don't do this at all, or they may have been told don't get caught doing this. Two very different things, right? And the way that those courses are run and the distances that you need to cover and the places that you're trying to get to, again, necessitate thinking outside the box, problem solving, as I've mentioned, and taking calculated risks. And understanding that the consequences will be what the consequences are. But if you get told under no circumstances are you to do this, or if you are found doing this, this will happen, versus don't get caught doing this, and then they don't go into any other specific details, you could potentially, I'm not saying guaranteed, but you could potentially have a potential, dare I say, ace up your sleeve, mitigating circumstances, dare I say, extenuating circumstances, to the point where it might be okay. Don't quote me on that. Don't go around. If you're preparing for selection, don't go on selection and say, oh, I thought this was extenuating circumstances, and I'm supposed to take calculated risk, and I thought it'd be okay. No, pay very close attention to what the instructors tell you. Take that on board, and by all means, yeah, you're going to need to make and take calculated risks, but you do so at your own risk, not because you watched a reaction video from some hoary over here in Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Took us back to a location where those guys were all stationed to hold us prison there. And anyway, at that stage, I was like, I've got to escape. We just got to get out of here. This is otherwise we're done. And my career's done. And
typically the hunter force isn't usually like, well, I don't know about the UK, but for the main part, the hunter force on our combat survival was made up by infantry battalion members, air force members with the choppers, and police with the dogs and that sort of stuff, dog handlers. And so if you got caught, if guys got caught, then they were taken to an area whereby badged members would then conduct and do whatever they needed to do, questioning, and then guys typically, from what I'd heard, got released. So thankfully I never got caught, so I don't know if that was the case for real or what their actual process was. But speaking with some of the other guys who said, yeah, some of the other lads got captured, we then did see them back out on the trail again after they RV'd with their team and then carried on. So yeah, I can understand why Mark is thinking about we need to get out of here. We need to escape before the badge directing staff members get here.
I remember we're out in the shed, and I sort of was bloody fighting and been pretty aggravating, and just looking to try and get away. They were sort of, the hunter force was there, that a dog. I can't recall how many of them were there, but what happened was I just kept fighting and fighting. So they took off a boot, one of my boots, and kept going. So then they put me into a vehicle.
It's a wonder they didn't take both of his boots off, and it's a wonder they didn't restrain him. Hog tie, cable ties, whatever. Like the hunter forces, like when we were captured, we ended up being detained, cable tied, and that sort of stuff, and then stress positions and other things as you go into that next phase of the course. But it's interesting that he's saying that he kept fighting. Like, I wonder, like, what were the other guys doing in his team? Were they all fighting as well, or was it just him? And why didn't the hunter force just blink and swarm him with 3 or 4 people and then secure him? It sounds strange anyway. Well, to me it sounds strange in terms of what's happening and what he's describing there, and the fact that he's still being allowed to fight.
A little Land Rover there with a guard, and to try and sort of keep me separated from the others, because I was trying to stir things along a bit so that we could all sort of try and bust out of these guys, because what are they going to do? It's give you hiding, but no one's going to shoot you.
This is kind of like a training exercise. When you're fighting, are you fighting as hard as you can? Like, are you doing everything you can to get out, or are you holding back a little bit?
Yeah, holding back a little bit, because it's sort of a little bit like it's training, but it's not like life and death. It's just,
yeah, I would have been surprised if he said he was blinking, ripping in with everything. I mean, at the end of the day, the boys it's a training exercise, which everybody knows. And the hunter force, as well as the lads that are the ones being hunted, that it's a training exercise. So you're not there to try to blink and punch the truck out of the hunter force for doing their part. Like, they're doing their part. Seems like they've done it well to this point, whereby they've made a capture of a few of the guys. And now they're holding them, I guess, until the badged operators get there to do their bit.
Just for me, it means that I'm going to be kicked out of the regiment. So we're fighting. It means
okay.
that I'm sort of.
He's just explained it. That makes sense. That's why he's, like I was saying, they want to get out of there before the badge guys get there, by the sounds of things, because for him, he understands, based on what they've been told and based on how they've been captured, if they don't get out of here, and sooner rather than later, it's going to be detrimental to his progression and or potentially him making it into the unit. Like I said at the start of this, or near the start of this, I think I heard, I don't know that he got all the way through to being badged in the UK SF, but from what I'd heard, it was part of the combat survival course, which is what he's describing, but scrapping, like getting into a hearty fights type thing. And maybe I just misinterpreted it, some of the bits and pieces, or maybe just over time the story has not been communicated clearly. So at least now I'll have an opportunity to hear it. Or I could just be completely wrong, and maybe he did get badged as well in the UK.
A little bit like it's training, but it's not like life and death. It's just, for me, it means that I'm going to be kicked out of the regiment. So we're fighting enough to think that they'll probably. I mean, if they went gangbusters and really wanted to get toe to toe, well, okay, we're on. But it was never going to be a life and death, But then they put me in the vehicle, and I was like, oh, this is this is cranking up a little bit. So I thought, oh, I reckon I can escape here. So I there's a guy at his infield there, his rifle. So very quickly, I just quickly grabbed him by the throat and then just squeezed it and just kept telling him, like, I'll choke you out.
Just even though he would have been holding back, if you imagine that anybody that works out in that labouring type, hard yakka, hard work, farming background industry, whatever, like if a farmer gets their mitts on you, their blinking Fijian banana fingers, not that I have that, but those farmers, people from that background, get their blinking claws or their mitts on you, you are having a bad day. Like, they got some incredible grip, some of those men and the women. So this fella's Mark's just described grabbing one of the soldiers by the scruff of the neck, giving it a squeeze as part of this attempt to escape. He's had a boot taken off him. I don't know why he wouldn't just take both boots off them and secure a person. But anyway, maybe that was just the teaching of the day. Take a boot off them.
You just released it, give me your gun. And he struggled there for a bit, and then he gave it to me. So then I burst out of the Land Rover and then just had the gun like a club, and then just like charged the hunter force. And they were just like eyes like saucers. The dog was looking at me, and then all the boys on the ground looking up. And then I just started like swinging at them, and then they were all sort of running backwards. And then all our guys like, oh, and then they sort of started getting up. And then these guys like, oh, hang on, what? And so there was a big fight, starting, but all our guys are just sort of bomb bursting out the doors and places. And there was just me and one other guy left there. Then I got caught, and a couple of guys sort of like give me a hiding against the tractor, and the dog was there, but I sort of scared him off enough. Didn't have the rifle, and then boom, the two of us got away, and we're out into the blackness and running. Me with one boot, him with both.
So there was a scrap with regards to what he's just described here, but not fully in line with what I had heard or what people had communicated in terms of the legend, let's say, or the story of this fellow kicking around. But it's nice to hear this from the horse's mouth, right? From the person that's been through it. So they managed to escape. What if he escaped? What if he got his boot back, or if he's still got blinking one boot at this stage?
His stuff, and he was and it was into the rain and the sleet and bloody snow and bits and pieces, and off we went. So we escaped, and then it wasn't long before my foot was just like a block of ice, and I was like, man, I've got to do something about this. It's not going to go well. I won't. It's going to slow us down. So
he didn't have his boot by the sounds of things, saying his foot was like a block of ice.
So found this barn, went in there, and there was some baleage, some bales, pulled off heavy plastic, and then got some hay, and then just wrapped around my feet, plastic up my legs up, my feet up with, and then out we went, and then cracked through, went through.
Man, it's like, there's a bit of luck in everything, eh? And to come across that and some baleage and get the hay and the plastic and stuff from that, and then just use that to wrap around your blinking popsicles, your popsitoes at that time. Good. Like a bit of luck and everything.
Village, had a bit of a sniff around, see if I could find some boots. Couldn't, and then just kept going towards our RV, and then and got to the end and prior to the RV closing, and so then we were on the trucks back to.
Every morning, 15 minutes of calisthenics to wake the body and sharpen the mind.
My dad started the calisthenics challenge, and now in his 50s, he's stronger and more flexible than he was in his 20s. This workout does
the camp and went through an interrogation phase. So that's just, stress positions, crap noise, like soft, hard techniques. All the psychs just love that crap, Got to the end. Okay, cool. You didn't give up, didn't.
The psychs, or the intelligence core. What did he say? They love that crap. Yeah, well, I suppose that's, again, for them, the studies that have been done, and I guess the understanding of human behavior and that sort of thing all play a part in terms of what techniques are used and or applied, and what we can expect to be applied. So part of that training is, like I said, the hard and soft and all those other psychological, not experiments, applications of psychological experiences, we'll call them, to try to coerce you and or get information out of you that you know you're not supposed to give.
Hold the white flag, you got through. So I was back to camp, and we all got back to camp, and then they called a meeting, and all the guys got through, and I remember the staff comes in, he's holding a boot. He goes, "Who's this?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, mine staff." And he goes, "Oh yeah." And
it's like a Cinderella. I wonder if nobody said anything if they go around and then put it on each person's foot.
So you go, "Right, away you go, you come in for an interview." So I went through a big interview phase, and then out with it. So I told them what happened, and they didn't believe me. And then they said, "We think that the patrol followed you, you're a SAS guy. They did what you said. We don't believe you. We're going to RTU you."
What didn't they believe?
The part that they didn't believe is that it was a
that's what I was going to say. What didn't they believe about it?
Group decision to get into the vehicle, and didn't believe is that it was a group decision to get into the vehicle and leave.
Right. They thought you would lead.
Yeah, they thought I was leading that charge, and that.
Rats. It's crazy. They didn't believe that. They want to pin it all on Mark. That's disappointing. That is 100% disappointing. If that's what they've done and used that to sounds like RTU. So this is probably the part whereby guys have told me, and one of his good mates who sent me the link to this did share and say that he didn't believe. Well, didn't believe that Mark got through, basically did the selection, but didn't get badged because of something that happened on the combat survival. And so hearing this now from first hand, from the horse's mouth, that seems like a very, I would say, piss weak reason or excuse from, dare I say, badged operators who have made the decision to, sounds like, RTU him. So I know I've paused this early, so they may come back and go, "Well, he hasn't been RTU'd," so I don't know. But anyway, this is where I paused it. So this is my reaction. If you don't like it, well, too bad. But that just seems like a very piss weak rationale or excuse. You're saying, "Oh no, the guys just followed you. You were leading." Bro, first thing that comes to mind, in the SF, everyone's a leader. Like, it doesn't matter if you're a trooper or if you're a corporal or a sergeant. Everybody is expected to be able to lead, because you don't know where you're going to end up and or what situation you may be in. And we can't guarantee how everybody will respond in every situation. We all like to think that we will do okay. And hence why the training is as realistic as they can make it. And you're with some pretty experienced people. So naturally they're going to be in charge and have leadership, like hierarchical leadership, actual formal leadership roles. But everybody's expected to lead. So there's that piece. The other part about it, if these other guys, and I don't know if they interviewed them, maybe he's going to talk about it. If these other guys are like, "Oh no, we just did what he said. We just did what he said." Well, as a unit, you wouldn't want, this is just my take based on my experience, the units after thinking soldiers that can think for themselves. You don't want just people that are just going to go and do exactly what that person has said. Within reason, on selection, you've got specific tasks, criteria, distances, timings, and everything that you need to be able to meet. So that those things are sort of no-brainer. When it comes time to cycle and doing things like a combat survival, where you're using your wits and your guile and your experience and essentially playing what you see in front of you from a sporting perspective, and you're seeing opportunities to, okay, you understand there's some risk associated with this, like I described with the huts. We could get out of this weather, we could have a warm night's sleep, but there's risks if we go straight in there. Let's stand off, let's watch this for a bit, let's make sure that there's no movement, let's make sure that it's clear before we finally make a decision. I think if we watch this for the day and then come dark time we haven't seen any movement and nobody comes in, probably maybe safe to say, let's move in there. We can bunk up for the night, get up very early and then leave, run a sentry if we need to. And or worst case, if we go in there at night time and we do hear a chopper or a vehicle coming, well, it's going to be dark. So we're going to have a better chance to escape and get out of there. Like all of these, there's a whole bunch of things. Like I'm just spitballing here as I go through this part in response to, not response, but as I react to what Mark is describing. So if this guy's again, it just going, oh yeah, we just followed him. And I don't think that would have been the case. They may have, don't get me wrong, there may have been this level of respect that these candidates may have had for Mark, because no doubt at this stage on the selection, I keep calling it a cycle, on the UK, their 6-month selection that they have, they no doubt would have known by this stage, oh, that's the guy that Blinken smashed the record for the 64 clicker. Oh, that guy was that guy's New Zealand SAS. So there would have been a level of respect from 100%. Don't deny that. But to sit back and say that those other soldiers, and if the UK SF process is you've got to do 3 to 5 years before you can even attempt selection, he's not on selection with junior soldiers. You know what I mean? He's not on there with plebs like Blinken, lids, the term used in Australia, with jubes, with newbies, with people with no experience. He's on there, presumably, because of the way the UK SF structure is, and that's the way it should be for them. Again, it's tried, tested, proven. I don't think it needs to be like that, but anyway, that's I haven't done it, so what do I know? So with regards to that piece, they're not inexperienced soldiers, is the point that I'm making. So again, to sit back, and I'm not saying that they did, but for the unit 2-2 in this case, to look at that and go, well, these experienced soldiers have come on here and they just followed your suit. You were the one leading the charge. Or one, they should be grateful that they had somebody within their group that was willing to take charge, if that's the case. And if that landed on Mark Law's shoulders, because, dare I say, the others, nobody had any thought, or I don't know if courage is the right word. Maybe they didn't feel like they had the ability to lead their group at that time. Well, then they should be grateful that here you have a group of soldiers, experienced soldiers by the sounds of things, based on their process for selection, willing to listen to another person. Here, in this case, being Mark Law, badged NZSAS, coming over here. Like, that should be I would assume that should be a good indicator in terms of his ability to influence, encourage, inspire, lead his team. Like, those are some pretty good, if you ask me, those are some pretty good qualities to have in an operator. And dare I say, I saw a lot of those from guys that I was lucky enough to serve with. So why you would RTU somebody for that, and just the one person by the sounds of things, if it's just him, maybe they, probably a different story if it comes out and they RTU'd his whole team. Like, that's different. Okay, that's pretty fair and equal across the board, fair and reasonable, I would say. But if it's just him, if it's just Mark that's been RTU'd for that situation, when they all chose to hop into the vehicle, all grown men, experienced soldiers, because that's how they like to have their process. They don't want people that have just come off basic training and core training. They want soldiers who've got a few years under their belt. Fair enough. But don't then sit back and go, well, these guys, they didn't know. They followed you because you're New Zealand SAS and they just did what you said. Like, that's a pretty piss weak blanket excuse, if you ask me. Open to hear feedback, though. Open to hear if people think that it's justified. Like, it just seems, it seems very weak and poor to me, just based on that stuff that I've spoken about there. If I sat down and thought about this for any longer, I could probably come up with a whole bunch of other reasons. Not that it matters now, and I'm sure Mark doesn't care. Like, it is what it is. But if that's what he got RTU'd for, that's a pretty well, their loss is what I would say. Their unit's loss.
Everyone followed, and so I was the main culprit to making that decision to break the rules. And I remember saying to them when it dawned upon me that they were serious, I was just like, I haven't traveled 12,000 miles to fail. When I escaped a situation, you didn't know. I owned up. Yeah, those guys might have got a hiding. There might be.
Just listen to that, eh? I'm going to go back and listen to that again. He owned up to it. They didn't know. He did escape the situation. He did him, not just him, but his team did some stuff that they weren't supposed to do under the parameters that they were given from the directing staff. And I don't know what the specific orders or instructions were given to these guys. I can't even remember what the exact or specific instructions were for me for my New Zealand or Australian selection. You know what I mean? But they would have been along the lines of, don't get caught doing this or that. Don't get caught, much like selection. Don't use the roads. Don't get caught walking on the roads. Don't get caught climbing the fence with your pack on. Take your pack off, put it over, then climb over the fence, put your backpack on, and then carry on. Like, it would have been instructions like that. There may have been even known consequences. Some of the directing staff may have said, if you are found to have, or if you are caught doing, or if you are caught in this sort of situation or whatever, you will be RTU'd, or you will be removed off the course. So there probably were some of those instructions specifically. I can't remember all the exact wording that there were. What I know is it was hard. There was lots of distance to cover. We had checkpoints that we needed to get to, had agent RVs from the combat survival perspective. And we had Hunter Force chasing us, which limited our ability to move across certain areas, which would have enabled us to be able to make up more time. So we had to use a lot more blink and crappier ground. We got bumped a couple of times, at least my group, but we bomb burst. We didn't get captured. Well, most of us didn't get captured. Some guys did. We met our RVs. We met our checkpoints. We took calculated risks. So we did what we needed to do to not only complete the tasks and gather the information and then be smashed at the end with the resistance to interrogation phase. And then we were able to recall the information individually to the directing staff. And seems like we did enough to be able to progress on to the next phase and the next phase, etc. Just let's just go back here. I need to hear some of this again.
A group decision. They did what you said. Yeah. And so you go right camp, and then they called a meeting, and all the guys got through. And I remember the staff comes in, he's holding a boot. Goes, who's it? So you go right, away you go. You come in for an interview. So I went through a big interview phase, and then out with it. So I told them what happened, and they didn't believe me. And then they said, we think that the patrol followed you. You're a SAS guy. They did what you said. We don't believe you. We're going to RTU you.
What didn't they believe? The
part that they didn't believe is that it was a group decision to get into the vehicle and leave.
Right.
Bloody hell. Again, of course it's a group decision. That is 100% a group decision. Blank and Helen Keller can understand that. A blind, deaf, and dumb person would understand that that is a group decision to get into the vehicle that they were using to make up time because they needed to get to where they needed to get to, and they probably weren't going to make it without it, without thinking outside the box, without trying to problem solve, without, dare I say, taking a calculated risk. Mark Law is not forcing several other individuals into the vehicle. Kicking and screaming, say, no, I don't think we should do it. I don't want to do it. They all want to pass. They all want to get to the checkpoints. They are all making that decision to enter the vehicle. And if a person isn't, or some of them aren't, well, then probably then Mark and the group would probably go, okay, well, I can't just show up to the checkpoint by myself, or us two can't just show up to the checkpoint and these other four are not with us. Like that's just not going to play out. So it's one in, all in, or it's one out, all out. You know what I mean? Like that just seems that they only entered the vehicle because of him. Oh, bloody give me a break.
He thought you would lead.
Yeah, they thought I was leading that charge, and that everyone followed, and so.
Well, he was likely leading that charge, and they likely all thought that it was a good idea. Yep, this is a great idea. Let's do it. Far out.
I was the main culprit to making that decision to break the rules. And I remember saying to them when it dawned upon me that they were serious, I was just like, I haven't traveled 12,000 miles to fail. When I escaped a situation, you didn't know. I owned up. Yeah, those guys might have got a hiding.
Well, so he's pleading his case. not pleading, but you know what I mean. He's putting his case forward. He's right. They wouldn't have known because the directing staff, the badge members, sounds like they didn't get to the hunter force in time to be able to identify and see who the guys were. And like you said, they did escape. They did get out of there. Yes, it's a training exercise. Would they have escaped if it was for real? Probably not, but it's a training exercise. Like, anybody with blink and half a brain cell will understand. They train to make things as realistic as they can within reason. There's certain parts there and boundaries where you're not going to make it life and death. Like, you know what I mean? So, and like you said, he was pulling punches or, not going hundies on when he was fighting and resisting the hunter force that had caught them. So he's owned up. They've asked him about it. He's owned up, told them what happened. They don't believe it, but he's right. They would never have known if this was a real job. And if this is something that happened and the bigwigs or the specialist people that were coming to collect these people, they wouldn't know who these people were. They would never have known. And the guys would have escaped and gotten away from this initial hunter force that grabbed them.
There might be some pissed off Scots guards there, but, like no one knew my name. Might have heard an accent. And, what's up with the who dares wins, and then I said, well, I'm never coming back, mate. My time's done with the regiment. And so then, went home.
Well, yeah, didn't come 12,000 miles to fail. That's a shame, man. Like I say, I think that's their loss, 2-2's loss. But I would say also there's probably a number of other people, just thinking now, I won't mention their names. There's been a number of other stories that I've heard from some of the lads from 2-2 that have shared similar stories about guys that they knew that had not quite the same, but sort of some results whereby things didn't go their way and the unit made a decision, and the rest is history, so to speak. So yeah, oh man, that's a shame. I'm just glad that I've got to hear this, because what I'd heard was the fighting part, and that was the reason why he didn't get badged with the unit. So that puts that a lot clearer now, puts things into perspective for me. I still think it's a poor decision on what the unit's choice back then of what they did, but they did what they felt they needed to do, I suppose.
Back to the boys. I was living with a Kiwi boy, and then all the other guys. Everyone had heard about it, and I was really gutted. There was a few tears. There was a lot of pressure. Leaving home, going over there. At a big tempo, holding that pace, doing well.
Bloody hell, yeah. That would have been like I can just imagine. I've been through a similar, not the same type, but in NZ I've been through a similar experience, so I can imagine what it is. When he talks about there were a few tears, he was gutted. Yep, 100%. I can relate to that. I can laugh about it now, but I 100% was not laughing about it when I got the news. I think about that now. Actually, I don't even think I've spoken about that. When I got that news, took maybe not everything. I had a healthy amount of anger in that room when I got told the news after what I'd been told earlier. But when I went back to my room and I was in my own space, far out, blinking, tears and snot ran down my face, back in the barracks after, the reality was that I wasn't going to be able to stand on the parade ground, march out there with the guys and go up and receive the beret that I'd just spent time shaping with the rest of my mates. That definitely hit hard. I think I'd just didn't want to look at any of the boys like back in the barracks like that evening. So I just avoided everybody as much as I could. Probably I do remember eyes being probably pretty red and puffy, just from the disappointment of it all at that stage. And so and then not long after that, when I say not long after that, I think probably the next day, had a sleep, managed to get to sleep, and then the next day, blinking, all my focus and, dare I say, anger and energy was geared towards getting to Australia as quickly as I could. Anyway, so much sooner than I had planned anyway.
You know, escaping from a crap situation and then doing your best and then popping out the other end and doing what you think is like SF, you know, David Sterling stuff, and then you just get wiped out. So I was like, I was seriously gutted.
Were they right to kick you out? Like with the ability of hindsight and
Oh, okay, I like how he's added that there with the ability of hindsight. Were they right to kick you out? I think, well, it is what it is. It doesn't really matter what he thinks. This is just my take. I don't know what he's going to say, but I'm using that. I'm saying that based on my experience. It doesn't really matter what I think. Like, the reality is the reality. I got told to leave in my situation, but I was also extended, dare I say, an olive branch to come back and then just kick off from this part of the cycle and carry on again. So it was a very different situation. When you're RTU'd, like you're usually not coming back unless you go through everything again, go through the selection and all that sort of stuff again to then get onto the cycle. So yeah, completely different situation. So let's hear what he has to say to the question: were they right in kicking you out? I think is what he said.
Were they right to kick you out? Like with the ability of hindsight and experience?
Yeah, incredibly, one of the guys that got in touch with the book was a chap who was on that section with me, a British guy. He went on to be the senior NCOs of the 22 SS for 18 years' time. So he'd done a lot. So once he sort of got into the training wing, he dug up a whole bunch of the reports and have a look, because there's a lot of crap went down on that one there, me going. And it was, and he just told me not long ago, it was mind blowing what happened about me and why and all this sort of thing. And so it was a real lost opportunity. I think things
lost opportunity for 2-2, man. Like, again, I said it before I've even heard this part. Massive loss for them from an operational perspective. But hey, everything happens for a reason. And you live and learn and you move on, crack on with life. And same with the healthy sort of optimism that this fella has. He's gone on to do incredible things, you know. So he might not have been the person. Nobody may have been saved at White Island if his journey hasn't been what it's been for him to get to that stage where he was at, to be the person blinking, I'm here, I'm available, I've got the chopper, I'm going. By the way, I'll call a couple of my mates and they go as well. Like, who knows? Everybody might have been wiped out in that thing. It's so many what if questions, but yeah, my take, things happen for a reason. And it is sad, disappointing that those are the types of conversations or that was the rationale from the leaders at the time to say he led them and that they only chose to hop in the vehicle, that it wasn't a group decision. It's like, come on, man. But you've been in that situation. You know what it's like when everybody's miserable, wet, cold, and hungry. If there's a flicker if there's a light over there or a fire and you think there's an opportunity to go get warm or get some food or something, you're all thinking the same thing. Shall we go? Yeah, okay, let's go and have a look. Nobody's forcing you, kicking and screaming to go and check it out or see what you can get, or in this case, to hop in a vehicle to try to make up the time that you know you're not going to make otherwise. Like, yeah, that's what I say. I think it's a piss weak excuse from those leaders at their time. Not in any way is it a poor reflection on 22 SAS itself. Maybe a poor reflection on those individuals who made the decision that they made at the time. Oops, I bloody skipped.
It sort of got out of hand. I got caught up with it. They made an example, but I think they thought that I might return, but no, that was it. I was done.
Any regret of not going back?
No, I've got lots of regrets, but that one wasn't a regret.
So you bounced back to New Zealand and you end up doing some private contracting work. And I want to talk about Angola. I think this might have been the first chapter.
So I think I mentioned it near the start of this live. Oh, holy heck, 4.5 hours. Oh, and there's some chats and stuff in there too. I'll have a look at those after. Sorry. What's her name? Angola. The guy that sent me the link, who's a close friend of Mark's, and So I'm not a close friend of Mark, but I'm a close friend of this guy who is a close friend of Mark's. Hopefully that makes sense for you. Hopefully I'm going to have an opportunity to interview my close mate, who's also good mates with this fella, with Mark Law, online, and just hear some of his story from NZSAS to private contracting to filmmaking to Lincoln, everything in between. He's an incredible guy, super intelligent too, very articulate, very intelligent, and yeah, just a really good human being. Like he was a great mentor to me when I got into the private sector. So I was already, come from the SAS, had some experience there, private sector, and traveling in and around Baghdad and other parts of Iraq, and working in that space and working with television media, looking after them. Very, very different. Landscape's different, assets are different, resources are different. The men there doing the work are the same as what I was used to, but they've got another layer of experience which I didn't have, and that environment and working with those types of clients is very different. So just soaking that all up, being with him, seeing how he worked, got to spend quite a lot of time, picked his brains on a number of things, particularly in the early days, getting an understanding of the landscape and the routine and what he's observed and how long he's been there and how long he's been doing that type of work, other places that he's been, what he observed and learned from those places, a lot of jobs that he did on his own, single man jobs, looking after, either a correspondent, cameraman and sound man. So sometimes 1 to 3, looking after 3 people, or 1 to 1. Lots of just massively experienced, but he's been in a whole bunch of stuff, diamond mine stuff and private security stuff and everything in between. So I think he may have actually been in Angola at the same time with Mark. So I'll see if Mark mentions this guy's name that I'm talking about. Be interested if he does. Maybe he mentions his name in the book. He's already mentioned Jim and Caddy and a couple of other fellas from the fighting part of it on the New Zealand cycle. So we'll see who else he might name him here.
This is the one that I picked up on.
But it was during the Civil War over there, right? In 1997, you were doing private contract work for Diamond Security for De Beers, and there's no police control. Everyone was armed with
diamonds. So yeah, I think this probably is the same one.
AKs. It was gunfire day and night in Luanda. You write in your book, do you remember your introduction to Angola?
My introduction was arriving there, and then I went straight down to the Codium, who was part of the De Beers. We were buying diamonds, and then as soon as I got there and started meeting guys, but I could feel that I could feel that there was something going on. And at that stage, one of our expat guys was held hostage up in one of the buying houses up in Kumfumfu, up north, and their buying house had been robbed, and then these guys had been beaten up, and then he was held against his will there for, I don't know, it was like half a day, I think. And anyway, he finally got out, worse for wear, and then he was coming back to Luanda. So when I was there, sort of getting briefed up and learning what I was going to be doing, he arrived in black eyes and clothes all ruffled up, and Brit guy. It was quite chipper though. I was quite impressed. And then I was like,
okay, well that's not my mate who's mates. I think he's just mentioned a Brit guy there.
Oh God, okay, it's an interesting workplace. It's it's real.
That surprise you, that what people can do to one another?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, when you see the brutality, but the ease of it, and then we were involved in it later on, and to see the switch, go from your mate, good guy, to having a crack at you. I just didn't trust anyone, and it was a rule I kept, and no matter who.
It's a good rule to have, actually. It's very, I can't say I trusted any of the locals when I was working in the private security. Not that I was, I definitely don't feel like I treated any of them badly or poorly. That would have been a real stupid idea, and I think that's a stupid play for anyone. But I would say I was just very cautious. Dare I say paranoid? I probably still am. Well, no, I know I still am. By and large, to a large degree, even when I'm out in public, especially if I'm with my family, even if I'm by myself, I'm still reasonably paranoid. But I think it's okay. for me personally. I mean, if you got blinking twats going around stabbing people in the neck in Australia and the UK and wherever else, I don't think there's anything wrong with having a healthy amount of paranoia to protect yourself, and or especially if you're with your loved ones, protecting those that you care about, and being trying to put yourself as best you can in a position to respond, react, defend if need be, and or provide support. But yeah, Angola, okay, the Brit guy, his comments about a rule that he kept about not trusting anyone, especially when you're in another. Basically, it was still a war zone. You got your green zones there, you got military everywhere. It's still a war zone, still IEDs and bombs going off all the time, still conflicts and gunfights happening. You're not, what is it? What's the saying? You're not in Kansas anymore. Not that I've been to Kansas, but I think I understand the inclination or whatever the wording is for that. I think that's a good, healthy mindset to have. And his mate, who's my mate, I learned that from him too. He was treated people well, treated people with respect, the locals, everybody included, but was always cautious in and around them when we're out on the streets, even with our drivers. Having local drivers and all that sort of stuff, you're still very cautious, and so much so to the point whereby you're not briefing them on the exact route of where you're going. Definitely not in advance. And you're not briefing them on the locations, the exact locations. A lot of that stuff is happening on the fly. You might give a little bit of information for the initial part, and then you just completely change it as you go, and or just before when you hop in the vehicle, you're giving the information right there and then, and you're making sure that there are no phone calls or anything taking place. Phones are where you can see them, nothing's in their pockets, and but you still treat them like friends, I suppose the easiest way, you treat them like you want them to feel like you trust them completely, but essentially you don't. Well, I didn't anyway. You don't trust them completely. You don't trust them like you trust the boys, if that makes sense.
They were how they were, locals wise. And I've been in a lot of situations to prove that was right. The times I've sort of been in the places where there's been accidents or incidents, shootings and things like that. And if there's if the crowd can get going, and you can feel the crowd, and then you can feel the bloodlust, and it's a real thing, and
wow.
You can just sense the pressure and the feel in the air, and it's like,
I've not thought about this for years. What he's just mentioning there is 100% true. This has been my experience too, and thankfully it didn't happen very often. This is the main one that I can think of. So at this time I was working for the BBC, as much as I don't think too much of them right now, and haven't for a while actually, especially with the rubbish that they do over there. They're similar to ABC in Australia, but BBC, British Broadcasting, I was working directly for them. The guy who's good mates with Mark here, he got me the gig working directly for the BBC. Mike was the one of the I want to say soundman with the crew, and then Tim was the cameraman, and I forget the name of the correspondent, but he was a correspondent. I suppose not one of the more well-known ones, so he wasn't like what's his name, John Simpson. He wasn't like Jim Muir. He wasn't like Jim Muir. He wasn't Caroline Hawley or anything like that. Wasn't like the prominent sort of correspondence that I suppose people may be familiar with in regards to the BBC. And that's why I can't remember his name. But Tim, cameraman, South African fella, Tim, and really good guy, Tim as well. And I want to say, I think the sound man was Mike. Can't remember. But anyway, where we were in our area, BBC at that time, and our little compound was right next to the French embassy, or was it German embassy? I think it was French embassy. We had Reuters in the area. We had Japanese media, NHK, did some work for them as well. All sort of within the same, dare I say, compound type area, but you have your own segregated blast walls around your own little areas. You have your own local security forces and that sort of stuff. Anyway, there was this massive blinking boom, that went off. Bomb. Could have been an aircraft. I don't know what it was. It wasn't a mortar anyway. Like something significant. Destroyed a fair amount of this building just down the road from where we were. And we had made a decision. So they wanted to go and get some footage to get an understanding of like the devastation, which building did it hit, blah, blah, blah. We had the maps out on the table. We had some of the locals there, the interpreters, talking about where they suspected that it happened. They were getting on the phones, talking to their people, and their people were telling them, which they were then telling the media people, and then they all come back and looking on the map and, oh yeah, that's right here. That's like just down the road. Like literally probably would have been, I'd say about a kilometer, no, maybe not even a kilometer, less than a kilometer from where we were. Bit of a rabbit warren to get through and out of our place, and then get through all the checkpoints and all that sort of stuff, and the security, like the standoff, the outer cordon towards the inner cordon towards you actually in your compound, all those sorts of things to get through and negotiate just to get out. And then obviously you'll have to go through all of that stuff to come back in. Anyway, we made the decision after we got that. We did give our recommendation, said, oh, it's not really, it's not advised. Like there can be a heck of a lot of emotion, as you could imagine, especially if it's a building that's been destroyed. A lot of locals, the emotion and stuff again that's built up, and the danger that it's going to basically present. It's not the sort of thing that we recommended or encouraged anybody, and dare I say, we hardly ever did it. Like if something like that happened, it's not ideal, which we learned and explained, to go rushing to those places because you want to get some footage, because you want to be first on scene, you want to get the story out there, blah blah blah, all that sort of stuff that I suppose media want. And I understand from their perspective, that's what they want. That's why they're there. They're prepared to take those risks, and bless them. Like that's what they've chosen to do. But they've also employed us to advise, and protect them if worst case scenario happens. If something out of the blue happens, like that's what you're getting paid for. They're also paying for people whereby they're not, you're not doing your job if you're not advising and giving the risks, and or dare I say holding your ground at times when you need to. Difference being each company is a little bit different, and the people within it. Anyway, we went through, we put that forward, we had a look at the situation, and like I said, our interpreters and stuff were getting all the information coming back and feeding that through. We understood that area. We knew that area wasn't known to have, as far as we were aware, wasn't known to have any sort of baddies in that area. And some of our LECs, or locally employed civilians, actually had people that lived in that area. And so that there were those things which gave us a few, I suppose, not comforts, but reference points that if any of our locals were involved or bad, they wouldn't go targeting their own area, or an area whereby they've got loved ones and whereby they stay and that sort of thing. So we weighed that up. We did consider, we came up with a plan. We looked at how and where we would approach from. So we approached from an area which was very isolated. There's very few people around there. All the commotion and everything that was happening was up in and around where the devastation had taken place, unfortunately, for those there. And what we discovered, so we got out of there quick. We went around, did a little bit of a recce. At that stage, we didn't have cameras out. Vehicles were positioned, and then we maneuvered those so that we could make a quick exit and get out of there as we need to. And then we get there, have a look. Okay, this looks like we might be able to do a quick stand up here. So the stand up, for those that don't know, the correspondents that stand on the side of the street, cameras rolling, they blurt out what it is that they're going to think, then you get back in the vehicle and truck off out of the area. That was what we were doing, a bit of those, but not going to those sort of events or tragedies, dare I say. We saw that on the ground now, so we had some information prior to. We went out, had a look, didn't jump out of the vehicles, could see what we could see from a safe distance, orientated the vehicles to get out of there quick if we had to. Stayed there for a bit. Things seemed okay. So, okay, cool. You know what you're going to say? The good correspondents practice and rehearse what it is that they're going to say in the vehicles, in the armored vehicles before we get out. And low vis looking armored vehicles too. So we had some of the best vehicles that we had were just blinking, looked like local vehicles, local van. The vans were good, but up armored or lots of armor on them, and then blinking inundated or adorned, decorated with all the local blinking bells and whistles, all the tassels and everything dangling off, all the colorful stuff and dust and dirt on the vehicles. So it didn't look like what people, I suppose, imagine. Like, oh, there's those flash Mercedes or BMW armored vehicles or big suburban Lincoln things with a turret and a gun sticking out the back. None of that. Stickers all over the vans and all that sort of thing. Deemed it was good. We got out once they had done their prep and cameras rolling, get out there, move a bit closer, starts doing his thing. Holy heck. You just saw this crowd look towards, like they could see the camera crew. They saw what was happening. And I don't think they were coming because they wanted to attack us. They may have. But, you just don't know. I think they were coming because they saw a camera and they wanted to be talking and expressing what's just happened and why, and expressing the hurt and pain and all that sort of stuff. People wailing and crying. Got out, doing some filming. These eyes, so I'm looking at the crowd. I don't really care what the correspondent's doing because that's their job and they're talking to the camera. It'd be like what he was talking about before. When you're out in the field on cycle or in training or whatever, and your mate goes for a dump out in the bush, you're not sitting there watching your mate take the dump. You're scanning your arcs, and occasionally you might blink and see something coming out the backside. No different to that. You're watching everything else and occasionally glancing over just to check. Or you can see them out of your peripheral vision. Man, that happened. All these eyes, and then the crowd just started moving towards us as quick as they could. We didn't know what was happening. It's like, yep, pack it up. Pack it up, get in the vehicle now, we're going. It's like the correspondent wanted to stay. I said, no, we'll keep going. Tim, bless him, carried on filming for a bit. I was like, guys, pack up the stuff now and get your backside into the van. We need to go. Anyway, it got to the stage whereby they sort of, at that stage, all my weapons and everything are covered. I then felt like I needed to just display the weapon, didn't raise it or point it at anybody, display the weapon so that they knew that we were a thing, and then just be talking to them, just stay there. As it was, some people stayed back, some people continued to advance towards us. I was like, no, just stay there. We had an interpreter with us as well. I was telling them tell them to stay there, just tell them to stay there, we'll be out of here soon. He's saying, no, they're grieving, they're crying, they want to talk to the camera, they want to say what's happened. I said, just tell them to stay there, like don't come down here towards us. So anyway, some stayed, some continued to move towards. Correspondent kept talking, did what he was doing. Got to the stage where there was a handful of people in it. By this time, a couple of them grabbed Tim, and then I needed to move in and like just get them to let go and get the interpreter to tell them to let go now. We are leaving, like we can't stay. And they're like, no, they want to. So I was like, yeah, we're going. So I didn't really care by that stage. Broke the grip of a couple of the people, told Tim to get his ass to the vehicle, which he did. He started running. The correspondent was moving, needed to stay with the correspondent, dragging him along as well because they're wanting to talk, and he was actually wanting to hear a little bit. Moved him anyway. I said, let's go. Just grabbed him, hand on the back of his collar, and then just started pushing him and shoving him towards the vehicle, like we're out of here. Got in the vehicle, and then we left. Had a bit of a blow up with the clients and with the interpreter as well in the van. And once we got back, not so much in the van. That was fairly short and brief. It was just more along the lines of, next time you're told to blink and get in the vehicle, just get in the vehicle. The blow up happened more so when we got back, because still needed to still pretty heads on a swivel, like checking everywhere in the mirrors, is anybody following us, etc. Anyway, got back, and then that's when the blow up happened. And then lo and behold as well, a couple of the boys from the other company that I was already working with, when I say the boys, I mean former badged members from the NZ unit, and and UK, gave me a buzz because they knew that I was in country. We all pretty much knew who was in country at the time. They knew where I was, and this is BBC. And then they called me, rightly so too, which was good. So I was able to give them the brief, which they then passed on, and then I was able to speak to. I spoke to, I think it was, I want to say it was the bureau chief for one of the other networks, because they wanted to get an understanding why we went there, etc. Because they wanted to go there. So the boys called and they're like, the first words out of his mouth, I think, was like, "Bro, what are you up to? Like, what are you doing? Why have you gone screaming towards the blanket bomb that's just gone off in that particular area?" So gave a bit of a rundown, gave some rationale in terms of what we thought and our, I guess, ground truth perspective of what we felt we had at that time. And the reason why we went there and what the plan was. And so gave them that. So, okay. And then I said, but yeah, definitely don't go there. Definitely 100% do not go there. So, the boys look out for each other. It's no different if there was an area where they observed something which looked suspect, then we'd be on the hotline talking to each other. So this was just another one of those times. And then they're like, okay, cool. Yeah, understood. Might need you to have a chat with a couple of our clients here, because they're of the impression that, well, if the BBC can do it, then we can do it. Why can't we go? So just that client pressure building up for some of the lads. And I was like, yeah, all good, no worries. So let me have at it. Like, put them on the phone, had a chat, and then just explained to them the situation. They're like, oh, okay. They're like, yeah, okay, no worries. Yeah, we won't we won't go there. So that, listening to what Mark has just spoken about, that I don't know if I could describe it as bloodlust of what I think Mark just described, but that feeling, that energy, that vibe is unsettling, to say the least. It is definitely unsettling when you've got people in that emotional state of what it is, and I'm assuming that they are people that may have had loved ones in the building or whatever. And this is in Baghdad. This is in like the middle of Baghdad, which wasn't uncommon. Some of the stuff, like probably more than half the stuff and deaths and stuff that were happening there, just weren't being reported. Like, people just didn't know about it because it wasn't being reported. But that is one long story, but that is one hectic environment to be in, or thing to experience, I should say. Having a mass of people that are feeling that massive amount of sense of loss, the wailing that's there. If anybody's been to a tangi, you've heard wailing and stuff before, the sadness, the sorrow, the crying, etc. This was on another level. I had never experienced anything like that. And then when you're seeing that advance towards you, and they see you as a means to either share their story, or maybe they see us as the Westerners, the expats, it's our fault, and you don't know whether they want to attack you or just talk because they can see a camera. Yeah, it's hectic, it's daunting. So definitely do not recommend, and definitely let the other lads know with the other networks that they were working with at the time. So yeah, nah, not a good idea. Don't go there. Just stick with whatever you've seen from the BBC, and that's enough. You maybe go and have a look later, or send what media networks would do, and which we started to do a heck of a lot more of, is you could send your local networks a local cameraman to get footage, and I want to say a correspondent or reporter, somebody that can do a bit of talking there, and at least be able to communicate. So it wasn't the Westerns, the white-faced with the fancy technology and stuff, standing out in the street and doing this filming, and they're looking at us like the infidels, and blaming us for it, and therefore wanting to potentially come, and who knows what could have happened if we had been engulfed by the large crowd. Thankfully, it was only a small number of people. Still let them get a bit too close at the end of the day, with regards to trying to manage and look after a handful of people, and they managed to get their hands on and pull in on the cameraman because they want him to start filming, and they want him to start filming, or they want to ask him questions or whatever, or they want to be on the camera. But yeah, pretty daunting experience, hectic, chaotic. Do not recommend.
It's really hard to know what's sort of going on. You got to be really onto it and generally get the hell out of there.
Because is Angola your first time?
There you go. He just summed it up. I should have just waited that little bit longer. And then he just summed it up perfectly. You don't know what's going on. He's blinking. Yeah, get out of there.
In a really hot location.
Yep.
Like first time properly active.
Yep.
Despite all of the training and all of your years.
Yeah. No, I missed all the conflicts, and it was a little bit interesting.
There you go. So, shout out Mark Law. Like I spoke about blinking several hours ago in this live, there have been people that have gone into been past selection, past cycle, been badged. Sadly, whatever the timing of things, didn't get deployed, never served operationally during their time in the unit. And there's quite a number from NZ and Australia. I can't speak for the UK. I wouldn't know. I'd be surprised if there were guys that got all the way to the regiment and didn't deploy operationally. I don't think that's happened over there, but I could be way off the mark. I know it has happened in NZ and Australia. It's just the reality of things sometimes, and the timing of life and the way things happen. But their contribution to those units is no less, is not diminished in any way, shape, or form. To me, anyway, in terms of what they've done. Like I've shared, the reputation that they have and the things that they've done, but also the contributions from the training perspective with the time that they spend there, the developments. They're always looking to blink. They're tinkerers, in my opinion, guys in the SAS. They're tinkerers with kit and equipment. They're tinkerers with looking at problems and coming up with ways to try to solve those. Very, for the most part, very positive, solutions focused and orientated. That's probably the place where I observe that type of approach the most, has been in the regiment. And when people say solutions focus, sometimes I roll my eyes out on Civic Street, because I think, you fellas talk about solutions focus and then you whinge about the bloody coffee machine not working. Don't give me solutions focus, cuzzy. So where I actually observed to a high level and consistently solutions focused approach to things was my time there in the unit. And so guys like Mark and or guys that from their timing or whatever didn't deploy, they still contributed massively just through their tinkering and innovations of things, which then got passed on. And then other things come out, more continuous improvement, that buzzword that gets thrown around. More continuous improvement happens, and then more learnings happen as a result, definitely, of operations. So there's definitely been pros, a lot of benefits, even from those that didn't deploy on operations during their time in the regiment.
Ecuador, but nothing like that, and it wasn't like we weren't like pushing into like hot zones, but that was my first real operational place, but by myself or with a couple of the expats. That was the deal.
So this is training coming to life, I guess.
Yeah, big time. But yes, I had to change gears though, because you just couldn't rely on your mates, and you didn't have your tactics, and you didn't have your favorite firearm. You didn't have top cover. You couldn't call, the QRF, the Quick Reaction Force that we had arranged to the Guard Force. It was only as good as the Land Rover could get through the crowds. And then they were just coming with the African boys. And, sometimes, could you trust them? Could you not?
Trust is an interesting one.
Hence I've mentioned, just even when Shubs asked me about, what's the difference when you say that it's so different? Like, all that stuff that he just mentioned, that's the difference. The boys that you've been so used to, that you trust explicitly, like just I felt like there's no hesitation. Trust the boys that I'm with. I know these guys, been through selection, been through cycle with them, deployed on operations with them. I've got no reason to not trust them. But then you end up in another environment or another area where you're not necessarily, for me, I was lucky. I was BBC, a little bit different, because not all the guys were ex-regiment guys. There's only a handful of guys that were, including my good mate, who's good mates with Mark. But the other company beforehand, before I worked directly for BBC, they were all blanket ex-NZ or UK SF. There was one, I think there was one other Australian guy on a separate contract, Aussie SASR guy, who I knew. Well, I knew him. I didn't know him well in the unit. He was obviously senior to me. But it was good good to know. Like, you got that level of guys in the teams that you're working with in that private sector space, versus what Mark's just described, when you got a whole bunch of, if your main support, or dare I say QRF, is locals, that, yeah, you don't have the same trust in those people that are part of your team.
Because you couldn't trust your driver. I've got near-death experience number 3, which is the ambush, which was in September of 1997. This was...
Well, I just spoke about that in terms of not that or being ambushed, but just, you know, I think it's what he shared. I had the same sort of mindset. The only ones I trusted were the expat guys that were ex-regiment guys. And although I may not have served with them in their relevant units in UK or from NZ, I knew that they were good to go. Their reputations and and serving with that company, or working in that private sector space for that company that I was working with, you only got in through your reputation, through word of mouth. Somebody had to know you, and they had to speak highly of you in terms of your reputation and what you brought, or what you would potentially bring to that company or to that job or to that team. And if it was a nut from somebody, then you just got, yeah, thanks for your application. We'll get back to you, or just a straight out, thanks for your application, but you're not a good fit, or whatever. Just real blunt and straight to the point, which you'd expect from a unit that was founded by ex-22 SAS members. And then they had set the standard in terms of the type of consultants, security consultants, that they were looking to employ. And so, yeah, I was just very fortunate to get a run in there with those guys.
Incredible what happened here.
So what you had to do is every week, 1 or 2 million US would come into just flying on the plane. You go to the airport. That was an act. Pull up underneath the 747. They'd wheel down a big chest of, steel chest. You pop it open, put your, fill the money and put these bags into your black bags, chuck them in the vehicle, and then get your way downtown to the office. And then that money was distributed and ready to pay people there or take up country. So this particular time, we were going up to...
lots of money changing hands. There's definitely still lots of money changing hands in Iraq and as well. And there's lots of money changing hands everywhere. Just unfortunate that didn't have as much money as we would have liked changing into our hands on the ground. But it was good. We made. I'm not complaining about the funds that I made during my time in that space. I mean, that was good. But yeah, like I've always said, nobody's going to turn down more money. Not unless they're blinking. Well, I don't know. Not unless they're a trillionaire.
A couple of the places went to, and this one here was Le Capa, but to make it a little bit more complicated, the Angolan De Beers manager or that region, Ken Kempson, was down from London, and he really wanted to get out to the buying houses, see how the staff were, see what was going on with the locals, have a look at some raw diamonds, see what get a feel of what was happening there.
That's an industry, eh? Diamonds, raw diamonds, and just the brutality, I suppose, or at least the way it's depicted. I've never been in the diamond industry, and I've never seen how raw diamonds and stuff are mined. But the depiction of that type of slave labor to get those, like what is it, Blood Diamond? Leonardo DiCaprio doesn't paint a very good picture. Doesn't paint a picture of these are voluntary people that want to be there doing that. There may be some, but it just seems pretty ruthless, that space. So yeah, anyway,
I was like flatly against that, and because it was hard enough looking after myself and others, and then we had this guy who was a senior manager out of the UK wanted to go up country, and so okay.
Always those, the higher ups, the higher ups that have no idea of what it's like on the ground, that fly in from their blinking 5-star, 10-star resort or whatever it is, and then go, yeah, I want to go here, like it's a blinking. Like it's just going down to the store for them, eh? Like it's just popping into their local store and getting a bite to eat. It's like, no, that's not how it works out on the ground, cuz, in this place.
Off we go. It's the King Air up to Le Capa, pulled in. So we get out. grab a bag. I had 800,000 in US. It just comes in like $10,000 bricks. It was all in the bag there. I chucked that in the vehicle in the middle here. Ken Kempson's on the right over here. We've got a guard, a driver, and Charlie's in the back. We've got the Hilux up the front, and that's got 3 of our guards in it. Pull out of the airport, give the old guard a wave at the guard hut, and you could see, it's about 300 meters down the road, and then it turned right, and then it went into the village, and the village was sort of started there, so truckload of people around. Semi-ops normal, no real major threat, had no intel. And then I remember we're cruising along, we got about half hour long, and I remember seeing a guy stand up behind the wall with an AK. I was like, and it was over there right through the window, and I was in the distance, I was like, right. And then I was like, and then boom, another one stood up, and another one. And then I could hear firing, and I was like, oh yeah, ambush. And then, so I remember, yeah. And
I like that the hosts started laughing. I suppose it is funny for them. What he's talking about isn't very funny. And I guess, well, not I guess, like he's sharing the experience. He's not trying to be dry humor or just, I don't think he is, or very matter of fact. He's describing what sounds like and what potentially is about to be a very intense situation. He said that then he heard firing. He hasn't said that the firing's coming towards them or pinging their vehicle yet, but he's seen blinking like these little pop-ups popping up. Each person that's popping up has got an AK-47 or what appears to be an AK-47, and then there's shooting, and he's like, okay, there's an ambush. That's his mindset. So I suppose maybe if you're listening to it and looking again, oh geez, he seems very blasé about it. This because he's still going, but I like the fact that the hosts find it funny.
I remember that I could hear the shooting, could hear the rounds, and then all of a sudden the Hilux stopped and our guys stopped, and so I was like, so from your military days, no one's stopping in the ambush. You've got to get out of the ambush, and so I was like screaming at him and banging him on the back to drive. This guy's here. So we go to pull out like that, and then he relents to my belting him on the back. He goes, then he stops again, and then right at that stage, all the windows cave in, and all I could hear was the shooting, and then all the windows, all the glass blows in. We've stopped by this time. I got my pistol out, and I looked to my right there, and all I could see was a hand inside, and it was just shooting like that. And then there's a guy on my left at the window, so I was about to shoot him, and then but by then I could the pressure of the shooting, and then I could hear the sort of the calling out, the moaning, because I could hear Ken getting hit, and then I heard Charlie get hit, and then you got two options, you either fight your way out or you call it, and I remember going to shoot him, and then I thought, and then all the weight and everything coming on, and I thought, stop. So I started yelling, stop. So I chucked my gun, stop, like that. And thank God all the shooting slowed down. And by that time, there was a lot of people at the vehicle. The doors were getting.
And it's a big call to make, calling a stop to those in your vehicle, seeing a guy. I don't know how close the guy is that he's saying that he can see on his left that he was going to shoot. Obviously it worked out for the best, but man, like again, it's just when I'm listening to that, it's one of those situations. My head is going to a different place with regards to, I'm not thinking stop in terms of stop fighting, relenting and putting up the hands. That's just me just listening to this right now. Again, completely different story if you're in that situation, and obviously Mark was in that situation, has made the call. So I'm interested to hear what happens on the back end of this.
He pulled open. There's a guy climbing in the back. There's a guy climbing in over Ken. My door was open. There was a guy in on me, and then there was lots of chatter going on in Portuguese, and we're on the road. We're off. And we went down. I remember turning left, and I was like, this is this is not going to be good. And then, so I'm bent over. I can feel the bag of money's there. I can feel the blood sort of coming across. Ken's moaning. Charlie.
I can't remember who Ken is, if Ken was the guy, the big wig that come over and wanted to go traveling to this place or what. So I may have that wrong. So again, in my head, when he's describing that, the pressure and stuff, I suppose he's talking about, but if you've got mates and stuff that are getting shot in this ambush that you've identified, like this is an ambush, I don't. Typically, if you're setting an ambush, you're killing everybody. Like, you're not leaving anybody alive. You're just taking out everyone and then grabbing whatever, doing the SSE at the end, doing that sensitive side exploitation and looking for whatever things, or in this case, maybe it was the money that you can get after. You're not typically leaving anybody alive and then jumping in the vehicle and going for a bit of a drive.
He's moaning, and we were just like flooring it down this road, and so they're sitting on top, and by then they're sort of like giving you a hiding, punching you quite a bit, and they're pulling off my watch. They pulled off my backpack. They took my gun off, and
wow.
And we're sort of bouncing along the road, heading on out. And I was like,
if I was in that situation, I'd be thinking, that's it. I'm dead. Like, they're going to drive off somewhere. They're taking all this stuff just to execute me out there. So hence why, when he was talking earlier, with all of that stuff happening and you're seeing the other guys in your vehicle getting shot or getting shot up, I assume this guy Ken that he's speaking about is still alive, and or was still alive during that process, and hopefully still alive now. I don't know. But that's, and given what I know about ambushes, and when we've done those in training, and when you're looking to implement an ambush and execute one, you're not looking to leave anybody alive in an ambush. So hence why I mentioned, when I was listening to him, my mind is going to a very different place. If I'm seeing a person here on my left or on my right, doesn't really where I'm seeing the person, the threat, let's say, I'm just thinking, shoot and kill as many of these pricks as I can before I cop it. That's what's going through my head as I was listening to him. But again, not on the ground there, wasn't in that experience that he was in, and he made a call, and he's still here to tell the tale to this day. So, likely, clearly the right call that he made, but just interested to hear, because I'd be thinking of what he's just described now. I'd be thinking, okay, that's it. I'm being driven and I'm about to be executed, is what I'd be thinking if I was him right now.
Okay. And I was trying to like pick up on Portuguese, but I didn't know a lot. And I could feel all the warm blood there. And this time I was like pushed right down onto the floor, and then I was on the side, and they're just like smashing me. And I was like, I can handle that. That's not going too bad. But then what happened is oh shit, my bloody false tooth. I could see it sort of pop out onto the ground, and I was like, ah. And so I remember bloody reaching down and sort of grabbing it like that, and then boom, the guy, I could feel the steel thing in my mouth, and I was like, and then I was like, oh, that feels like a grenade. And so he was like trying to shove a grenade in my mouth, and then I was thinking, oh, my tooth, a grenade. Anyway, and by then he stopped being bloody silly, and then
that's crazy. Fella trying to shove a grenade in his mouth. What are you going to do, cuz? You're going to pull the pin while you're there? Like, if you're right there where you got the grenade in his mouth, even if it goes off, it's still going to cause some damage, bro, if you're right there. Unless his plan was, I'm going to stick the grenade in your mouth, I'm going to pull the pin, and I'm going to run away. Bro, unless it's if it's got a delay on it and that happens, well, I'm going to take that out of my mouth and throw it towards the direction that you're going, aren't I? Like, any normal person, I would have thought, would do something like that. I don't know what the point is of trying to shove a grenade in somebody's mouth. And I don't know that Mark was probably understanding what the fellow was trying to do either.
I was all right, I've got to get out of here. So I remember he was sitting on top of me, and I was leant over, so I put my hand underneath by his legs, and I felt the door, and I just lifted it up, the handle. I thought, oh, yep, okay, cool, it goes to there, I've got that. And then were bouncing along the road, and I thought I could hear them saying they're going to slow down. And I thought, be shit if they just pull us out and, tap us. And so as it felt like it was slowing down, so I just grabbed the door, lifted it, just heaved the guy off the top of me, and then I just fell out, burst out the side, and then I just zigzagged because I thought they were going to start shooting me, zigzagged my way and jumped into the bush, and then quickly looped back a little bit and then pulled up and have a look, and the vehicle had stopped by then. And Charlie was thrown out and Kenny was thrown out, and then off it went. And I was like, oh, thank God for that. They didn't kill the boys.
Did you think I'm probably going to die?
Far out. So they didn't kill the boys. He just said, and the guys just asking him, did you think you're probably going to die? Well, I reckon he probably did think he was going to die, and that's why he did what he did, right? Popped the door, or whatever it was, used his energy to throw the guy that was holding him down, I imagine, or sitting on top of him, to get out of there. Zigged when he should have zagged. Well, he didn't get shot, which sounds like, which is good. And then for those guys to not execute the other two, it sounds like, that they threw out, man, they're very, very, very lucky, I reckon. Anyway, let's hear what Mark had to say.
I hear.
No, not at that stage. I was confident I was going to be all right, but I had little moments where.
Wow, I'd love to dig into that. How did you know? Maybe he's going to talk about it. How did you have moments where you thought you were going to be all right in that situation?
I love blue cheese.
Huh?
I don't buy blue cheese.
Oh, I feel like this fridge is past its use by date.
What if it's to find us sorted a loan for a new one?
We learned to make things possible.
And the broken Portuguese that I knew, or the little bit of Portuguese I knew, it felt like it was a little bit sinister, So I thought, but then I kept thinking, well, they've got out of there. All they got to do is throw us out the door and carry on. They got the money, So I was thinking, I reckon they'll, I don't know what's going to happen, but I got to get out of here. So I got out. And then they stopped and obviously threw the boys out.
Man, I'd love to dig into that, because I'd ask Mark, I'd say, well, sounds like, because I think the question was, did you think that you were going to die at any time? When I listened to that, if I was in that situation, I'd be thinking, yeah, I'm going to be killed if I stay in here. So I would have thought, to me, it sounds like Mark may have had that thought too. And it's not for me to try to put words in his mouth. Like, I'm not trying to do that. I just think he made the decision, could feel the door handle or whatever it was. He managed to get that open, toss the guy off the top of him. He managed to get out, ran away. They didn't shoot at him, he said, which is good. And then the car stopped, and then they booted out the other two people, and they didn't execute them. So, like I said, luck plays a part in everything in life for all of us, which is good. Glad that's, sounds like what happened there for them. But I 100% would have been thinking I was going to die. But I think my thought of thinking that I'm probably going to die here happened way earlier than letting the guys into the vehicle, then calling stop and putting the weapons down, and then the guys jumping in and then driving off. Like, yeah, just what he described. Like that doesn't sound good at all. It doesn't sound like, and doesn't feel like the sort of thing that you want to stop fighting for your life for, and then essentially put your life in the hands of of these strangers, these foreigners that have timed their run seemingly to perfection to get what it is that they want to get. Anyway.
So once they buggered off, went out there, and we helped the Charlie and Ken get back into the bush. And then I did a primary survey on Ken, and he had holes everywhere.
That's that old medical language, primary survey, secondary survey, in terms of the medical training and stuff that you receive. I haven't heard that term for ages, but it's good to hear it again.
In my mind, it was everywhere at that time. Charlie had been shot through both arms and a big gash on his head.
Bloody hell.
So I quickly patched him up. But Ken was a real hard work, because he was I remember seeing a hole here and one down here and an arm, and it's sort of like massive pain in his groin, and I was just trying to work out how to patch it all up. I didn't have my med kit because they stole that. So as I started ripping pieces off Charlie's T-shirt and sort of stuffing it in holes and sort of doing it up as best I can, put him in a semi-recovery position, said, you guys got any cash? And then said, right, I'm going to go. I'll be back. I said, Charlie, you look after him, mate. Keep him up. You got to keep him conscious and like awake because he's, he's going to be in shock. He's already in shock, but we just got to look after him. Got out on the road, headed off. I was like, I reckon Lakapa's back that way. I ran all the way down this big long dirt track, and as I was coming up the other side there, a few Ks, I could see the dust coming. It was like, oh, there's an intersection, there's a vehicle coming, and I was like, oh, yep. I wonder if I can. I was running like mad. I was bloody buggered. Vehicle went past. I was about 100 meters away, and I was like screaming and yelling. And then as I got up there, I could see the brake lights on. I was like, oh, choice. And then they backed up. There was a couple of Eastern Bloc guys, UN guys, and I was like, oh man, hey, look, we've been shot up. A couple of boys are back in the bush here. I need you to come and give us we need to go and get them. Oh, no, we can't do that, because they obviously thought there was, sort of gunfight or danger or something going on.
They might have thought there was something suspect going on as well. Just imagine, far out, there's a lot in there, eh? One, patching up best you can, makeshift, improvising with whatever you've got. You're going to make the best with what you've got. He did what he did. Leaving them there, running for ages. Now, I've heard him say kilometers. Bloody hell. So help is not close by the sounds of things at all. And then bumps into this vehicle. They actually, to their credit, they stop and they reverse and come back, but they're hesitant, which is understandable, to go and render. If it's like this, it could be them about to get ambushed. Like, he doesn't know. This guy looks like he's covered in blood. I assume he's probably got blood and stuff on him from the work that he's been trying to do to patch up the two mates. And he's flagged down this vehicle. Like, he could be the dodgy guy trying to, play the victim sort of thing, and then next minute those guys get ambushed. So I could understand the reluctance of them potentially, but I wonder, they must go and help. He must be able to convince them.
I said, no, you got to. So it took a lot. There's a lot of arguing there. Anyway, they turned around and I said, right, look, and we talked them into it. So bolted back down. I said, let me out here, turn around. I'll get the boys. We'll chuck them in the back and we'll take them to Lakapa, put the boys in, and we went all the way back to Lakapa to the buying house. And then in the buying house, by then there was a lot of chit chat going around town that we got robbed, and so we're obviously been shot up. We're quite weak, and so
I'm very curious as to why. Like, was the driver? I don't know if the driver was one of them, because I think I heard at the start he didn't trust the driver. Or was the driver still with the baddies that ambushed? I'm still like. The guys that he's just described have been shot multiple times, and the guys that have robbed them didn't shoot him, I'm guessing. I don't know. Well, probably because they're too busy trying to put a grenade in his mouth, or one of them. And they didn't finish off the other two. Like, it's just, man, it's strange behavior, but hey.
Once we rolled into there was huge amounts of pressure on by the locals all arriving. There was people wanting to get in the house, and obviously they all knew that there was cash and diamonds in there. Where's all the security? Well, unbeknownst to us, they were in on the ambush, and they're taken. Wow. They were elsewhere somewhere. They were with the police. Police had, other uniforms over top of there. They were part of the ambush and the ambush team. So the word got around quickly that we were sort of like sitting ducks. So from then on, it was just a matter of like,
money for jam, eh? Sitting ducks, all right. Money for jam. They can just look at these Lincoln dopey expats. More money than brains. Look at this dumb twat wants to fly over here, and he wants to go and have a look at these diamond houses. Yep, let's accommodate him. While we do that, let's accommodate ourselves and relieve them of this Lincoln $800,000. Far out.
Trying to patch Ken up. I wasn't going so well at that. I had a few failures on the IV. Then a doctor from a neighbouring area heard about it, came down and got with him line on the foot for him. And then so I was just patching keeping that up. Got in touch with a guy down South Africa on the sat phone, doctor down there. He was really helpful, helped me, stabilise Ken, because I didn't have a lot of good gear. And then we just started having to get the pressure on externally by other people coming to find us and have a look around, organise a plane, got Ken out, and then the last one, by then it was really agitated, and so I was like, man, I got to go. I got to get out of here too. So I took all the diamonds that we had, strapped them into my chest in a little pack. I was like about 800 grand, nearly $1 million, and went down. It was dark, and then we're just sort of loitering around the final plane there. And then it was really, really tense down there, and they knew that I was sort of like a player. They were keeping an eye on me, and in the end, I said to the guys, "Look, once you load that plane up, really need to distract you. I'm going to go around the back." And then I said I'll sneak onto that plane. I'll go down the back, I'll lie under the seat, and then, man, I tell you, as soon as I go past, mate, you've hit those engines, we're out of there. And so that's what happened. And I can remember like squatting down the back there. All these guys with AKs around us, and the old mate, I was like, oh man, he's got to get this plane out of here. And we pulled out, and I remember down the runway. And as we got off, I was like, oh, Joyce, got it, we're out, like.
As we got up, I was like, oh, Choice. I love the commentary or his recollection and his, the detail and the experiences that he's had. I'm not surprised by the detail. Like you go through and experience something like that, I'm pretty sure you're going to remember the details of what he's just been through. And I would imagine there's probably stuff that has that hasn't been explained, or that he hasn't gone into as much detail in. Bloody hell. I'm gonna enjoy, hopefully all going well. Wish me luck again, people, that I had the opportunity to spend some time with Mark Law, whether that's in person or online. Probably be online depending on where he is, although I would prefer to do it in person. Maybe at his hangar or something, where his choppers and stuff are, his business. But yeah, we'll see how we go. Sorry, peeps. I think it's all right. It's probably just the same people in the chat anyway. Yeah, looks like Rubber Kiwi. Sorry, brus. Just having a look here. Bloody hell, there's there's a fair few comments on here. Sorry, peeps. Dun, 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 dun. Another live. Dun, dun. North Simon. Okay. Oh man, bro, I'm way behind on this chat. Simon, I think this Mark was an impressive operator when he was with the unit. Remember, he used to store his Harley in the boiler room. Oh wow, is that right, Simon? Simon MCC 1910. Thank you, bro. Thanks for stopping by. That's cool that you know Mark. Do you still keep in touch with him? I know I'm probably not going to get to that till blinking 10 hours later, but oh well. I mean, this White Island incident was probably bigger news in New Zealand. What year was this again? A few years ago now. How far off the South Island is it? Oh, no, yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, White Island's off the North Island. Poeticus, yeah, like you mentioned, in another live, too much prep probably won't challenge you to be your best. Man, I can't even remember what I was talking about back then, Poeticus. Sorry, mate. Live, too much prep probably won't challenge you to be your best. Simon, you got a training calendar then as well. Kia ora, Joe. Kia ora, team. Kia ora to you too, Talk. Dale Morgan. I know that's for the e-baby. You skim your feet, so don't do an ankle injury on rock, so your weighted pack doesn't propel you face first into deck. Okay, not sure. Kiwi hard. Right, this is my fault too. So sorry, peeps, with regards to the comments. I've just seen your comments on here now. Here I have. I've just been in my own world actually, reacting to and pausing very often. This interview that the guys have been doing with Mark Law. He broke the record and stopped for a break as well as Mark married. I think I love him. Fish and chips across from the Australian Museum used to be awesome. Buy a scoop of chips, get 3. Fish the size of dinner plates. Stopped all the time with Dad in the truck. Joe Horto told me it was cool to cheat on selection though. Considering he also led the breakout that got everyone out of enemy hands, benefit of the doubt might be applicable. Oh, well, their loss, eh? Carport. Yo, how, bro, you in your chat. Yo, how the school thing go? And did you know older Kiwi guy around St. Andrews area, old Tree Lopper, 2 was pretty tough. Was 70, 80 now, as was 60 back then around. Cuzzy, what the trucking hell is that? Lincoln Community. Oh, yeah, that's from Rubber Kiwi. There you go. Cheers. Life works in mysterious ways like that. A bit of grief, but there might be something bigger to happen in life. Yeah, 100%. If the rule is get caught in a car RTU is dropping mark triage. Either blame him or lose the whole team. Oh yeah, I know what you mean by that. That's what you're saying. Yeah, all in the past now, but good to hear the story. Good to hear the story from the horse's mouth, because like I said, the story I got didn't include that. Included parts of it. Yeah, that's rough. Where's the way out? What can I use if I need to? Who do I drop first? Always have a plan. Christopher Whoopi retracted. And then another one, 4 hours, 17:58. Bloody oath. For me, there is nothing worse on ops than some bloke who just continually whinges day in, day out at every opportunity and with any task. Mate, we're in a theatre of war. Crack on. Yeah, great point, eh? Bloody annoying, the blinking whinges. Actually, I think I spoke about that in a video. When people asked me about the cultural aspect or some of the things that took a bit of getting used to. And some of the whinging that I experienced from Australians in 4RAR really got on my nerves, and I just didn't like it, eh? And then one of the boys put a smile on my face and he said, well, I'm going to whinge about you whinging about us whinging. You need to stop whinging about us whinging. And yeah, other guys started carrying on as well, which did make me laugh a bit. In Recce Platoon itself, in 4RAR and Recce Platoon, I didn't really, it wasn't too bad. It was all the sort of stuff that I was hearing on the periphery and other people that I was meeting with. I definitely didn't hear. You have your moments, like soldiers will have a gripe and a moan about certain things at different times, but you know, like what Christopher Whoopi said, you just crack on, even in training, even if it's not on ops, you just crack on with the job. Just check the original vid. We're at 54, 150. Who's getting our dinner? If a dozen guys pop up with AKs and open up, most people don't say, oh, yep, ambush. Yeah, well, you usually, and especially if you're seeing the weapons pointing towards you or your vehicle, your convoy, and if you're armed, if that's all they had, though, pistol against an AK, not ideal. But if it's the odds in that are already stacked against you by the sounds of things in terms of what they got into, which they didn't realize was going to happen. 153. I thought it was a 4-hour vid. It's over. Well, I thought this would have booted me out by now, but it hasn't. Told you 2 weeks was optimistic. Well, not too bad, Rubber Kiwi. I think I could easily beat that. Look at this. It's well over halfway, cuz. And if it took 5 hours to get here, 10 hours isn't 2 weeks. So that's an easy win. Then he stopped being silly. What's this? Wardrobe. Something. I see no black and white, so I'm assuming first was second first myself. Nice to meet you, brother. Oh, okay, yeah. Nah, no black and white. Yeah, I was 1st Battalion. But yeah, nice to have you stop by. Cheers for stopping in, bro. Welcome aboard. That's the bro's on one today. He'll get to comments eventually. Fair enough. Long live Mexico. Los tacos, not nachos. Languages aren't my strong suit. No, I mean, yeah, the Mexican battalion down 2nd 1st, aka don't let them. We didn't want to let them cross the border up into the North Island. I can close the translator app, and apparently still are. The first lads who just left Korea knew who it mean. First, not your fault, I suppose. Yeah, first battalion, the best. It's wonderful to be a part of there. Anyway, let's get back to this. I think that's all the comments, eh? How many people on here? Oh, there's bloody 14. Well, looks like there's 14 people on here. I can't say that I think there's been 14 people here the whole time. I doubt that very much. But anyway, I'm going to continue. And what's that? 1 hour. There's only there's only 50 minutes left of this. So that's probably only about another 4.5 hours of me.
Yeah, that was probably one of them,
Send money to your loved ones overseas with the trusted money transfer app, Orbit Remit.
Hey, babe.
Yeah?
Change of plans. Group wants to go hiking now.
Hiking?
Yeah.
most relieving times, I reckon, in my time.
Near-death experience number 4 was malaria. So this was around the same
That seems
time.
tame compared to some of the other ones.
Yeah, but this was
one.
This was intense, right? This was a phone call back to the family telling them to prepare for your death because it had reached that point.
Yeah, so when I was up at one of those buying houses there, they didn't have a lot of power, so you either had to rely on mozzie nets or, hopefully a couple of the rooms might have decent aircon to keep the mosquitoes out, and it was prolific malaria. Anyway, I came back and then boom, I went downhill like a ton of bricks, and I remember trying to muscle it out, but that malaria over there is brutal, and then I just recall just like suffering hard, and I thought I was just going to outdo the fever, grind it out. Got to the stage where my Kiwi mate
just sweat it out. Probably wouldn't surprise me if that was his mindset.
of mine came around and he's looked at me like, oh, no way, you've got to go. You're in bad shape. So they got me evacuated down to South Africa. It wasn't until later I was conscious, and that they said I arrived there with 43 degrees under my armpit, and they said, "Oh, you're completely roasted," and then they thought, "Oh, this he's done." And then, fortunately, I came back. But the family back in New Zealand was told, be prepared. This guy's probably going to pass, because that temperature, the fever he's got. The issues that's going on, that we're trying to manage. But thank God, bloody pulled through.
Did it impact after you were so-called had beaten malaria?
It felt like to me over the years that I'd always come down, I'd always crash, and it was always the same thing, like a real fever, headaches, sore behind my eyes, achy body. I had a lot of it over the years, and I reckon probably in the last 6 or 7 years I've sort of slowly, I don't know, it's sort of like it's calmed down.
The second chapter of your life is focused around...
It's assimilated into his body. He's used to it now. He doesn't... What's the one of those Jason Bourne movies where you had to viral out? Viral off the blues or greens or whatever pills it was.
Helicopters. So with the private security work, you got money to buy your first helicopter, and you started sort of building these helicopter businesses. Can you take us to that? Was that always the plan? And can you tell us how that started and what that next sort of period looked like?
Fascination with the helicopters, did continue. When I was in the New Zealand SAS, I went and got my private license. And so I did little bits and pieces of flying. My brothers, twin brothers, they were full-on flying commercially. They were all sort of all over the world. The interest we had with the helicopter.
My mate, his mate first, my mate second, spoke to me and told me what a phenomenal pilot Mark is. So that always interests me as well. So I think if Mark does come back to me, let's have a look. Probably not, but never know. No, not yet. But got a reply from Horse, so I'll message him after. I'll give him a chat call later today. So nothing from Mark Law yet, but it'd be cool to, if I can connect with him and go and have a chat with him, do a video, maybe do a live with him there if he wants to do a live.
And hunting at home when we were growing up, and then I was fascinated with the helicopter hunting that was going on in New Zealand, and so I was dead set to finish my time in the circuit. It was just it was a really good time, a place to make a lot of money, but there's a lot of risk going on, and it was sort of glorified like soldering, not really SF, and the SF part of it, they expect you to do, so much, but you just had limited assets and the risk was high, and you just got to call things,
Interesting take. I never viewed private security or my time on the circuit as SF at all. Because, well, to me it wasn't. It was more like, we would refer and use the term as more like babysitting. Glorified babysitting. I think of, and then depending on some clients, it could almost be interpreted as, depending on which lens you're looking through, glorified butler.
Make sure that you're not getting yourself buried. By then I had enough money to buy R22 or nearly the whole lot. And so I was like, I'm going to come back and buy a 22 and move somewhere down North Island to Whakatane, Portiki, and start shooting deer. That looks like a really good lifestyle and be super interesting and bit of me.
I've got near death number 5. I'm not sure if it was quite that, but you had to jump out of the R22 at one point because the weight was too heavy and that was the only way to survive.
Yeah, we sort of got into this little steep little gully and little ravine, followed up a river, and we flew along. It was a big slip. And I was a deer, great. Pulled back around, and then as Dave turned back around, it was down here, so we had to just descend back down a bit so I could get a shot. And then as he turned and descended, we went slightly then downwind, so the wind was from behind us, and we had quite a steep approach. And then, so those are two bad things when you're flying. Due to the nature of operating the 22s, a number of our mates had all said, sometimes, the old shooter's got to bail out, to help out the aircraft recover it, if they get in a crap situation.
Wow.
And I recall that, and I remember we were going down, the horns, the RPM horns screaming, Dave's trying hard. I'm looking out, so just made the decision, threw my rifle out, unbuckled, and then I remember as soon as I got, we were nearly to crash, I just...
That's mad. Like, sometimes in this type of aircraft, if we're in this situation, that they have the conversation, the old passenger might have to jump out to give the pilot a chance to bail out. Blink and Nick, I wouldn't want to be jumping out from too high.
Jumped, and then I jumped and I fell down. Unfortunately, I landed down the side of a bank towards the river, and then just went boom into the river and face first and smoked my head on a rock. And then a little bit dazed, but sort of they sat out of the water because it was sort of enough to wake up. And I could hear the helicopter just, and then it didn't crash. I couldn't hear it crash. And then it pulled away, and then I heard it sort of flying down. I was like, great, God for that. And then
thank goodness it was worth it. Blink and being dazed and confused. Lisa saved his actions, saved the chopper, or allowed the pilot to be able to blink and bail it out, I suppose, or save it.
So I climbed back up on the bank, and then he comes back around, and then I remember him, he's sort of hovering there. He's like this.
Godzone 2018. So we have had people on the show that have done Godzone before. It's
one New Zealand Godzone, actually, as it's now known.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. But you were partway through this race, and you somehow picked up this flesh-eating disease, which again nearly took your life.
Yeah.
Can you take us there?
After we're done, there was about 150k sort of like pack raft, and
I feel like there must be parts of this interview that have been edited out, because it just sort of seems like quite abruptly just went to this next piece from the helicopter to is this another to near death experience number 6 or whatever, or 5? I don't know. Well, it's their show, like they edit it as they see fit, but I just wonder how much other information during their conversation there probably is that that I don't get to hear.
Walk that we did, and we come in to do a transition on a bike to sort of head towards Manapuri. And I remember I was feeling a bit average, and so I changed over. I was like, cool, we're getting on the bike. I was sick of walking. This will be good. And then away we went, but I was feeling jaded, so they had all these Red Bulls there, and I was like, choice, got one of those down. Oh, that was easy. And I thought, I better have a bit of food. And then I put 2 on my bike, and off we go, And then I remember biking along. I was like, I ended up tallying Charlie. I was like, oh man, next one, I was off the bank and I'd crashed down the thing. So I was like, That's a bit weird. Anyway, I got the bike up, carried on, and then I was starting to feel like a bit average here and there. And so and it was like big, it was a long bike. Got into the night, and then we're going up this saddle. It was a long way. And then I started to feel cold and hot and cold and hot. And then I fell asleep. Boom, fell off the bike. That's normal. I got back on, carried on up, and then I got worse. I got worse and worse and worse. And as we're reaching the top of the saddle there, it was so bad. I just had to get off the bike, and it felt like I was like freezing to death. It felt like my body was stopping, and I was just like puzzled because I've been under some pressure, prior, with some long days, and I don't mind that.
We're looking for people 40 plus who want to actually master Claude in 28 days. No free time needed, just 10 minutes a day. Nexera gives you interactive, bite-sized.
But this one.
Don't worry, we'll soon be like the Matrix soon. Be able to just plug ourselves in and then just download whatever we want. Learn Kung Fu. So it's only was over 20 earlier. Yeah, helicopter to next mission did seem like a skip. Yeah, but I've observed that, or feels like that. I think maybe that was the one that was maybe a bit more in my face. Maybe it's been like that. I can't help but think that there's probably more in their conversations. Does anything at all phase this guy? Fell off a bank. That's a bit weird. Yeah. Low blood pressure. Was this for real, Rubber Kiwi?
And was like, I don't know, it just felt like something was going on. I said to Flash, hey man, I just got to park up, man. I feel like I've just stopped, mate. So I put the little tent up. It was crap at night. Got in there, me and Kat, she was buggered. 2 hours later, I wake up and I just like feel on the top of the my game. Got on the bike all the way down, and then we crossed up and went over, and we're just going to drop back into the Manapuri Dam. There was a checkpoint to get on the kayaks, and it was like the second to last leg, third. And I remember jumping. We went all the way down the bottom. There was a big hole, and I jumped off my bike, and I couldn't put my foot down, and I was like, oh damn. So I looked at my leg, and it was just blowing up like a sausage, like a saveloy, and I was like, well. And then I was like, couldn't walk on it. So I thought, hey, look, something's up with my leg. I'll lie down, elevate, get a bit of feed. You guys pull the bikes down.
Blowing up like a saveloy. His leg, though, sounds like what my feet were like at the end of selection, but this is his leg. Bugger that.
Really, I reckon I'll be bottom. There's a big hole, and I jumped off my bike, and I couldn't put my foot down, and I was like, oh damn. So I looked at my leg, and it was just blowing up like a sausage, like a saveloy, and I was like, well. And then I was like, couldn't walk on it. So I thought, hey, look, something's up with my leg. I'll lie down, elevate, get a bit of feed. You guys pull the bikes down, get ready. I reckon I'll be sweet in the kayak, but hopefully it'll come right. There's a medic there. He had a look at it. He's like, that's a bit weird, maybe cellulitis. And then he was like, I don't know, maybe compartment syndrome. He was a little bit concerned. And then I was starting to get a little bit buggered. And so I lay there, and they ground it through for about an hour, a little bit more. And then Flash said to me, what do you reckon? So I got up and I just couldn't walk. I could not walk on that leg, it was so painful. After a while, Flash could see me, he knows me well, and he's just like, I reckon you're buggered, man. I don't know. I just don't think you'll make it. So he pulled the pin. So we finished there. So, okay, can we get a lift out? Oh, and there's no one coming. Oh, yeah. So you have to be there the whole night and grab a boat the next day. And I was sort of like, not good. And then all of a sudden a dock boat came. And so the guy said, hey, can we get on that? So they chucked me on that. And I remember going around the bend. I was up the front. I was just freezing. It was cold and sore. And then I remember next minute I was at the boat ramp. And then next minute I was like getting pushed into a car. And then I woke up and I could hear the talking. And then they were sort of driving a little bit of speed. Woke up briefly. I was in Te Anau Medical Centre. And then the next time I woke up, I was coming out of a coma.
Wow.
And so what happened was obviously the next time fasciitis, got through the fascia, and then there was septicemia. Then there was a process of attacking your tissues, and then it was into your organs. So they called a helicopter, flew me down to Invercargill, By then, the doctor had identified that I had necrotizing fasciitis, so he induced me to a coma. And then I was on a helicopter to Dunnose, to the ICU, and obviously the family was put on notice that I was in a coma. And so during those 3 days in the coma, they did 5 operations and they were just debriding so they opened up my leg 4 places, one in the calf on the other side and thigh and on the other side. And so what they did, they just went on a hunt for that necrotizing fasciitis, and they just kept cutting and cutting and cutting and cutting. So they send me back, come back, they start cutting again, debriding. And the 5th operation, they had made the mind up that if they hadn't pulled it up then, they're just going to cut my leg off.
Well, it's more ads now.
And then, so they stopped it. And then, I remember coming out out of the coma. It was a real interesting, experience, because I remember waking up and I was like, oh, damn, man, I can't sort of see. It's like, well,
very chilled, eh? Oh, it was a very interesting experience. It was like, bro, interesting experience. Nearly lost your leg, cuzzy. In Connect. Oh, far out. Hard case.
Blurry, and unbeknownst to me that, they put the Vas on your eyes, to keep it all sort of moist and that. And I was like, what's going on here, and then I could make out people. My brother was there, Anna, my wife, was there at the time, and then Julie and my sister was there, and then it was just sort of dawned on me, and just looking at them, and there's just an emotional toll on their faces, and they're just like that, they were crying with relief that I was awake, and then it dawned on me that something bad had happened, and I was back, to their delight.
And then it dawned on me something bad had happened. Bloody hell. I can laugh about that now because he's all good, or he appears to be all good. And just his matter of fact way in which he talks about it, like Rubber Kiwi said, does anything faze this guy?
And but huge amounts of pressure and strain and stress for everyone.
It's the sign of a remarkable episode that we are this far into it, and we haven't even spoken about the bravery award that we're going to get to. But I want to get there via the Black Hawk, because you brought the Black Hawk to New Zealand, the first and only one to do it. And so can you help us understand how important this is and how difficult it was to do, and then perhaps link us up to sort of Kahu and then
wow, the first person bring Black Hawk here to NZ.
We'll get to White Island after that.
Yeah, certainly. The Black Hawk came about because I could see there was a niche in our industry for heavy lift. So it was incredible to actually see that all of a sudden you can get online and it's a Black Hawk there for sale. So went online. I missed out on a couple of times, and then boom, we bought Black Hawk online.
Just that he like trade me for Black Hawk helicopters.
It's awesome, mate. Imagine being able to go online one day and go, what do I want? What do I feel like? What do we reckon we need here? A Black Hawk. That's what I reckon. Yep. Let's just have a look. Grab my phone out. Black Hawk for sale. Oh yeah, there's one. Buy. Imagine that. That's cool as. I'm not saying that that's how he did it or that's what happened, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's what he did.
Shipped it to New Zealand, brought it in here. We operated it on a N-register initially, and then we were able to get it type acceptance by the Civil Aviation, and then we got our own ZK, registration and approval, and away we went.
What was the relation?
Just the hoops, the paperwork, the admin, all the hoops and stuff needing to go through. I can't even imagine. But yeah, Civil Aviation obviously sounds like it would need to be a part of the process. But man, so you would have invested in that, then paid a whole bunch of, I suppose, other licenses and stuff, I guess. I'd love to ask him about that. There's heaps of things I would want to dig into detail with this fella.
Relationship with White Island, Whakaari and Kahu, and how did that part of your business work?
Back in 2007, Robert Fleming, who was in Whakatane, lived in Waimane, he had one of the licenses. There was at that stage, there was 4 licenses for helicopter operators to fly tourists to White Island. So in amongst the other work I was doing, I used to help him out. So then I started to fly to White Island. And I could see that this business was a great business. People were happy. It was like regular. Money was easy to make money. They just paid and, it arrived in your bank account and you flew, which was not what I was used to. I said to Robert, hey, look, if you ever want to sell one day, give us an option. So after 18 years, he did. And myself and a partner, Marcus, a friend, at the 2 families, we brought the license. Got approved by White Island, by the Buttle family, and we commenced operations 2009. On the back of that, we had flight training. We're doing aerial work, bit of shooting work, animal management, and obviously into White Island tourism. That we built quite quickly. And the background to that, we were looking at the heavy lift, the Black Hawk. So that all unfolded through there. As we sort of got more into the White Island tourist business, we grew, built a hangar, purpose-built hangar.
Another question that comes to mind, like just hearing him speak about the helicopter stuff now, pretty cool story. I wonder if Steve Askin, rest in peace to that fella, ex-NZSA, so I wonder if he did his helicopter license through Mark Law. I don't know. I'd love to ask. There's been a few other ex-regiment guys that have gone on and done their helicopter pilot's license. I think I heard Mark saying that he did his while he was in the regiment, which is pretty cool. That's awesome.
Had a lot more staff, got up to about 6 staff, I think it was, permanently, and other pilots. The Black Hawk entered New Zealand, and we were into building that part of the heavy lift business. That sort of culminated until 2019 December, when the eruption happened.
Can you take us to December 2019, 9th of December 2019, the day when you first heard that there was something going on, and then what your movements were after that?
We were driving down back to Whakatane, and I remember on the Matata Straits, I was looking out at the island. I could see a big plume, and the plume's there a lot. But generally it's just white, but this one was grey, and I was like, oh, that looks sinister. Grey means normally there's a lot of ash in the column. And about that time, the phone's going, and so there's chit chat. So we get a phone from the office from Jason. We got a phone call from Timmy. So initially it was, we think there's an eruption on the island. Tim calls me, and he said, hey, look, there has been an eruption on the island. One of his aircraft just got off and was coming back. The other aircraft the helicopter's still on the island. And so I was talking to the office, to Jason and our other staff, and they were busily trying to look at the cameras on the island, ring other people. We got hold of a charter boat operator out there, and he said, yep, hey, I'm out here. There's a big eruption. Okay, so I said to Jace, we'll just get the aircraft ready. We had 2 squirrels there at that time. Make sure they're all gassed up, and we're going to go out and see if we can find Tim's guys. Jace called Tom, who was another one of our pilots, junior pilots, who was down the road building, and so he came up, had a bit of a brief. We got a whole bunch more extra gas masks and water bottles, and we just chucked on our firefighting uniform. And off we went. Chase was ahead of me and in the distance from White Island.
That's amazing, man. Like, just getting the calls, getting the information. At no point am I hearing him talk about, should we do this? It's just go. It's just go. We need to get the gear. Let's get some extra gas masks. Let's get our firefighting equipment on. Let's get some water bottles. Give a brief. Got one of their junior pilots who was doing some building down the road. Comes in, they have a brief, and it's just go. Like, how and why TwatSafe would issue anybody, let alone somebody like this, a 6-figure blink. I hope there was a GoFundMe for this to pay whatever, if he had to pay. I don't know if he had to. Maybe they're going to talk about it, but that's just ridiculous.
We're flying out towards it. I could see a boat, and I said to Jace, hey, just fly to the boat. That's one of PJ's. There's 2 of them. They had 3. Just go there. Just see what you can see what's going on. And so in a short time, he flew in and down to the boat, circled it, and called up and said, "Oh, look, man, there's a lot of people on the back of that boat injured. I see a lot of first aid going on." I said, "Oh, you just have a hover around, and they because he couldn't get in touch with them, and just pull in, and just if they stop, they might need to talk to you, or if they need to load someone in, I don't know, we'll have a look and see what we can do. You guys work it out." They weren't stopping, full throttle. Chase, so I went past, and then Jason and them followed on a little bit behind me. By that time, we could hear all the a bit of radio traffic from some of the other rescue helicopters. There's a couple of them sort of chit-chatting about, coming our way. And as I was approaching the White Island, it was just like really, it's a real decent plume. It was gas. It was ashing hard. In the bay, I could see one of the other PJ boats. I could see a small fishing boat, and then you could just see the greyness of the whole island, and the shadow and the plume. As I got closer, I could see a guy standing on the top of one of the PJ boats, and he was just like spraying water all over the boat, trying to wash all the ash off. And then I could see that there was.
Whoa! Want to make wiser investing moves? Just set your goals, invest with GoalsGetter.
Huge amounts of ash deposited on the island, and it was like really smooth. Look,
sorry, I don't have a paid account for YouTube.
Kind of like a recent snowfall, it just sort of like deposited, and it was like, so there was no real hard edges. It was just, and I could see the B2 Squirrel, and it was blown off the pad. I was sort of sitting on its backside, and two blades just, I could straight away like, wow, they're flapped and broken, like they're just like broken. That must have been a mean blast that went through there, and then it's about, ton and a half, that thing. So it's, got shoved off that wooden helipad. Couldn't see anyone on the beach, couldn't see anyone else anywhere. So I lowered right down, and then I just started to fly around the B2, and I couldn't pick up anything. So I sort of widened my sort of flight, and then I was sort of like going right up by the plume inside it, only about a couple of 100 feet.
Bloody hell. Not surprised, given the reputation and the comments that my mate has mentioned about this guy. Says he's one of the most incredible pilots he's ever been in an aircraft with. And I could only imagine. I haven't been in an aircraft with this fella, but blanking heck. And I guess that puts into perspective as well the what's that American unit, 160th, with their special operations Air Force operators, or their pilots and stuff in those areas, the Little Birds and everything else, everything in between, Black Hawks, Little Birds, etc. Just the skill and their ability to operate those aircraft. But what he's describing and talking about here, and that's high risk, man, high risk in terms of the work that he's doing, flying his aircraft so close to, but with the intent not to try to blank and upset the apple cart. He's genuinely looking for people to see how and where and if he can be of use and of help. Right. Need more people like this, not blank and be punishing people for doing things like this. Just crazy.
All around the crater, come back around again. I was like, wow, that looks like a person starfished in the ash.
Wow.
And so I was looking at it, and then suddenly my eyes just like, I could see all these other people, and they were all grey, like the crater floor, but you could see the outlines of them. So there was some lying on their back, and the starfish was on their front. They were on a lot of them on their side. There's a few people stacked up. I could see a couple of people sitting, and then it just looked like there were so many. So I radioed the boys. Johnny was listening, said, "Hey, look, there's a whole bunch of people here on the island, right up by the crater. I'm going to land. I'll get out and go and see them, and I'll report back." I said to Jace, "Just carry on coming to the island." So I went round. I had a look at a couple places to land, but it was really ashy, and it was real deep. And as soon as you get your sort of downwash on there, it just disturbs it and just comes into a massive cloud. You can't see, like a brownout. And that wasn't that successful. So then I'm going to go to the top pad. There's 4 pads, and this one here was closest to the crater lake where all the people were. And I just lined it up and just flew right at it to did like a no hover landing, just boom straight onto it, and pull the engine back, left it in ground idle, frictioned up.
Wow, no hover landing. To me, I'm no pilot at all. That sounds like you just come straight in and like dunk, just like straight onto the platform and you're there. And he's talking about leaving it running and everything else that he needs to do. I don't know how normal that is. Obviously, they train for stuff like that. But man, just makes me think of was it an R33 in Perth in Jandakot when I went and did a little fly there. My hovering was rubbish. I was blanking terrible at hovering. It was my first time. I've got 32 minutes in the log of flight time. So up in the air, obviously the guy did all the radio checks and everything. Up, hovered out, moved out, and then up, and then in the air, and then we did a bit of a circuit around for about, I think I want to say all up 45 minutes, and 32 minutes of that was me logged flight time. But yeah, definitely my hovering, that was bloody atrocious. Like the guy had to take control every single time. And then he tried to make me feel better by saying, oh, everybody struggles with hovering. I was like, yeah, whatever. But anyway.
Jumped out, and as soon as I opened the door, jumped out, I was just like heaving. I was like dying. It was the gas. I was used to the gas out there, but it was really, really strong, like crippling. So I quickly chucked my gas mask on. I was breathing, and I was like, okay. And then I go that way. Started running over there, and then boom, just started coming to people, and there wasn't a lot going on. There was a couple of little calls, a couple of little cries, but it was really hard. There was so much noise coming out of that crater, the vent. It was mostly hissing and ash, and then it was like bangs and some bigger bangs. So then I started to go around to everyone, just wiping off all the ash off their face, talking to them, holding them, telling them they're going to be okay, help's here. And some people I was shaking their masks out, putting their mask back on so they could sort of like breathe in comfort. It was clear as I was getting around everyone, there was a lot of people that were dead. So I couldn't shake them awake. They were dead. There was a couple of people stacked up on each other. And then I just kept casting out.
Man, that's far out. What a sight that must have been to go into and then be confronted with that. It just recently I just watched that movie. Is it Only the Brave with Josh Brolin, whatever his name is. Thanos, call him Thanos. Where those the hot shots, the bloody hell! I just watched it not that long ago. Can't remember the something mountain hot shots anyway. Guys that go out and fight all the fires and stuff, that sort of stuff, and just the tragedy that happened there with the 19 lives lost as Lincoln tarped up and tried to ride out the fire that went over and took them out. When he was describing the grey outlines of the people in and around close to the crater, it just sort of took my mind to that movie, which is based on a true story, tragic true story, as is this in terms of what he's described and what he's gone there to try to do. Man.
Alton finding dead, dying and alive. Dropped down into a small stream. I saw a guy there sitting there with a PJ uniform on, and I knew it was Tip and Tiffany. And so I went over and I could see him sitting up, and I was like, oh, cool, he's all right. And I went over there, and as I was talking to him, there's no response, and he's just looking out, and he has his hand on his leg and one hand holding his inhaler. And I just couldn't rouse him. And I was like,
Working for the Disney International programs really opens a world of future for you.
He was sitting just perfectly like this, and he didn't wake up. He was dead, and I carried on. And then I'd finished my sort of the group there, and I looked back into the stream where Tip was, and I could see some footprints. So I followed the footprints down the stream there and come around the corner, and there was Hayden. And Hayden was lying on his side, looked like he'd been struggling to get up, get going, and felt him, and he was dead. So I turned around, went back up.
Not surprised if like his initial, when he said when he landed the aircraft and then put it in idle, etc., and then jumped out and then heaving straight away, unable to breathe properly, and go, oh bloody hell, put the mask on. Can't even imagine what the what it must have been like, or what it was like for those people that sadly lost their life, being that close to, I guess, the crater, where I assume that's where the eruption and all that sort of stuff would have vented from, and just hitting all those, all the tourists and visitors and stuff that were there. Man.
And caught up with a few more people. By then I could hear the helicopter. So I departed, went back down to and talked to Jace on the radio and said, you can go to the far pad. You just got to zero speed it on, prepared. There's going to be a brownout. And just make sure you get onto that pad, and did an amazing job. Come in, boom, landed on it, got out. And then I told the boys, right, there's a lot of people dead here. There's a lot of people dying. Grab those masks, grab the water. All we can do is get around everyone. We've just got to clear the airways, get the mask back on, get some water if we need it too. If there's anyone needs think you need to put in a recovery position, that's what we'll do. The rescue machines are on their way. So we just got to get ourselves prepared. Okay, so they came back up, and then away we went. We started dealing with people. I talked to John a couple of times, and then John came back up on the radio and he said, "Hey, look, Mark, those guys, those rescue guys aren't coming. The machines aren't coming. You're it." And so I was like, okay.
Crazy, eh? This is probably, I did hear bits and pieces whereby the rescue was deemed, was called off, and deemed to be too much of a risk, like risking more lives, and in light of the tragedy that had already taken place, which from that I can understand that perspective. But what I don't understand, what I don't agree with, is that, hey, you got these guys here, experienced men, right? Some of them, one of them may have been a junior pilot or whatever they were mentioning, but they're not committing an offense or a crime. They're actually going there and trying to save, and unfortunately trying to recover as many people as they can in that process. They were going to look to blink and do as much prep as they could in preparation for the apparent rescue teams that would come, which were called off. Fair enough. But I don't understand any government or any organization, including WorkSafe, what gives them the right to then, in spite of this tragedy that's happened, then start going after people that tried to actually help, rescue as many as they could, retrieve bodies for loved ones and families where they can or could. I'm sure that's not why they went there. They went there to try to save people, and thinking that there'd be people alive to get out of there sooner rather than later. And then for what type of person do you have to be to go, yeah, this will make it better. This is going to make it way better. We are going to charge Mark Law and these other pilots that went there to try to save people. What in Lincoln demented world do those idiots live in, those retards from WorkSafe? Yeah, what planet do you come from to think that that's a good idea? I don't think there's any issue with doing investigations into the touring companies that took the tourists there on that day. I don't see anything wrong with that. And I'm sure there's probably some issues and stuff that were probably discovered, I'm sure. But I'm talking purely from the rescue perspective of if that's why, and I don't know the details, if that's why Mark Law and his company and stuff have been whacked with a fine for going there and trying to save people. Just, it's a pretty sad and poor indictment in terms of who these supposed leaders are in positions of authority, and all those that are in positions of higher authority that don't come in over the top and trump that BS and just go, yeah, no, we're not charging this guy. We're not giving a fine for him going there trying to save these people or his mates or the other pilots. It's just blinking. Yeah, get rid of that. That's stupid. We could do some other investigations, whatever it is that they need to do. I'm sure there's been some investigations done. Maybe they're still ongoing. I don't know. But yeah, just, it's probably similar to the military stuff, eh? Why would you bother Imagine them going, oh, hey, can you go and conduct this rescue here? Just go, yeah, nah, sorry, no, I'm busy. Why not? Well, because I don't want to be facing a fine for actions after, because you think I did something wrong. So yeah, no thanks. You go organise your own rescue. It's just bloody rubbish.
So told the boys, right, you know, we're going to recover these people. So this is how we're going to do it. So I'm a bit of a plan. So most of the people were in this one area. It's by a little confluence in the stream. My machine was there. There was probably a good, like, I don't know, 50, 60 meters away. Jace was further down, a couple hundred meters away. So I said, right, what we're going to do is you're going to come up and you're going to bring your machine. You're going to land on this little knoll right in amongst everyone, because it's going to be a hell of a job moving people. And so Jace flew up there, did an amazing job getting into where all these people was without crashing. Doors back. Okay, we're into it.
Shout out Jace, whoever that fella is. Be good to speak with. You know, it'd be good to speak with not only Mark but his other pilots and stuff as well that have gone in and, you know, acted just as bravely and selflessly. And, you know, along the way, here's some of their story too.
So I grabbed one person and threw over my shoulders and walked back up and put her in, put the seatbelt around her, and but that was a hell of an effort. You know, like. It was so slow, you know, like breathing, and you could when you're working really hard, because they only had the one filter on there, so they were really restrictive. So you work, and then you take it off and suck, and then it was so acidic you'd have to put it back on. So that was like interfering with our recovery, you know, pace. A lot. It was gnarly. And then the other thing that happened is, as we were pulling people, we were wondering why, you know, we were just losing grip of them, and then we realised, you know, the skin was coming off them, and so it took us a little bit just to gather ourselves to realise that actually, you know, the normal way of just grabbing someone and next minute their skin's coming off in your hands, and that you're going to have to do something different. Some of the people had blisters that were sort of like that, you know, just hanging off their arms and legs, and so it was.
That's horrendous. What a scene, man. And then not knowing that, and then trying to save these people, like thoughts going through your head. All of a sudden, why am I losing grip? And then you're looking down and then seeing their skin either in your hands or on the ground, I'd imagine. Right. Oh, sorry, chat. 160th Night Stalkers, there you go. Sorry, peeps. Bloody hell. Sorry, there's a few comments and stuff in here, which I'm way behind. Oh, no, not that bad. No, read that. Read that as well. Read that one, helicopter. Does anything? Oh, yeah, read that one too. Oh, yeah, not as bad. Poms couldn't, eBaby Secrets, Poms couldn't handle a Kiwi broke all their speed march records. Maybe. I'd like to think that wouldn't be the case, but yeah, I don't, just seems pretty disappointing that he got RTU'd for that particular piece of the course. Yeah. And took a break while doing it. He's mad nonchalant. Is that the term? Yeah, more than likely. Nonchalant. Sub-zero chill. A job needs doing. Job's going to get done. Yeah, I reckon shouldn't get punished for being real crazy system. Yeah, not chasing clout, but in it for life and saving lives. 100%, eh? Night Stalkers, Combat Aviation Regiment. My neighbor in Montana was one of their pilots. Oh, wow. Awesome. That's awesome, Rubber Kiwi. Jeez. That takes mad skill, though. Yeah, I reckon. Another friend in Montana had their own engine for wildfires. She was 75 and still working every fire season. Wow, that's mad. Thinking makes me think of not that I knew him personally, but Steve Askin died during the fires and stuff that they were fighting down there at that time, which is thinking, man, just just a real tragedy, eh? It's good quality. Yanks aren't all whack jobs, just most of them. You come into school on payday. I still got to sort out one of those credit card things to do. I ordered one and it got stolen in transit. So awaiting another probably 2 weeks. No, all good. 3 months in prison for child sex abuse, 6-figure fine for risking his life to save others. Seems to be a flaw in the system. Bloody crazy, eh? Prezi cards work online. No pressure, mate. Sorry, you're one of the guys I'm looking forward to talking to over there. So no rush. Oh, real. I'll jack one up Friday. It's still going. Stopped in for a week about 4 hours ago while at work. What's this still going? Stopped in for a week about 4 hours. Are you talking about this, the live? Stopped in for a peek. Gotcha. Thanks for that, Jace. Yep, still going. Oh, new world record. Over 6 hours, this one. And there's only there's only 24 minutes left now. So realistically, 24 minutes is probably about another 2.5 hours, maybe.
Extremely messy. So we quickly devised a way of, it needed the 3 of us to carry the people. So 2 guys across the hand, the other people to roll them into it on their backside, and you lift them up and you get them to the machine, and then you just try and best way put them in. That was tremendously hard because obviously they couldn't help themselves. And so, it was tough. It was like
there's a lot of fitness equipment out there that's either for beginners or advanced trainees. And why I love this
it was like a scrum, you're just pushing and pulling, and trying to get the people onto the floor, because you had to step right up into the machine, onto the floor, machine's running, and then get them onto their seats, and then you just strap them in. I think Jay said, "Hey, look, Mark, that girl there, she's died. What do you want to do?" I said, "No, leave her in." So we belted her in a bit tighter, put the others in, and closed up the door. Jace then lifted off, and he was head back to Whakatane. So Tommy, as it must have been a discussion, I can't quite remember, but Tommy was going to bring my machine up and then land, and he didn't feel comfortable about that, so I said, okay, I'll grab it. And then so I brought it back up, and I remember we landed there, and by then Tim had arrived in his little helicopter on the other side, so he ran over, he turned up in shorts and t-shirt with Hoppy, and gave them a heads up, and then they started to, I said, there's another guy right over by your heli, you might not have seen him, he was down in the ash, so I said, make sure you get him, and Tommy knows where he is. And then then they started helping us, but I remember we were just starting to load in, and next minute the island just went, poof, and then I remember Tommy and I just like diving on top of the people that we had there, and I remember looking over at him, he's looking at me, and we sort of weren't too sure whether to laugh or just, I don't know, thinking, okay, she might have another go. Stopped. We got up, and then all of us loaded my machine, and then so I jumped in. And
so that moment, so the volcano's gone off again, and
and they've dived on top of the people that they have been. I don't know what position they're in, whether they're on the ground or in a chopper at this stage. I assume they're still on the ground somewhere, and they've dived on top of them. Man. Yeah, just retards, the bloody retards that are issuing a fine to this guy and the others. Nuts.
There's that period where you're not sure if that's the end, because you don't know if that's gonna.
Yeah, it's hard to see what's going on in the column, and it's just a big boof, like you don't know whether it's emitted something, or like throwing rocks, or it's going to crack off again.
So you're kind of just bracing, and just waiting until it hopefully passes.
Yeah, hopefully passes, and hopefully it doesn't erupt properly. Same way that didn't happen, so we carried on. And then it was lifted. I flew off. The aircraft was absolutely covered in ash, and it sort of stuck on the bubble. And I remember flying back and sort of looking through the crack and bit on the side of the machine. And then I realised I was heading to a Portuguese, so I sort of veered back to Fokkers, and then got to Whakatane. Arrived there. The hospital staff were really looked shocked. The ones that had come back out. Jason had quite a time to try and get them to come over to the aircraft to help him, and then obviously by then they heard the news, they'd seen what people were looking like when I got there, so there was a bit of hesitancy, not on their part to help. It was just like, oh my god, another one, so trying to get the beds over, unloaded that, way they went. headed back to the airport to gas up and go and get the rest. And that's when Jason came over to me and said, look, they're standing us down. They're telling us that we can't go out there.
Wow, that's just no hesitation, eh? Like, got these people there, a load there, going to go gas up and head back out and get the rest. Wow, man. And then, well, whatever's about to happen now, they've just been told they're standing us down.
There's 47 people on the island, 22 would die. When you got that call that the rescue services weren't coming, why was that? That they deemed it too dangerous, or because you had taken all of the people that were alive off, so they didn't think it was worth going there?
They were told that the risk was too high, and they weren't to go.
That's what I would have assumed they would have been told. Whoever the decision makers are, they've got an understanding, I assume, of how many people are on there, roughly probably how many are deceased, and they didn't want to. So from that perspective, I understand that. In terms of calling off the actual rescue chopper people, teams or whatever, I understand that from that perspective, not wanting to add to the potential or to the loss of life by bringing in more potential loss of life, if that makes sense, should something happen during the rescue. But you'd like to think, well, yeah, it's a volcano, it's hard, eh? Can't tell if and when or what's going to happen, and the fact that that's just happened has probably got everybody, rightly so, on blink and on eggshells, so to speak. But yeah, from that perspective, I can understand a rescue being called off or being told to stand down or hang back. These guys here, though, it'd be interesting to hear what Mark has to say about what they decide to do. I don't know if he just rebelled against that and went back out or not.
That came from senior management in Auckland, I believe. That was the only reason that they didn't come out. Or, at that time, one did arrive a little bit later when Tom was on the island, and they landed down at the beach. Tom met them, handed them some gas masks. They didn't have any of those, obviously, and then told them, look,
bloody hell, the rescue chopper that arrived, that landed down further, didn't have any gas masks or anything. Well, I'd like to think they've changed some of those protocols now, and that they're a little bit more organized in case something like that happens again. Far out. It's interesting that the atmosphere for a rescue in an environment like that isn't and or wasn't considered. So gas masks weren't on their list of specialist equipment, if that makes sense.
Everyone had died. There was no one left alive on the island. The two girls that were still alive when we left died with Tom.
Wow.
And that was it. There was no one else left. So he informed them that there was no one. They went up to visited one person, apparently, and then they got back in the helicopter and departed.
There's no manual for any of this response that you've just talked us through, and you're having to make these decisions in real time. How long is the period from landing to getting to Whakatane Hospital? Like, what's the time period that this is all evolving in?
Yeah, I think we're on the island for about 50 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, which didn't seem like that, but yeah, I think it's like 45 to 50 minutes.
From your perspective, does things slow down, and you're assessing what needs to be done in those moments?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. No, it slows down real good. And then you can see a lot.
And that part, yep, slows down real good. Very, nonchalant. Yeah.
And then it's easy to. Well, I find it easy to plan. When the heat's on, and then because it seems to be logical. And I think the
logical and pragmatic, common sense. Some people might say may not be, and it can be hard to apply potentially pragmatism and or dare I say common sense in moments of high stress. But man, there's something about this dude. Like I think I refer back to my earlier comment near the start of this Blinken live stream 10 hours ago. This guy should be making, if this fella forms a party, I'm joining his party. Thinking, heck, why could we not have people like this, leading this country? The amount of mana that this fella carries, like, just again, I don't know him, people that have spoken about him, hearing him speak, listening to just sort of his thought processes, I'd like to think he'd have a very practical approach and a common sense approach to running a country. Like Blinken, if old bald Lux Tard Potato Head can be put in charge of the country and other people predecessors before, I reckon this guy's probably far more qualified to do it. I'm voting Mark Law for Prime Minister.
The issue is that there's so much going on in the background. You just can't afford to let that interrupt what you're doing. Yeah, I mean, if it's going to blow up, it's going to blow up.
So now we're kind of into the aftermath, and this is
again real common sense. He's already there on the ground now. He's made the decision. He's Blinken, do or die. I'm here. It's either going to blow up or it's going to blow up, or it's not going to blow up. Blinken, I'm here now. I'm going to keep working, which work he did, him and his mates. And man, they just did an incredible job in terms of what they were able to do until, I guess, the kibosh has been put on it. And I'm assuming they didn't go back out.
Is where it's a complex world of fines and awards. But your business got hit. So White Island Tours were over 80% of Kahu's income. That's gone overnight. You had 70,000 in customer deposits to refund and leased aircraft to hand back. And then WorkSafe get involved and they end up prosecuting your company, initially facing fines of up to $1.5 million per charge for 2 charges. Can you take us to the after?
I didn't know that it was to that level, but it makes sense. Like, I knew that there must have been a heck of a lot going on. And I'm pretty sure when I did speak with Mark back when I was doing the Epic Aotearoa podcast and wanting to, have him on, he did say, like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff happening at the moment. And he can't give a time frame. But the fact that he even chatted with me and that he was open to potentially doing that. Obviously, all that stuff, Blinken threw a bloody spanner in the works. But hey, things work out the way they're supposed to work out, and it's never too late. Like, I've hit him up, so hopefully I can have a connect with him. But that's right. So essentially, what it sounds like to me is destroyed his business, and then WorkSafe are coming after him for Blinken some more rubbish. It's just crazy.
$1 million per charge for 2 charges. Can you take us to the aftermath of what things look like for you and for Kahu, and when you first caught wind that there may be some sort of fines coming in?
I think it's really important to paint as well that the charges that they're talking about have nothing to do with what happened on the day.
Stop buying expensive blood glucose test strips and say goodbye to the daily pain of finger pricking. This portable home health monitor simply clips right onto your finger to accurately measure your blood.
Correct.
The charges that he's been charged with got nothing to do with what happened on the day.
Absolutely nothing to do with the decisions that you made, how you went about it. It was all retrospective.
The investigators set out to investigate all of us, and the process started.
What do? They get an office of a special investigator to investigate the people that went to the island to save people. What a truck and ridiculous waste of taxpayers' money that is. Why would you want to investigate the people that went to the island to save and rescue as many people as they could? Unless there's suspicion that they're the reason that those tourists were there in the first place, unless that's what it's been used for. Anyway.
And it was to cover 3 years leading up to the eruption. There was huge amounts of material that had to be disclosed. There was like 140, 150 requests. I think there was a lot of information that they demanded. They ran a really good investigation. They were really good people to deal with. There was no issues there. In the background, what was happening though was...
Well, that's something. Who's he talking about? Is he talking about WorkSafe were really good to work with? There was no issues there? Or is he talking about whoever the people are that started conducting the investigation? Police, I would assume. Is it?
As they work through our material, our documents... and
hang on, let me go back. It says, as they. Who is this? Who is they?
Investigate all of us. And
you made how you went about it, It was all retrospective?
The investigators set out to investigate all of us, and the process started, and it was to cover 3 years leading up to the eruption. There was huge amounts of material that had to be disclosed. There was like 140, 150 requests. I think there was a lot of information that they
This must be WorkSafe they're talking about.
They demanded. They ran a really good investigation. They were really good people to deal with. There was no issues there. In the background, what was happening though was as they worked through our material, our documents and procedures and bits and pieces, there was a common theme from them. These guys actually, they're good guys. You know, they've done a great job. Their businesses are sound. They're extremely competent. They've got great systems in place.
Oh, thanks for that, bloody wankers.
We can't really find anything here. As far as interaction with GNS and, you know, staying on top of the sort of volcanology aspect of the business, we can see that there's constant dialogue with GNS. They fly GNS a lot to the island. They participate with them. They're using the material that they produce. So we don't see too many holes in there. In the background, what happened was, so Paul Patterson was the overseer of the reports. The other two there. He submits his report. So I'm using his example of volcanics, a 53-page report. He passed it in. It's got his electronic signature on the bottom there. It goes up into 2 or 3 people in the mid-management there. It comes back halved. So it comes back as 22 pages. All the good stuff is taken out of it, all the supporting civil aviation staff, all the details with working with WorkSafe, all their safety, where they sit, procedural wise, and that gone. Everything's removed out of there. His signature is on there. He said, that's not my report. I'm not signing that report. Don't use that report. That's not what I said. So that bounced around a little bit. And we are very strongly of the belief that ours was of the same. It was presented by...
What was his name?
Where they working with WorkSafe, supporting civil aviation. So it comes back as 22 pages. All it's an example of volcanics, a 53-page report. He passed it in. It's got his... he submits his... Paul Patterson was around. What happened was, so Paul Patterson was the overseer of the reports.
Paul Patterson. Paul Twatterson. Paul Patterson. Maybe I'm pulling the trigger too soon, but it sounds like a 53-page report turns into a 22-page report. It's got a signature on it. And then he's saying, that's not my report. Paul Patterson.
The other two there. He submits his body. It comes back halved. So it comes back as 22 pages. All the good stuff is taken out of it, all the supporting civil aviation staff, all the where they sit, procedural wise, and that gone. Everything's removed out of there. His signature is on there. He said, that's not my report. I'm not signing that report. Don't use that report. That's not what I said. So that bounced around a little bit. And we are very strongly of the belief that ours was of the same. It was presented by the other 2 investigators, but Paul oversaw that, and we're in the similar boat to that. As it progressed further on, there became a lot more conflict within WorkSafe, particularly between Paul Patterson and the now legally the lawyers within it, and it was to do with him not accepting this redacted, altered report. So as that moved on, it sort of went out to this.
What happened with the 53 pages? How do you just go from 53 pages to 22? Like, surely there's a copy of that. This is the copy. Surely there would have been an electronic copy and a hard copy. Here's the 53 page. Here's everything, right? Here's all the stuff that's been communicated. I would have thought, yeah, maybe I've cut him off too soon.
Side there, and then Paul had finished Then he became he was unable to access the White Island side of the IT part of WorkSafe where he'd been working in there. So he was slowly sort of cut out of that. And then he got
unless Paul Patterson refused to sign the 22 page because it was missing all the other information that was on it earlier. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I shouldn't have called him Paul Twatterson. Because sure, Mark said 53 pages. Paul's signature was on it. Then that went through. Then it come back 22 pages. Still had Paul's signature on it. I don't know how it can still have your signature on it and then say I'm not signing that. That seems weird.
Call from Meredith Connell's, one of their lawyers, and said, "Hey, just want to talk to you about your report." He said, "Is that the 55-page one? Did it? No, that's the 22 one." He said, "Oh, that's the page one. That's not my report. Oh, it's got your signature on it." He said,
okay. So he was, he's not prepared to sign the 22 page one, but it's got his signature on it. But that's the redacted version of the 53 or 55 page report overall. Yeah, bloody, who are those dirtbags that's done that? Somebody's done it. And you should be able to track down and trace who has redacted the report, that is.
"That is not my report." And he said, "I've told WorkSafe, there's emails legally, do you..."
There you go. He's told WorkSafe, he's given emails legally, everything is, so there are records of it. I should speak with Paul Patterson as well.
Want my original report? No, can't have that. And so that's when it sort of moved away and got a little bit messy. He rang me up. I didn't know. Once it was announced that we were charged criminals, he rang me up on someone else's phone and said, "Hey, look, Mark, I'm really, really, really sorry, mate. This is not what I recommended. My report's been butchered."
Well, then just come out with the original. Like you said, he's got the emails. All well and good. Make a phone call to Mark. Yep. Maybe he's going to talk about that. And I haven't looked into it. Maybe that stuff has come about. But if it has, I haven't seen anything in mainstream media. WorkSafe tries to cover up or tries to use a redacted report from Paul Patterson. Like, go loud, bro. Go noisy and blink and get the report out.
And I think it's predetermined. And he said, I'm really sorry. That was it. And I was like, "Oh, well, okay." So we didn't know anything was going on here, see. And
that was it. Okay, Paul Patterson. What else did you do? Cuz maybe I was right in calling you Paul Twatterson if you didn't do anything else other than a phone call to say I'm sorry. Where's the original Blinken, what's the names, the reports?
Then and then from there on it was just a life of lawyers and trying to put a case together to support us, going to court. I was like, okay, well, we've got the last throw is Paul, I reckon we just got to get him in there, to support us. And
he should have been the first Blinken throw. He should have been volunteering himself to go, yep, I'm here. I've got the evidence. I've got the email trails. I've got the original 53, 55 page report. Shouldn't need to be the last. I mean, and if he's sorry and genuine about it, and if he thinks it's predetermined and he doesn't agree with it, well then, cuz there's your opportunity to shine, eh? Thinking, here you go. Here's all the evidence. Throw this rubbish out.
I understand. Anyway, our lawyers advised us that, he's not going to be on the stand. And that really sucked the life out of me. I was just like, oh, well, what the hell? Yeah.
Paul Twatterson, why did you not take the stand? Why are you not a witness? Why did you not go forward? Oh, I couldn't even imagine, but I understand what Mark is talking about. That would have knocked the wind right out of his sails and his team's sails with regards to fighting for their lives, for their business and their reputation and everything that they've done. Only to have Blinken, Dick safe, Twat safe, come out and do what they've done. I mean, I don't know what the final outcome is. Probably never get to know what the final outcome is if I keep pausing it. But anyway, I'll carry on now.
This guy here, like to have that much, sort of really dodgy actions going on in the background, all the complications with internally and him, with his doc.
Has he been paid off? Paul Patterson, have you been paid off, you twat? Why would you not? Where's the evidence?
Documents being altered, no one responding to us, and then and all those sort of things. I was just like, what? This is bad news, Brown. Anyway.
PBTech's price plummet is on now. See pbtech.co.nz.
It closed in, got closer to the day. Once we'd learned that, I also learned that a couple of little technical little things that were bolted onto our charges, like we failed to have an adequate gas mask cleaning process. And I was thinking, and when the lawyer
far out, they failed to have an adequate gas mask cleaning process. Did you do an investigation into the useless blinking retarded rescue chopper that showed up without any gas mask? Do they get a charge? Do they get charged with having inadequate specialist equipment in the event of emergencies? This is nuts, man.
They said, if they can get you on that technicality, mate, you're done, So at that stage, we were $1.5 million per charge. And they started to, the heat was coming on, our demands from the KC were starting to, ramp up. And Nick Minute, actually, what about 500,000 per charge? And we'll reword the charges, et cetera, et cetera. So that went on, quite a bit of tempo there. And finally, once we sort of heard.
Hang on, what about blinking nothing for the charges, you twats?
Got all that news and then worked out that, we got to court, we're probably going to get blown out with a technicality. Paul wasn't able to be, we couldn't, submit, have his information, his affidavit there to contest.
Why is that? Lawyers out there, why can't they submit Paul Patterson's affidavit, if he filled one out, and or subpoena, or whatever it's called, the evidence that he's got of the actual 50-something page report that he did sign, and the email communications that he communicated to WorkSafe saying that's not the report that I had. Like, if he's got those, why can't the law, the justice system, work for those that have, in this case, tried to, with everything that they had, prepared to risk it all, get the support that they need? Like, why does that not happen?
You just had to put our hands up. It was an incredibly tough day because, I wasn't there. We weren't there. We helped out. They didn't find anything wrong. I heard that they'd butchered those reports and designed them the way that.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't sound like they butchered the reports. It sounds like they already had an agenda, and people saying there needs to be somebody to blame. Oh, here's a good idea. Let's blame the guys that went there to save the people, to try to save as many as they could. And by the way, they saved a few. They couldn't save everyone. They also brought back people that were already knowingly deceased. Like, what is wrong with these people? Like, what sort of blinking loser do you have to be to get into a position where you wield that much power and authority, but you're a blinking dumb truck?
They wanted to get rid of all the good, keep the bad, keep anything that they could actually get across the line, and they smoked us. And so to get to there and then to do that was just, like crap. Like it was anyway. You just had to, grin and bear it. At the end of the day, I know that I did my best. We never went and took people out there and put them in unnecessary risks that we weren't, wanting to manage or look out for them. We did everything.
Far out. I did my best. Went above and beyond, did his best, and he's just eating the, sounds like, I don't know, just eating the blinking, the fallout of a predetermined, premeditated fall guy for the tragedy that happened on White Island. Who was the government at that time? Like, how Paul Patterson again, going back to that twat. How does that even happen? But I suppose if we're only giving known rapists and organised crime people a little slap on the wrist, it's not surprising that this is what's happened to Mark.
Everything reasonably practical, and so we're there to talk to people that to support the people that didn't make it. So I think we've done. I sleep easy on that.
But they also awarded you a bravery medal.
Yeah.
For the actions on the day, which is so counterintuitive.
It really is, yeah.
That's how retarded they are. We're charging you. We want to charge you millions of dollars per charge, but we want to give you a bravery medal. Like, what sort of blinking slap in the face and kick in the nuts is that?
I think the interesting part of that is, this person, kindly recommended us, and so they send you these forms. And then on the forms it says, do you have any convictions? Or are you facing any convictions? And we're all sitting around, the boys and I, sort of chuckling away to ourselves and going, we'll fill this in, but, be interesting to see what happens, whether they go, whoa, yeah, nah, or, okay, we'll look past that one.
And they did.
They did.
You plus the other pilots were all awarded. Well, you were awarded the Bravery Star. The others, Bravery Decoration, I think, is the distinction, which is just such a. It's such a bizarre public.
I bet WorkSafe wanted to be there and be in all the photo opportunities for that, and probably members of Parliament. I imagine. I don't know. I haven't seen that. Haven't gone looking for it. But that is just stupid. Trucking stupid.
Perception of these two things that are not mutually exclusive, but treated so differently.
That's hard to fathom a little bit, and particularly once you sort of learn the story and see what's going on, and then what happened, and then the whole medal, the WorkSafe and fines and a medal and I reckon.
Or even just that, who's his lawyers? Like, again, I'm no lawyer, but how can the lawyer for Mark Law and his team just let that? Like, I got more questions for Mark. Like, what? Without trying to throw his lawyers under the bus, I'm sure he thinks that they're good people. They must be good people. I'd like to think that they are. But how can they not? How can they not get? This is people's livelihoods. How can you not get the truth from people that apparently have the truth, who have signed or submitted an affidavit? How can that be blocked from being used as admissible evidence in a court of law for truth and justice? The law system's retarded.
And things like that. So, no, it is weird.
I want to just bring in some words from Stephanie Browett. So she was one of the survivors. She had 70% burns. She lost her father, Paul, and her sister, Crystal. She tells her story on social media, got hundreds of thousands of followers as a burns advocate. And these are her words in the book. She says, speaking about meeting you, my heroes. I finally got to meet my heroes, and wow, there are no words to even describe this moment. The fact is, I would not be alive right now if these amazing men had not flown themselves into Whakaari that day. The hospital could not have worked their magic had Mark, Tom, and Jason not taken me off that island. At the very moment they did rescue, it wasn't their job yet, but they took it on without a second thought. Their bravery, selfishness, and heroism are unbelievable. They truly are the most humble, down-to-earth guys I've ever met, my absolute saviors. It goes without saying that I can never thank them enough, but I hope that by living my absolute greatest life, they can see how grateful and determined I am to make the most of my second chance they gave me. Thank you, Mark, Tom, and Jason, for risking your lives to save mine. I feel so fortunate to live in a world among remarkable people like you.
That is awesome, eh? Just needed to pause that there, because you think of, we have a world with remarkable people like that, and then we've got retards that are coming after these people that are in behind the scenes somewhere doing all this dodgy, dare I say, SHIT. It's pretty crap, eh? Like, just, yeah, I don't know. That's super disappointing in terms of what Mark has just outlined and described. really awesome though to hear the words from one of the survivors and her comments about Mark and the other guys.
That's so cool to hear. What was it like when you got to meet Stephanie?
Yeah, I remember reading it and I was like, a few tears welled up because I was, it was pretty touching. And then to see her,
I bet,
when she came out with her mother was like amazing. Like she was, I remember her, small like a sister. I carried a sister, and to have her there in presence, right there with us and talking and looking and then you looking past her burns and the injuries, and then her mother was beside her. She was quite hysterical when she first met us. She was the police had to help her up the stairs to bring her into the office, and so she was like in quite bad sort of shape there initially, and then to have them both there talking and talking through it, and then Mum getting stronger, and all she wanted to do was hug us. It was amazing, and you hold her and you can feel the injuries and the burns on her. You feel for her. She's a beautiful girl, beautiful looking girl. So young, and you just you wish them so well, and to deal with all that she has, and the injuries, and to get by in life, and to get up, and hopefully get a family of her own and get things going. You only but hope for her.
Have you had a lot of contact with families from Whakaari over the years?
I always made it known to the police that I was like, my phone was always on. So I had a lady ring up 2 years later. She couldn't ring anyone. She just sort of lived in her own world about her family member. Got my number and rang me up, and it was quiet on the phone, and then she got going, and then so I sort of just took over, led the conversation, and said, hey, look, your boy was this and he was doing that, and he was fine. He didn't have any, his face wasn't beaten up or anything. I thought he was in a strong position, and he actually was helped me, help himself get to the heli. And things like that, and she was incredibly grateful. She knew nothing. Tiffany's mum, I spoke to her the other day. She didn't know a lot, and it was similar to with the Hayden situation with his brother.
I hear him speaking, and you just think to yourself, this is years after that tragic event as well, and he wouldn't consider it a burden. Some people might. That's not the right word I'm looking for. Probably responsibility is probably the not to try to put that on Mark even more. He's already done his part. Like, his responsibility and his actions speak for themselves. But you know what I mean. He's having to carry that himself, and it's cool. Like, I think it's cool that the family members, those that want a bit more information, those that want to, I don't know, just have a chat with Mark, whatever it may be about. It's great that they have somebody like him who's got his phone on, that will make himself available clearly to do that. Has a very strong mind, obviously, and is willing to carry that. But that's still who's there for. This is what I'd love to ask. Who's there for him? You know what I mean? Who's there for him and his mate Tom and the other pilot? Sorry, I can't remember all three of the other two guys' names. I think Tom was one of them. Was it Jason and Tom? Anyway, you know what I mean? Like, who's there for? And do those other guys get calls as well from other family members? I presume they probably do too. They probably have each other. Like, there's a power in that. Speaking with guys that have shared lived experience and them being on the island and that sort of thing. But man, it's a lot of responsibility. It's a weight, I would say. It's a weight to carry. Obviously, he's strong enough to carry it, but and it's cool that he does that. But yeah, just man, I don't know. Anyway,
Mark, there was so much going around, and it was really rough. Believe that he was alive, and I found him dead, and so being able to be with the families and have that access has been, I reckon, real helpful for a lot of people. That's for sure.
There's a unique bond between yourself, Jace, and Tom as well, because they still work with you.
I was right. It was Jace or Jason.
On the Black Hawk as well. But do you
Give your clients access access to high quality fund choices.
Shut up.
How do you three work through and process what happened that day?
Well, I said to the boys, look, hey, you're going to have to grip yourself up and get with the families. And, if you need a boohoo, have a boohoo. If you've got some problems, keep thinking about certain things, or some things are troubling you, just come and talk it out, And I said,
Look at that. He's already, he's already in that space. The people would call it self-help. Like I said, there's a power in being able to speak with people with shared lived experience and that sort of thing. There's probably, good stuff that can come from speaking with people that maybe don't have the same experience as you. But I think it's different for the heavier topic like this, as an example. I don't see myself ever going and speaking to or having a heart-to-heart session with somebody that hasn't had similar sort of experiences or worked in similar sort of environments. And so for him speaking, if you want to have a boo-hoo, which is basically a tangi, or have a bit of a cry or whatever, because things can get on top of people, on top of anyone. He's already ahead of the game. He's already thinking in that space, or has already been thinking in that space, and is cognizant of it. He probably just speaks to a sweetheart, I guess, and maybe the guys that he was on the ground with, as I mentioned earlier. Plus, he's probably got his other good mates, like the mutual friend of ours, that put me in contact or told me to get in contact with Mark Law.
And make sure you include your girlfriends and wives, because it's hard on them too. There's a lot they don't know. But the country boys, they're growing up with a real look at life, as you do when you're in the farming. So they're probably quite strong. But that doesn't mean to say that when you're young, all that different stuff affects you differently. And so I think we've always made sure that we're very in the army, it was like rank off. You talk, doesn't matter if you're the colonel or the trooper. You talk what comes off your heart or comes off your mind. And I've always sort of tried to say that just don't hold back, just talk, and if there's something going on, we'll sort it out. But
definitely easier said than done for a lot of people. Not so hard if you've got an issue with someone. At least not in the military anyway. If somebody's been blinking useless or is a retard and blinking, you don't trust them, well, then those conversations are fairly easy to have. But yeah, I guess feelings, emotions, that perception, DJ Shipley talks about it pretty well on the Sean Ryan show. It's not manly to be talking about your feelings, all that sort of stuff. And there's probably still people to this day that have that mindset. I'm from the day when men were men and they didn't talk or didn't waste time talking about their feelings and blah, blah, blah. It may very well be. And listening to Mark, he seems like he's comfortable in either talking things through and or keeping things to himself. That's the impression that I get from him anyway, right or wrong. But it's cool that he's sounds like a bit of an advocate for people to talk things through. And I like how you mentioned there, include your girlfriends or your wives and stuff as well in that process, because they won't know what's going on either, unless you tell them or talk with them.
If you just keep talking about things and people and whatever, and it's really helpful.
What are you hoping happens from bringing it to life through the book and through people listening to this? And if they want to support you, is there a way they can?
With regards to the book,
I'm definitely going to give me a book. Bloody hell, I forgot the twat's name. I'd have to go back and have a look. At least it's not too far back. It'd be in around this area here. The WorkSafe. What is it at now? What was the guy's name? 1 hour 50. Okay, let's go here. What's that? Run a hose, Minister of Flavor, who saves the heroes, as the main ingredient. Is this definitely worth the 2 hours to watch without the bonus 13 hours of the Hortai cuts? Bloody great stream. I don't know if it's a great stream, but anyway, if you're still here, thank you. WorkSafe Where are those clowns? I've never seen them in any wool shed I've ever worked in. Nice one, Dan. See, the People's Party would change that nonsense. Our taxpayer bureaucrat who did that, hope they forgot us what it says, start the rebellion tomorrow, Joe. They all got to go. Willie, when everyone else is panicking, look for the guy who isn't. He already solved the problem. Advances and end gets closer. I recall vaguely a time before this live stream so long ago. As age advances and the end gets closer, I recall vaguely a time before this. It has been a week since 4 hours ago. Yeah, good try. See, this is way under 2 weeks. What's this? Okay, I think I'm up to date now. Paul Patterson, thank you. Rubber Kiwi. See, Paul Blinken Rubber Kiwi was listening. I'm here, Blinken, watching, trying to listen and forgetting the names. No good. See, at least I didn't have to go back now. Saved us another Blinken couple of hours there trying to find it. Paul Twatterson.
A lot of people ask me a lot about WorkSafe. They ask me a lot about the island. So it's going to be a great opportunity for people to read that and have a look and a feel themselves. The rest of the stories, as Ron says, sort of builds a character of me. What I hope for is that in this day and age, people take stock that the most powerful people or act that goes on is the voluntary one. And I think nowadays we're so surrounded by, risk and, portrayed risk, and everyone's scared of risk and everyone's scared of doing something for, reason. But, if you take away, the ability to let people who voluntarily go to help someone or voluntarily do whatever they do, but voluntarily, then you run a major risk of failing the nation, failing the people, failing just sort of good human mankind. We really need that. We just can't keep getting tighter and tighter. And if there's a risk and if there's 22 people on that island and people are flying around the helicopter looking down and go, oh, that's too bad, just leave them there. You just can't do that. It's if someone's at the other side saying, hey.
Oh, what? I need a call back. It's my son. One of them. Hey, son, how are you? That's good. You're back, eh? What are you up to? Oh, I had a koro nap, eh? That's good. Lucky you. At 21, having a little koro nap. You just woke up. Oh, good. What's the plans? What's for dinner? Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. So maybe Nutri-Grain tonight, you reckon? Oh, that's good, son. Thanks for the call. So when did you get back? Just today? Oh, yeah. How long were you out for? A couple of weeks? Yeah, okay. Oh, good to hear. But otherwise, everything's going well. Hey, I'll let you get a feed. Can I give you a call back in about 20 minutes, half an hour? All good? All right then. You probably would have had some nutrient by then. But love you, son. I'll talk to you soon, eh? Okay, see ya. Bye. All right, back to finish this off. Yeah.
We want to go out there, just let them, let them do it, and I think in New Zealand, the peacetime environment that we're in is not conducive to, people like myself and others, like the police on the front line, making these pointy decisions and times of real need, and so it dumbs the nation down, and so it gets harder to teach that, promote that with our kids and others. And what I'd like is that a lot of other young people or families or parents and that go, you just got to make sure your kid gets outside, and does things. Don't be afraid of risk. Get out there with them and manage it. Anxiety, all this other stuff. It's normal. We've got to be scared to do something. Pressure. You got to let your kids have pressure. And if you see that, read that from a young age. There's a lot of pressure, but it's pressure forges character. And character makes strong decisions and can make poor ones too. But it has the ability to come back and support that, strengthen it, and so that's what I hope. Obviously, it raised a little bit of money to pay the fine. I'll be absolutely over the moon.
What is the fine?
196 grand. Yeah.
What was that? Hang on.
And if you see that, read that from a young age. There's a lot of pressure, but it's can make poor ones too. But it has. That's what I hope. Obviously, it raised a little bit of money to pay the fine. I'll be absolutely over the moon.
Okay. So with the book, raise a bit of money to pay the fine. What a worthy cause! Imagine that. I can tell you right now, that sounds like one of the first worthy causes that I would be doing in school. If there were people and stuff, as we grow within the school community. In the meantime, I can 100% at least buy one of his books and contribute to his space that way. 196 grand. Oh, I think it showed it in the thing. Okay, $196,000 fine and a bravery medal. I mean, there should be zero, right? That's my take. Should be zero fine for his actions and his company and what they've done, and the award that he's given. They should be paying him. I think they should be paying him the $196,000, not blinking stripping things away and charging him money, and then with some sort of backhanded compliment give a bravery medal. It's just trucking ridiculous. But yeah, that would be. How cool would it be to do a blinking cause contribute some funds to a cause like that for a man like this, and what he's done, what he's been prepared to do, and the way he's been treated.
What is the fine?
196 grand. Yeah.
All right. Well, if you can make a dent in that, we'll be doing.
Yeah, we'll be doing real good. Yeah. So I do appreciate you guys having me on for that. As an opportunity to tell people about the book. So that part's cool. So thank you.
The book is Lucky You're Tough. It'll be out shortly, and I recommend you get a read because it is an excellent book. Cheers,
thank you very much. Cheers, fellas. Thank you.
What a cool video interview that they've done with this guy Mark Law and the promotion of his book. So yeah, when I get a copy of that, I'll make sure that's sitting behind me as well so people can see it. But yeah, bit of a longest one that we've had so far in terms of the live stream, but well worth it. Good to sit here and see this and hear Mark speak about some of his experiences, be able to connect the dots with regards to the mutual friend that we have, and hopefully bridge the gap even more and have the opportunity to connect with Mark at some point in time in the future when his schedule allows. Glad that at least things seem like they've settled down for him in the situation that he's in, but still not ideal in terms of the treatment and what's gone on for him and how things have played out. Go to White Island, save as many people as he can, including recovering dead bodies, and then WorkSafe. TwatSafe comes in and decides to redact a 53-page report to 22, removing all the good things that his company has done, and then turn his life and the lives of his mates upside down. And then they want to slap him with a fine, and then also slap on him a bravery medal. Yeah, it's just trucking ridiculous, stupid. Whoever makes these decisions, and how and why Paul Patterson, can't be called upon to give evidence that he says that he has, and his signature is on the original report, which was 53 or 55 pages, which is reduced to 22 pages, and they're saying that that's his report, the 22-page one. Is just mind-blowing to me. People's lives and livelihoods and businesses on the line, strip those away and apparently call it truth and justice. What a crock of SHIT. Anyway, that's that for this one. I'm going to give my son a call back now. Probably give him a call back a little bit earlier. Interrupt his Nutrigrain that he's probably having right now, and then I've got to give Horse a call, ex-Australian SASR operator, and then work out. He's agreed. Said that he's keen to. Well, he didn't say he's keen. He said he's happy to help out with regards to jumping on an interview with me. So I'm keen to reconnect with him, and we'll see how it goes. That will be in the school community. That won't be here on YouTube. And that's where basically the interviews and stuff that I'll do with people will be put, the full ones anyway. And I'll clip those into shorts and put them on YouTube and other platforms. So anyway, what's this? On your left, thanks, Rubber Kiwi. Did you tell his instructors what he said about them being pansies yet? Did you tell his instructors? Not sure what that one's for, Rubber Kiwi. He's got a great point there about dropping the ball because there's peace. Yeah, 100%. Hey, that was a really good point about and them not what did he say? They're dumbing down and not having to make those types of decisions in those moments, in those high stress moments. There's peace because people knew we could fight a war. They're beginning to doubt us. Again, they'll learn again. Take my housemate broke the 8 hours. Yeah, sons. Oh no, this is one of the ones. This is one of the other sons that's already in the army. Yeah. So, well, they're all in the army now, technically, but this one's well past basic training and core training. Sorry. So, yeah, is that what you meant? Did you tell his instructors what he said about them? Oh, yeah. No. Well, I wouldn't know who their NCOs and stuff are in battalion these days, anyway. So, yeah. Anyway, peeps. Not quite the 8 hours. Only 7 hours. I'm going to leave us to it. I'm going to get some training in for this evening and then get cleaned up and then have something to eat. So, but I'm going to call my son first before I do that. And nothing spectacular training-wise. And then I'll be into some work tomorrow. Yeah, chill out for the rest of the evening. Good show, bro. Started at 11. Oh, did it? Started at 11? Well, what I'm looking at on here in the live time that I can see on YouTube has got 7 hours, 12 minutes, 59, 13 minutes now. It was 58, 59 seconds. 7 hours, 13 minutes it shows on here on this live stream. But yeah, did it start at 11? I don't think it started at 11. But anyway, well, still 14 people on there. Anyway, look after yourselves. At Springer, Rubber Kiwi, Weird, Poeticus, Chirp, massive thanks for the live. Enjoy the training. Thank you very much. Enjoy your fellas evening, and I'll see you on the next one. Car heats, peeps. Stop sharing. So I need to do that, and then in stream. Nearly forgot. Oh, sorry. Hearts. Laughing faces too. Oh, we'll hit that cone celebration thing, and we'll hit these one with the big eyes because that's what it's showing, whatever that's supposed to mean. Yeah, there we go. In stream, cookies.